do an upstream lookup, and that something happened on there.
Will, what city are you in?
But your publisher returned fetch error.
You're muted.
Sorry, it's hard to hear because the remote picks up everybody speaking. I'm in Munich, in Germany.
Oh, okay.
I apologize for not being there. I had to attend a corporate internal meeting here.
Everything forever.
How
and
dare
alter.
you.
No expiration.
All right, we're gonna begin. It's time. Welcome everyone to day 2 of our interim. As always, we have a local sports mascot called the Bear Toronto Maple Leafs, and because I believe in care and feeding of my editors, so the Mariner Moose, who represents the AOS champion Seattle Mariners as of last night. This is the IETF note. Well, it is the we talked about it yesterday. I don't think anyone is new. I'm going to move on. Mean logistics. Once again, please go into the notes where I think Magnus has presented, has put the link to the notes in
your WebEx?
every possible channel.
Soon, every possible channel, but
Add your name to the blue sheets, please, to record your attendance here. As we did last time, yesterday, we're going to do a manual, old style, actual physical raise your hand queue. Those of you who are remote use the raise hand function in WebEx, and I think it works pretty well. It's integrating you into the queue. If you're running WebEx here or remotely, please mute your audio and or use headphones to avoid feedback effect. And again, please go sign the blue sheets. Daniel's agreed to be the scribe this morning. Thank you, Daniel. This is yesterday's agenda, in case you forgot it. This is today's agenda. We're going to do some sort of meaningish stuff, like talk about the interop. Do we have interop slides yet? Or...
I was just going to show the.
That sounds great. Okay. We're going to do a little planning, and then we're going to talk about the other drafts, Warp and Lock and Cat 4 and Harp and you name it. A break for lunch, and then we're going to have another issue with font with Alan running the beginning of it, and then Ian running the second half because Alan's going to go to the airport.
I'm probably going to go to the airport for 14:30, like
Okay.
1400 at the latest.
All right.
Slightly
Well,
earlier.
the nice part about having 2 editors, you can. Ian is also going to have a little presentation about zero OTT.
So I don't know if we. First of all, do we need a break 45 minutes after we start?
No, not really. Well, oh, up there. Yeah, I guess we don't. Okay.
I mean, or just maybe just do it after.
Yeah, we can do it after Mo. Okay, we'll break whenever you leave. I think that seems like the right time.
Oh, in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, we can switch Lock and the break. I think that makes sense. All right. Any other agenda bashing out there? Okay. Mike.
Yes. Oh, I need to get in the meeting. So they can let me in.
Only I'm like,
Yeah. Some
Are you
people
doing-
send messages they need to be let into the room.
Let me share.
Sunday. They're noon.
Can you see it? There we go. Okay.
So draft 14.
On the wedding side.
Yeah.
On the reading.
Draft 14, from what I hear from other implementers,
Can you size?
First one.
Bigger.
Bigger.
Oh. I want to be able to read all the test cases.
Nice.
Yeah, the problem is then you can't see this direct. I can scroll. So from what I hear from other implementers, draft 14 was not a huge lift from draft 12. However, for mock RS, we were coming all the way from draft 7. And Scott Godin, who's kind of a new participant, basically came up to speed on everything in mock by reading draft 14 and bringing mock RS up to date. So thank you to Scott for that. The main issues that we ran into in our case had to do with subgroup header parsing, and we still have some lingering issues there. You can see we didn't achieve like full data flow and everything yet. So some of these test cases about, for example, stream header subgroup, it's like T. Some folks manage that. We almost got there. We had some data flowing to Martin's new implementation, and did some testing with Lorenzo's QUIC implementation as well as Cisco's implementation. This feels like a decent round of interop. There are some people who have participated in the past who have not participated this time, but I think that we had some good progress this time. But yeah, like I said, one of the issues that we ran into was some of the subgroup header stuff was a little complex, especially around end of group.
Okay, that's a known. We've been trying to fix it.
Yeah.
I
So
think we got the signal for that yesterday.
I think that the issues that we had are getting sorted out. Yeah. Are there any like questions or anybody else who implemented want to chime in?
I can point because we did our graph is like we tried most of the features working with oxygen as a relay, and I think the asterisk basically means that there's something we are trying to do.
Still one weird issue.
Mysterious one byte getting missed and properly fixed by the what is happening that's failing the fetch if in some cases, but other cases fetch is working. So other than that, most of the data flow we tried two-way audio flow, a mirror call through the oxygen, and that worked as well. And we also tried with Lorenzo server, except there's some issue with the flow control in the QUIC stack that we are debugging to see what's going on there. And another thing is the immutable header extensions. I think not everyone supports immutable header extensions, and I think that basically broke our media flow. For our media flow, we have some immutable header extensions.
Are you saying that people are dropping the extension?
Yes.
Oh, well, that means they
Or
don't
not-
export extensions. You can't drop extensions.
Yeah. Other than that, I would say like all the other tests that we did doing good so far.
Yeah, no, it looks like maybe Zafra's been working on mocktail as well. I see some they're up in here now. So that's good to see.
I don't know, 6 months ago or something, I wrote a draft called mock test, which was like essentially it was a mapping of a full track name to like a way that you could have you generate the track dynamically based on the track name, and then you could use that to exercise a lot of different areas and features in MOQ.
Yes.
So you subscribe, like one of the field names, track namespace parameters was like how many objects per group, and one of them was whether you wanted datagrams or whatever. It was all these things. We actually did implementation of that server. We had an intern, right? We didn't turn it on anywhere, but like, is that useful when people hit it? If we like stood up such an instance and you could like.
Yeah, I liked that idea before, and I still like it, and I haven't done anything with it yet, but I still think it's a good idea. I think that's useful.
Yeah, I guess the main thing is like you need, if you want to test your relay with it, then you need to like somehow get like a mock server instance, or you basically need to connect as your relay and announce that it supports mock test namespace or whatever, and then it would route all this. I don't know. I'm trying to think of how we can how we can do more, how we can kind of exercise things more systematically.
Yeah. Part of the issue is we basically have like client, publisher, client, subscriber, and relay implementations in terms of like the different applications that we have to test. But our test cases are kind of like client server, and it gets a little awkward to say, okay, but can we pass this through a relay? And yeah, I think having mock test as a client might be useful, because then you could, connect it to a relay and then pull through
Can
the
you
day.
build Moxygen? I think you can. I don't know if it runs as a client, but we can fix that easily. And then anybody could download. You could just download the mock test client, put it in your relay, and then anyone can pull through it. That might be an option.
That might be useful. Yeah. Colin?
Yes, so every time I'm trying to test with somebody else's relay that's just up there, I'm like, damn, I wish I could have the logs of this.
Yes.
Um,
That is.
would anybody doing relays be willing to take all their logs and publish them on?
We did this in QUIC. There was like kind of a standard convention. Christian remembers how we did it. Like most servers also ran like a web server, like parallel to it.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
And
right.
then your quick connection, like the convention was like there would be a log file with your connection ID that was like everything you did. So if I connected to you and I blew up, then I just go to your like log web server and download my log from
Cool,
it.
that's what I'm looking for. Something, anything. And in fact, even if it was just like, all the logs are here and you see everybody's logs, like that would be fine for the stage of testing we're at.
Well, it's just easy.
You
It's
can
easier
put
to
a packet
sort out
name
what's
on the
your
internet.
what's your problem.
I think that's a good idea.
That spawns some
a lot of hands.
Okay.
Will, go ahead. You're muted.
Sorry, I was saying Zafra was first, and then me, and then Christian.
Okay, Tom.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to share my experience with ITER, actually, the last ITER. So I totally agree with the having like a mock test application, so that before coming to ITER, we can just test with it, the latest draft, so that we can pinpoint the problems beforehand. So in the interrupt, actually, we had a problem with the subgroup header parsing, and we fixed it, but sometimes it cannot be that fast, and we just get stuck. So I totally support this idea of having a mock test application for client side, because we are just trying our relays by our own client implementation, which uses the same data models that we developed actually. So that's why we couldn't find that problem actually. So that's one thing. And second thing, like Colin said, that we need some sort of like log extracting from the relay that we are testing. Actually, what we are actually doing for every subscription, we create a file with the receipt time of the object and the payload size, etc. So this is summary, and you can see, or I can see while debugging, which is coming through at which timestamp and the payload size and when it's sent. So if we some sort of like agree on some like log format, then also we can just and find a way to share it with other people. We don't need to bother the relay owners, so we can just go and test. So that's another good idea. It's for you.
Will?
Yeah, on a similar idea, would it be overreaching if, as part of mock transport spec, in the setup message, the client could either ask for the log track that the server is willing to publish, or the server could offer it up? And obviously it could be token protected and controlled, but it would be a way for any client connecting to that relay to be able to access the logs from it. And we have a draft already for standardized logging, both at the QUIC layer and at the MOQ layer.
Oh, like mlog.
Yeah.
My only thought on that is that it's way easier to stand up an HTTP server that serves the log.
Right, but we can use MOQ to collect logs at scale, right? So if I want to monitor all the MOQ servers on my network, instead of setting up a parallel HTTP network, I could just subscribe to their log feeds.
There is the problem of this. You don't have a MOQ. You can't use MOQ to collect logs if your MOQ implementation does not work. And if it doesn't work, you don't really need logs.
Fair.
Well, but you also can't collect logs if your HTTP implementation doesn't work by the same logic, right? So
They already shipped this. Right?
Yeah, no. Hopefully everyone has working HTTP implementation at this point.
Christian?
I mean, I had two issues. First, to answer Will, I mean, I am not very enthusiastic have been about having logs within the application that you test. I mean, carrying log within the application that you're already testing, because I mean, there are all kinds of feedback loops, etc. It's kind of better to have the logs, at least it's necessary to have the logs in some kind of separate storage that you can access later. I mean, the real-time thing that doesn't convince me too much. The other point is that we do have QLog for the QUIC connection. And QLog is an extensible format. It's specifically designed so that you can add application-specific logs. So I wonder whether there should be an effort in the MOQ group to go towards a QLog extension there that would carry the QLog MOQ.
There's already a draft by Lucas and I guess
Yes.
you. So
Yeah.
So maybe we should promote that draft a little bit more and just go with it.
Yeah, I like the idea of using that draft, generate logs that everyone can understand, and putting them in a place maybe by connection ID as a convention for interop. That makes sense. I also wanted to respond to something that Zafar said about self-interop. There are limitations to self-interop because if you have something wrong, then it's wrong on both ends and it still works. And so I think that it's really important that we're interoping, like actually interoping, not self-oping. And I also wanted to say again, thank you to Scott and highlight that this is a good way for new people to get involved. Like if somebody is like finding out about MOQ now and saying, this looks really interesting, I'd like to jump in. You can read the draft and there's a bunch of open source implementations now. I think all of the maintainers are happy to have contributions, bringing things up to date with the latest draft, because that can be tedious. So if anybody is out there like watching this recording and saying like, how could I, come up to speed on MOQ and get involved? I think that's a great way to do that, is to read the draft and offer contributions to one of the open source projects that's out there.
Christian and Dan.
Christian.
Yeah, I mean, also looking at the state of MOQ after 2 years, isn't it time already to do something like what Martin Simon did for QUIC? That is basically set up some kind of an effort to have a server, have every implementation package, a Docker image with the implementation, and have that server run all the implementation against each other every day or something like that.
That was part of the motivation of mock test, was that now there's like standard track names, standard responses, that was like the idea of that would be one of the inputs there. I don't know. There seems to be, I think Martin did a crap ton of work to make that happen. I don't know that anybody here has like got the time.
Yeah, I wasn't getting any objections to that. Just like, I don't think people are.
Maybe we can vibe code it.
I started.
No, the real question with this kind of stuff is who's gonna build the cat?
Who's gonna what?
Who's gonna what?
Build the cat.
Build the cat.
Build the cat.
Okay, so it's an old joke. I mean, you have all the mice are gathering and saying, "Hey, that cat, it'd be much better if it had a little bell on his neck."
And but nobody wants to.
And then you at that point you need a volunteer to go put the bell on the cat's neck.
To put it another way, Christian, it's not like people have been coming up to us like begging to build this interop run. We've been telling them no. Like I think we're all happy to have it. No one's doing it.
Yeah, I did start adapting the QUIC interop runner, and I realized that a lot of things there don't apply to us. And it's we may want to start from scratch with our own thing that's similar, but it is a lot of work, more than I anticipated.
Yeah.
Daniel?
If we're going to use the mock tests and the MLog drafts more seriously, we need to look back at them, because I think a lot of messages have changed. I think the MLog one is pretty straightforward because you just add the new ones or change the names, but the mock test has some.
Mock test is right. If people think it's useful, if people agree to read it and maybe implement it, then I will update it before the next IETF.
I have it on my to-do list at the after like 8 fires. So, you know, I don't know when it's going to happen, but my dream is to do podcast.
Okay. I will update it with new messages.
All right. Anything else about interop, or can we move on?
Christian's hand still up.
Christian, is your hand still up? No. Okay. All right. Now comes for one of my favorite parts of interims, which is meeting planning. All right, everyone, get out your calendars. Okay, so let's just run through the schedule as we go forward. I sent out an email exactly 2 weeks ago announcing the next 2 virtual interim dates, which are 8 October, which is, I think, 2 Wednesdays from yesterday, and then 20 October, which is a Monday because it's the draft deadline for Montreal. Same time, 1600 UTC, 9 a.m. Pacific. Because of Alan's request, these would be 90-minute meetings. So the deadline to comment on these is right now. So if anyone has any feedback on this, go ahead, Colin.
The Wednesday meetings are impossible. They're already fully booked at the prime time zones for everybody. There's like IAB meetings there, ISG meetings. Like we can't have, like Wednesday does not work as a recurring meeting. For
What day would work?
Monday or Friday. I mean, we did Monday for years. It's fine. I don't really care what time Monday. I can make it work Monday, but.
Okay.
I can do Monday. Would anyone have a problem with Monday?
And I don't care about any single meeting like this next one, whatever, but I just think as a general thing, we'd do much better with Monday.
All right, sounds great. Okay, I can do that.
And Monday is better than
Okay.
Friday for Europeans because that pushes it way into Friday night.
Yes.
+1. Yep.
Yeah, okay, excellent. So one of these is already Monday, so we'll move 8 October to 6 October. And
And if you don't want to move that one, I don't care. But
Yeah.
I'm just talking about it. I mean, you know, yeah.
okay. No, I mean and by the way, I mean I've said this many times, but I'm going to keep saying it. The chairs are always welcome to feedback about the way we're running virtual meetings, about the time slot, the day, just like what Colin provided. We're doing it because it seems to be working for everyone the way we're doing it. But like I'm very conscious that there are some outliers maybe where this is a bad time zone. So please, if you'd like us to spread the pain a little bit, share that information. Okay. You look pensive about this, Alan.
Oh, I mean, I'm guessing me Wednesday's forever, but Monday's fine with me. I don't care.
Okay, great. Okay, excellent. All right, well, wonderful. So that's what we'll do. Okay, I'm going to skip ahead of the next the next hybrid interim for a second.
Oh, did anybody have feedback on 90 minutes? Everyone's okay with 90?
Sounds like it.
All right.
Should ask for more, Alan.
Am I?
Okay, we're going to talk about the next virtual interim, the next hybrid interim in a minute, but I want to take a very quick poll, quick show of hands, because Magnus and I are exploring whether or not to request a session. Can I see a show of hands if people think that is like more or less likely that they will attend Shenzhen in person? So just raise your hand. You can use WebEx as well.
You're saying if you want hands for people who are more likely than not to attend in Shenzhen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Three.
Well, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to ask this question again in Montreal. If we'd gotten 10 hands here, I wouldn't have bothered to ask who would have it. But if we potentially looking at Magnus, Yequi, and Will in a room and everyone else being remote, I don't know if there's a purpose of that. It's a waste of IETF resources. So we'll ask the question in Montreal, and if we get similarly sparse answers, then we'll probably not even bother to have a session. Okay.
If that's true, does it change when we can have interims? Or you still can't?
There are still policies about how close we can be to big IETF,
Okay.
but you know that's a second order problem.
There is nothing stopping me from forming a WebEx and inviting my friends to it. Been done before.
Okay. All right. Now for the main event, which is first of all, for our next hybrid interim, would anyone like to make the case that we should not have another one of these? Or always the first order, first question.
A strong case the other way.
Okay, everyone wants to do this more. Excellent.
You didn't ask if we wanted it. You asked if we needed it.
Yes.
All right. So, historically, historically, we've had this adjacent to Mile High Video because it allows some of our European colleagues to attend with one less transatlantic flight. That would put us, okay, so that is the first week of February. So because of the way the days are arranged, the ideal week from that perspective is 26 to 30 January in the Denver area. How does that work for people?
Show of hands for or against or what?
Do people have serious conflicts on 26 to 30 January?
And I guess,
Give me a second.
and that the focus with we will do a similar schedule like this time that we do the standards discussion on Wednesday, Thursday.
Yes, I think that's probably what we would do. Interop on certainly the Tuesday, maybe the Monday, if we agree that's something we want to do.
Well, just one request on that.
Yeah.
If it's designed to back up to Mile High Video, which is the next week, could it be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? Otherwise, we just have this extra long weekend that we have to cover hotels for
Yeah,
in between.
I'm open to that. I mean, I guess those domestic can generally get back on Friday night. I don't know if Ian occasionally has childcare issues on Friday. And he's not here to represent himself.
Since
Okay,
I'm bailing early on this one, he's has permission to bail early on the next
fair
one.
enough. That's probably worth a date. Okay, well, I'll let's lock down the week. I think we can
So
confirm
that,
the exact
that
date
week
later.
does not work for me. But I mean, like, look, we're not going to find a week that works for everyone.
Are you like 100% unavailable, or are you?
I will be 100% unavailable that weekend and the following Monday, the next week. But the week after,
So 9
Would
to
like-
13 February would work.
yes.
Okay.
That week has not a single meeting on it for me. That's unreal for me to see a week.
All
Oh
right.
no, I'm just got my time zones wrong. It doesn't. It still works.
The meeting's in the middle of the night.
Okay, so the trade-off there is like Colin being able to attend versus like a significant amount of additional time in America for the Europeans. What do you think?
Yeah, and we get closer also to the next IETF meeting, which means that we would have, how much time would we have until IETF meeting? So the IETF, the Schengen meetings is the week of the 16th of March.
Which we might not meet.
Yeah, but it's still, it's in relation to that, how much
Yeah.
meeting time do we have between, so.
In 2025, we had 3 mock meetings in 3 continents in 10 weeks. So between Denver, Bangkok, and Stockholm.
Right.
So it would be nice to.
Well, all right. Let me ask our European colleagues here if we did do it that second week. So I think we're looking at Monday, Tuesday interop, Wednesday, Thursday standard stock. Would you actually stick it out for that whole week, or is that just too much and you go home anyway?
When does Mile High end? On the prior Wednesday?
I believe it ends on a Thursday, but I don't have that on my calendar. But
Could we stack the interop on the Wednesday at the end and do the meeting Monday, Tuesday?
I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
Oh,
It seems totally
yeah.
workable.
yeah, okay.
Sorry, what is the exact proposal?
Monday, Tuesday standards, Wednesday, Thursday interop.
So we're interrupting after we standard.
Yeah.
You got the answer. The series is going to solve the problems. Okay. So we're doing interop with. Say it again. Interop.
Monday, Tuesday we do the standards, and Wednesday we do the
The week after. So the full week
Yeah,
after.
it should be the week after Mile High.
Okay.
9th, 10th, 11th.
Yeah, maybe the 12th. Actually, while we're having this topic, Mike, as the commander-in-chief of Interop, do you think we should definitely have 2 days of this?
I thought it was really useful to have 2 days of interop.
Okay. Does anyone think this was a waste?
I think it would be more useful if it was helpful in that like a lot of people were like fully present the second day, but we didn't have much going on the first day.
I think that's it. If you have 2 days, then like people stream in Monday and then Tuesday.
So now
But if you actually switch it around, you would have 2 whole days, or people might
Or
leave.
people bail early on the second
people will
day.
bail on
Yeah,
Thursday. I
that's
guarantee you
fine.
people fly early on Thursday. But
Yeah,
that's-
I worry a little bit that people might fly like
Yeah.
right after the standards.
I think it's a symmetrical thing though. Okay, well, let's tentatively plan for that. Now one issue with that week is that we don't have a venue. But that's something we can work on. Okay, so we're looking at Denver, we're looking at the Denver area. I know Google's an office in Boulder.
I was gonna say Cisco has a nice office in Boulder too that I'm pretty sure we could do.
Okay,
So
that's the two conventional options for hosting, I suppose. The Meta office in Denver is
There's a
not
Meta office in
available.
downtown Denver, but it may not. The last time I looked, the internal webpage says don't even think about
Okay.
hosting your event.
And on top of that is the NDA issue, so.
And then, yeah, you would
that's
have to sign
that.
NDA. So
Okay.
I can inquire if people want to know. But what?
Downtown Denver.
I will say that like Boulder is infinitely nicer place to hang out and go for tacos than Denver.
You know. Okay, well, all right, let's okay, so I think so I'm hearing us converging on okay, so one issue with doing standards first is interrupt is typically the pregame for the standards discussion, right? Where the editors kind of get together and talk about stuff and plan out the thing. If you guys can
We can manage it virtually. Like I have more sympathy for people who have to like spend a weekend away from their family already and they're on a long trip. Like
All right.
we can if we have to have like we'll just meet on Friday and get our act together.
Okay, so we are wrapping.
People always have
We
to
can meet on
early
Sunday.
anyway.
Like, it's not like I'm doing anything on the weekend except for taking care of my kids. So.
Oh. Okay, so Ian, so you can be there Monday morning in Denver.
I should be. Where are the dates again? I think so.
You talk about the 9th of February.
It's forever
Oh,
away
wait.
now.
Actually, it may not be on my calendar yet.
So I should be able to make that happen given how far away it is no matter what. But
It's
Yeah, I'm not going to miss my anniversary this time.
yeah, Monday morning's fine.
Okay.
Working all day Sunday is a little harder, but I might be able to pull it off.
Okay. All right. So I'm here is rapidly converging on standards on 9 and 10 February, interrupt on 11 and 12 February, somewhere in the Denver area, location TBD with 2 good candidates in Boulder specifically. Is anyone struggling with this conclusion?
Okay, I just realized I have something going on 6, 7, 8 the week. It doesn't have a full block, but it means I'm going to be like, it's not going to be fun for me. But whatever.
Is this like you're going to get at 11 o'clock at night on Sunday?
Probably not 11, but like, well, I'm probably gonna. I haven't made the plans, but I'm likely to be starting in LA with a kid and headed home. I can't send the kid home on the plane by themselves, so I have to fly to Seattle and then turn around and fly to Denver. I don't know how it's gonna work. So I might be late on Monday. I don't know. Like we'll see.
Okay.
Suboptimal, but
Well, the things we can do, we can.
I'd rather have you. You're better to have a week with no Colin is like basically unproductive.
Yeah.
So although the weeks with Colin are
Maybe Mark's
really
productive.
we can try it.
And if we run into trouble, we can front load like the warp and lock drafts with you,
Ah,
this
that's
input
Yeah.
and that kind of thing. Okay, all right. So I don't hear anyone weeping silently about this choice. Or weeping quietly about this choice. So let's tentatively. Obviously, this has to go to the list, and obviously, we have to nail that.
I'm weeping quietly about meeting in the U.S., but other than that,
Nobody seems to have that problem.
Calgary. I can host in Calgary for sure.
I would love to, but I mean, I've been around on this. Like, it's got to be in Denver.
Yeah.
Believe me. I mean,
Yeah, no, I get that.
I tried to.
I live with that.
I tried to get it to Chicago. I tried to move it to Chicago. It didn't happen. Okay. So, all right. So I'm going to take this to the list. I'm going to start searching for a venue, which I'm basically emailing Colin and emailing somebody at Google.
Do Google because we just did this one's first choice. If that doesn't work, then
Okay.
fall back.
We have a good officer.
Yeah. All right.
We have this
Excellent.
one person.
Okay. Then I'll run that down and we'll have a comment on the list. Okay. Thanks everyone. I think that's it. For does anyone else have anything in the meeting scheduling space that we want to talk about? All right, mark your calendars. Do not book that week. And next up is Mo.
Okay.
Yes,
You gonna share?
I wasn't playing.
Yeah,
You
I
really
did.
can.
I didn't join the WebEx yet, but
Can you do that?
let's see. I think I had the slides. So let's see if I can find them.
Thank you for making those dates work for me. I really appreciate that.
You gotta bring 10 PRs to the meeting.
Just remind me again, where's the WebEx link?
There's one in Slack.
I'm not in Slack.
One in data
Data
tracker.
tracker.
Data tracker, okay.
Not in Slack.
Can you really not find it? I have it right here.
I'm in. I can share,
Okay.
I think. Yeah. Okay. Jesus Christ. We should set them. So I'll share it. Alex doesn't have permission.
Talk to somebody about it.
No, it's Apple's problem. Apple
Yeah, I know.
resets permissions every time you upgrade the damn OS.
That's super annoying. I agree.
Second. Try again. There we go. Submit you.
Down.
It's telling me Emily has to
There it is.
admit me.
Come there, come.
That didn't happen before. Are we there?
Yes, we see.
Okay. So this is the low overhead container media format. Brief overview, it's the container that's an alternative to CMAF, and it's using web codecs for the serialization of the payloads, and the point of it being low overhead and compact, so not many extra headers and not much extra processing when you use it in runtime with web codecs. Why did we pick web codecs? Because it already has registries for the codecs that we care about, and it already defines what the serialization of those codecs should be. So we don't want to reproduce all that work. And I kind of fear, I'll get into it later, but maybe Will with CARP and CMAF may run into some similar things, and may want to do things the same way that Loc is doing it for that as well. Okay, the reason we didn't do CMAF was because CMAF has a lot of overhead, a lot of extra boxes and complexity, a lot of extensibility, which is good, but a lot of overhead, especially for something like audio. It's easily 2 to 3 times. The headers would be 2 to 3 times the payload of the actual audio data. So that's why we have an alternative. Okay, the major change was the last version was we removed all of the catalog sections. Will's put those into the warp draft. For the next version, the major changes that are being proposed, number one is moving the metadata headers. So right now, this is flip-flop back and forth a couple of times. The state of it right now is that the headers are in the MOQ object header, and I'll show that in the slide next. And we're proposing to move them out of the MOQ object header and back into the MOQ object payload as a payload header. And some of the reasons for that is to align with the recent recent decision to adopt the immutable header extensions marker and that overall design, which also places some extensions in the payload if they're encrypted and invisible to the relays. It also aligns with a not merged PR for track headers, which has some text at the end of it that says any metadata that's not visible to the relay, not processed by the relays of the transport, should be in the payload, not in the extension headers. So that move would align with those two things. And it also would probably make logical sense to split the registries and not pollute them and occupy all the same code points. Other suggested change, need to speak with Will some more about this, but there's now a proposal to add CMAF and what's called CARP. And right now it's just a totally separate thing from LOC. So you have LOC packaging is one thing and CMAF CARP packaging is totally separate. If people don't know the history of CMAF, the whole point of CMAF is the common media application format. The whole point of CMAF was because there were two different formats, Apple and industry, and people had to store all their media in two different ways, transport it in two different ways. And the whole point of CMAF was to unify that, so you only had to store a single copy. If MOQ has a CMAF format and a LOC format, and you store the media in two different ways, it kind of defeats, some of the, intent behind CMAF. So maybe there's a potential to layer CARP over LOC, because at the end of the day, the actual serialization of the media payloads is identical. We designed LOC to have the identical MP4 framing that's used in ISO BMFF, which is what CMAF uses. So the goal is to have a single storage format and transport format, but then maybe some extra headers that tack onto it to make it either LOC or CMAF compliant, which is essentially what CMAF does when you stream it today. The HLS and dash extensions that go over it just wrap the core body that's the same. So that's a suggested direction. We may not get all of that done in version 2, but I think it's going to be a useful start. Well, let's hold off on I have a slide later on that. We'll get to it there. And then finally, there's if we move things in the first bullet, if we move the things to payload headers, then we may or may not need to fix this issue about what the TLV format of the headers are, and whether or not, we have odd and even for the variants versus binary blobs, and whether or not Booleans are allowed and things like that. And I mentioned issue 794 there, but there's also, I think, 2 or 3 other issues now that are much newer that are essentially the same thing. TLV format, bike shedding. Okay, so this is the major thing is the metadata format. Just a visual of what it looks like today. The MOQ header extensions today are 1-to-1 with the LOC header extensions. So the LOC header extensions are just a subset of what is in the MOQ header extension registry, and the MOQ payload is 1-to-1 with the LOC payload. So that had kind of a clean, nice symmetry to it. All the payloads were exactly the same bytes as Web Codex gives you in the audio and video chunks. So that had some nice symmetry to it, but that combined the header extension space between media metadata and relay metadata. And I think there's a desire now to separate those two things, separate the code points, separate them logically. So the plan is to go to this format, which the header extensions now in the object header are just purely for the relays. So anything that the relays need to see or modify is what goes in the MOQ header extensions. The MOQ payload now embeds another payload header for LOC, and there'd be a LOC header extensions registry that carries all of those. And the TLV format could be the same or different. We can decide that later. And then the LOC payload would be buried, another few bytes deeper. So it loses some of the symmetry of the previous design, but I think it's the direction that most people wanted to go. And it aligns with those other two, the end-to-end stuff and with the track header extension stuff. So I think this is the way to go in version 2. Does anybody
You sound a little sad about it? Are you?
If you don't remember, the very first thing was was this, and I was a big proponent of moving to the because symmetrically it made a lot more logical sense. You had payload was the payload. And when you start wrapping payloads with a bunch of other things, then you have to worry about what the format of the actual payload is. But with LOC, it was kind of nice that the LOC payload was the web codex payload, was the mock object payload. It was all real payload. And the headers were just headers, metadata. But because of that design, it means that the header extensions share the space with the relay header extensions, and relays don't need or care about any of this stuff. And people didn't like you put text in your.
Okay, you keep saying it, and I don't remember adding it, but
It's in 1176.
I do think, I have objections about some of the ways we've been thinking about that header stuff that we need to talk about in accessibility. So I don't view this stuff as nailed down, right? Like,
we've already fixed this once. Can we just make one? And my thought is that when you're using secure objects, and these headers are going to be they're going to be end-to-end encrypted or just authenticated?
There'll be some that are the ones that were before the immutable header.
No. I mean for LOC. Which LOC are there going to be LOC headers that are end-to-end encrypted?
There's certainly going to be ones that are not end-to-end encrypted.
I'm sure that's
there probably are ones that are end-to-end encrypted.
Okay, the ones that are not end-to-end encrypted actually are and can be now in an immutable mock header.
The only
things we built that.
The only things that LOC currently defines registers as extensions are the timestamp and the audio energy level, which I think which may end up going away. Like I know we're not people that thought they were going to use it probably won't use it. We'll probably use a more complicated metric if we have this track selection. So take something simple like the timestamp. You want the timestamp to not bleed information, then you probably do want to encrypt it.
Okay.
So if you use the audio energy level, you probably not want to encrypt it.
Yes.
I think we decided that at least the way secure objects is, and first of all, secure objects doesn't say anything about what to do with end-to-end encryption extensions. I added a PR in that repo, which has been sitting there for people to look at, for a proposal for how I think it could work. But those will be in the payload no matter what, is my understanding. The end-to-end encrypted ones. Is that, I think?
End-to-end encrypted would be in the payload.
In the payload. So you already have that regardless of MOQ, not MOQ. You want that there. They have to, because you have to serialize the whole extension blob and then encrypt it. So it can't be, you could take that whole blob and send it as an extension, but for what value, right? It might as well be in the payload.
So, but nothing stops to put an end-to-end header extension in immutable extension too.
So can we run the queue?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I think we started.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand this.
Yeah.
Sure. Like, what is the motivation? Okay.
Christian, Victor, Luke, Colin. To us.
And you.
Yeah.
Okay. You want me to write down?
Yeah. Let me say that I'm a big fan of encryption there. And I like this version 2 format. I think that we are trying to have it both ways by having these immutable headers and things like that. If we get to a point where we have a mock payload which is very clean and relays don't look at it, cannot look at it, and they cannot look at it because it's encrypted anyhow, then we simplify interrupt, we simplify a number of things. So I like that separation. And if we think that we want to have metadata from the payload that is visible by the relays, then we ought to make it a mock header extension, not a payload extension.
Okay, Max, I didn't. You had the cue in your head before I managed to get a pen. Tell me again.
Victor now.
And
Luke, Colin, Suhas, QUIC.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And then Ian.
Everyone except Chase.
Unless someone.
Are we trying to get
Ian?
Ian. And where was Ian?
Right there.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. Okay.
You're regretting your choices.
Well, only because we had this discussion already and we're having it again.
Okay.
Oh, I don't want to talk about this.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Woohoo!
No. I still want the list.
Well, the reason we're having it again is because things have changed. Other things have been landed that caused me to reconsider the design. That's why.
Yeah,
That's why.
this thing here, Zakio, I think it makes sense that if we want to encrypt things, we put them into log payload. If we don't want, we put them in the mutable extension section in the MOQ headers. And that's just the natural design that like follows from what we designed so far. Because if you make them intentional and encrypted, presumably you want relays to look at them. So yeah. I have a quick question. At some point there were what's called frame markings.
Yes.
Are they there or are they not there anymore?
It is there, but I'm working to remove it. I believe that all the information that frame marking used to convey can be conveyed through other mock object header fields.
Okay, that's good. That's what I want to do.
Luke, I was just gonna say, this really comes down to layering. Like, if the mock header extension changes the relay behavior, like you absolutely cannot let an application accidentally send an ID that makes relays misbehave. So if you do want something like filtering to be based on like lock headers or whatever, it kind of has to be like a separate, like isolated, header map. So I would say definitely keep the mock header extension separate and relay only. But if you want filters to be on something, like make a separate like headers thing that the application has full control over.
So can you clarify? Are you saying that in the mock T spec itself, we have multiple extensions defined?
Will there be one? It depends on the target of the extensions, right? If the target of the extension is the relay, it should be a mock header extension. If the target's the application, it needs to be like the lock header extensions. And you can move it up so that the relay can look at it, but it doesn't change its behavior based on it.
You're saying that the loc draft would have its own header extensions registry, but if we wanted something to be relay visible, we just double register it into the mock T header registry.
I think this is how immutable works. This is what immutable is. Right. You don't want anyone to touch it. You put it in immutable.
Yeah.
I agree with Luke. Say the same thing.
Again, it's just based on filters. Like that's the only reason I could see like the lock header extensions being pushed up a little bit, so long as it does not collide with the mock relay like namespace or number space.
The plan design for that in version 2 would be like what I said. If you want application media only extensions, they would all be only in the private registry of loc. If you want them to also be relay visible, you would double register it into the mock T. If you want to operate with these filters, you would double register it into the mock T because the filters are not going to work on the log.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I would say don't register filters into mock T draft. Have them filters be on application specific headers.
Just allow the object filter to work.
So object filters could be based on either the mock headers or application headers. Like there's two separate headers.
Are you saying the mock T draft would mention the concept of application headers?
There'd be a concept of it, yeah. It just wouldn't nothing be registered. It would be for the application.
But the mock T draft would say the first byte of payload must be an application header?
Probably it'd be its own, like it'd be the same structure as the existing. That's my take if you want filters on application headers. Otherwise you have to register them in mock T, and that's not sustainable.
Yeah, okay. Colin.
You're gonna like what I was going to actually suggest is that this has deeply intertwined with the secure objects, and we should figure out a time to figure out how all these extensions land and things. But I think the thing how I think about it is the payload is reserved for applications and things, and the application to define what goes in that space. So this might just be like, often I find I'm having a terminology conflict with people where I'm like, no, mock can't define what goes in the payload. Right, the payload is by definition to me what mock doesn't define, right? And the payloads will have header extensions. Mock has header extensions. We have multiple categories: mutable, non-immutable, readable, whatever. And I just think that we need to get some terminology all straightened up on this, and then figure out where we lay them out. And every time I have this conversation, how people want to actually lay them out on the bits on the wire comes to about the same thing, but the terminology we all use around it's a little bit different. And I think that this is sort of, every time we discuss it outside of the secure object sort of framing and context, we forget half of it. So I think that we should just, get some good slides and drive a discussion on this.
I was going to suggest, can we maybe table this and frame it with like a really good picture and proposal? Because I'm worried we're going to talk in a circle, and it's a circle we've already walked around, and I think maybe we are talking about.
Can I just clarify for people? I don't think it takes slides or picture. I think it's like 10 seconds of description. What's in draft 14 right now?
It's wrong. It's totally wrong.
Oh, you think it's wrong?
Yeah.
You wrote the PR, I landed on.
So never mind. We need discussion. We need a long time to talk.
Gracious.
In fact, one of my comments on is we call it 3 different things in that draft. We call it meta, we call it extension headers, we call it object extension headers, and we mean subtly different things in some of them. In some places, they mean the same thing.
Yes.
Like it's not even self-consistent.
Right.
If you're unhappy with what you wrote in the last, write what you want, and I'll end it. I don't care.
Fair. Okay, totally fair.
Let me summarize real quick what is in draft 14 so people can know without a big picture. Draft 14 just says there is a single extensions registry. There is a thing called extensions. It's a single registry. All the code points live in the same registry. And some of those extensions are fully relay modifiable, mutable, and those can be anywhere. And then there is the immutable extensions that start with the immutable marker. Those are also in the same registry. They're still using the same code points as the other ones, but they're immutable. And the relays can't touch them, but they can see them and they can read them and operate on them if they want. Then there are the private, I won't even call them extensions, private metadata, and that's in the object itself. So MOQ says nothing about what it is. MOQ says nothing about, doesn't register anything for it. There's no IANA registry for it. There's nothing that doesn't share code points with those other things. So you can decide as an implementer of an application to register your things in that overall MOQ header registry if you want for simplicity, but you have to define a byte in your payload that says, this is the TLV for my metadata. You can't use the MOQ header extensions for that. That's what 14 currently says. So if they're encrypted or not encrypted, that's up to secure objects or an application thing, but they live outside of the regular MOQ extensions registry. And you guys, a hack, reuse the registry if you want, but I think that was not the intent.
And I think that's where Luke and I get a little bit slightly on the other page of like, there's things that are meant to be used by MOQ and there's things that are meant to be used by the application.
I'm just going in the future with filtering because that's filtering based on application headers. And then now it gets messy. But I do like this design right now. Like this is the best design right now. But Colin said, it's for the application, keep it there.
Suhas, I think unless you want to move to table the discussion at a later time.
No, I just want to comment on this design. There are few lock headers that are needed for relays to act. I don't think so. I think putting it in the MOQ payload makes sense. I think this has to be done header by header and say what will go inside that rather than saying every lock header is part of the MOQ payload. That's the reason I'm not fully approve this design as it is, because the previous design let you use immutable header extensions to put those things in there. This basically took that flexibility out. So if this is the suggested change, I think we need to think about it a bit more.
Okay, so you're saying some are in, some are out.
Yeah, I just think this immutable header extensions where we put in something that belongs to MOQ, belongs to log as well as that belongs to application filtering. I do not think log as an application filtering is still MOQ payload metadata filtering in that way. Then applications can their own filter if they want in the immutable. But we need to reuse that mechanism here than putting everything in the payload.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, quickly. I saw that the current architecture in version 1 makes a lot more sense because if we specify some log header extension stuff in the sort of MOQ family of specifications, that is supposed to help the transmission systems, right? Like for example, if relay cannot use it, that belongs to the application specification. For example, for video standard defines in addition to BitDream, it also defines a lot of metadata for use by decoders and so on. For example, if you want to think about CMAP stuff, like file format level stuff, and then file format can define, and we don't need to touch those in the MOQ family of specifications unless it can be used for helping transmission, for example, can be seen by relay. So I think the version 1 stuff makes more sense to me than this. or having this log header that is part of a payload only, not even to be seen by relay, not helping transmitting system at all.
So you think that the headers should live only in the mock object headers, not inside of the payload?
Yeah, if inside the payload, I think that ground space of video CUDA specification, performance specification, and so on, we don't have to touch those in the MOQ family of specifications. MOQ is overall transmitting transport stuff.
Ian? You can do whatever you want with this. You're probably going to go back and forth 2 more times anyway, so that's fine. But I did want to talk about the CMAF question and like the compatibility question, and just say that like I would be inclined towards do the thing that is like the most efficient humanly possible, and then we can always write JavaScript or something to like transmux this thing on the client side or something to add a CMAF wrapper to convert LOC to CMAF, or like we can transmux on the server side. Like, I don't know.
That's the next slide. That's the next slide is to talk about the CMAF.
Okay.
CMAF
Yeah,
wrapper.
I mean, I don't know. I would strongly propose kind of doing the most efficient thing that is quote unquote the right thing for the application, and then like implementing some simple code to like transmux it and like fix it on the other side. Like certainly YouTube has done this for years because we never actually natively support HLS for anything. But you know, Apple phones exist. So, you know, that's been like a 10-year-old project. And it's annoying, but it works fine. So.
Sorry, I'm off mute. On this question of CMAF and CARP, so to be clear, CARP extends warp, and warp uses lock. In fact, lock is the only packaging format allowed in warp. But CARP is an extension of warp, so it includes lock support. So if you have a CARP compliant publisher or a CARP compliant subscriber, they're going to understand both lock and CMAF. I don't see much benefit to tunneling lock inside CMAF. There's going to be no encoder that's compatible with that. The advantage of CMAF is there's this whole industry worth of encoders and players and decoders and hardware level assisted content packaging that we can leverage. And introducing a new flavor of that is going to have no hardware or client support, and I don't see the benefit. I'm a big fan of lock for its lightweight overhead, and I think the two can exist quite in parallel. And if we want to port one to the other, we can run an automated task on the server if you want to convert an archive or something that, but I don't see the need to tunnel lock inside CMAF.
Ali?
I concur with Will. I think we need to keep this separate.
You're smart. Sorry.
Joining, or putting CMAF under lock is, I think, doesn't really give us much benefit. And while at it, I also would like to bring up another discussion. I mean, maybe not for now, but the name warp, carp. I mean, sounds a bit funny. I'm not really sure why we are gonna stick with those names. I kind of think that the working group should consider renaming those specs and or streaming formats, whatever we want to call them. I know the history here, but I think we can do better than this. Thank you.
Which one do you want to rename, or both? Sorry.
Warp, and then obviously carp. Carp is, I mean, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, look, I'm still a member of the Scone working group, so like we can talk about that. So you don't like warp?
I mean, warp is a mystery, but whatever we are doing right now has nothing to do with warp at all, with the original proposal. So it's, I feel like the working group should actually rename these things while it's not too late.
If you want to be renaming us, just do it soon, not later, because like even LOC had a question about renaming to web codex format a long time ago, and because of inertia, it just stayed as LOC, and nobody really cared about whether or not the name made sense or not. So we'll probably limp along with warp forever if we don't change it now.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to bring it up. I mean, I'm kind of fine with the LOC. Lock reads fine. And I mean, lock stands for something, right? But warp or carp doesn't really stand for anything. I guess we can do better than that.
Ali, I have slides on that exact subject, so that.
Okay,
So
good.
if no one wants to, if no one has interest in having CARP be a wrapper overlook, then we don't need to answer the other questions. So we can table all those questions if we want two totally different formats and not have any interrupt between them would be, transmuxing, or something like that, transmuxing libraries.
Is it helpful to write like a short section on how to transmux? This seems fair. I think it's pretty obvious, but like, I don't know. I'm not sure. Is that?
I could write an implementation of adding loc headers that do CMF, and that would be how I would transmux.
Okay.
How I would take a CMF container and I would send it as a loc payload with a CMF header extension.
The main problem with CMF is like an XML like nightmare.
I know.
So
I know.
Box and box and box
it's
and
boxes and boxes and boxes. You can make it like the original HLS players were doing transport streams to MP4. It's just to be standards compatible. It's kind of hard.
Yeah,
sure, but I mean that's not really a mock problem, right? I mean, it's all underneath CMF. I mean, if nobody's gonna, I mean, if you're not gonna do any CMF stuff, I mean, you don't really care. I mean, you can just keep focusing on mock. I mean, in yesterday's demo, I mean, we showed both implementation, and one has nothing to do with the other. Obviously, if you want to do transmux, then obviously you need to implement that here. But that's I don't think that discussion belongs to this working group.
Okay, then that's it. Then I'll table that suggestion, and that's it. There's still the open issue about web codecs being broken for the new formats. I'll try to get some the right people to take a look at that next meeting. That's it.
So, but the conclusion is we need to continue discussion on the header relation with the.
Clearly, there's not consensus on what people want to do on this one. But I think we need to have the first conversation about understanding the secure objects and immutable headers, how people would like to see that done, and then that will inform what the application payloads should look like.
Okay. It's almost 10:40. Should we have a break? I think people have to. Before.
Yeah, okay, before we do that, two admin announcements. Number one, if you were a late arriver and not yet, or for whatever reason, not yet add your name to Blue Sheet, please do so. There are links to the notes all over on every channel thanks to Magnus. So click on one of those, add your name and affiliations. The other thing I forgot to say about the Shenzhen question was if you were aware that there are groups they're planning to attend, like particularly like if your whole team's going to come to IETF and go show up at MOQ, please email us as the chairs and let us know that. Like if there's going to be a lot of new people coming in because of where the meeting is, that would change our populations about this quite a bit.
Yeah, we're now small enough that like a lot of meetings, a lot of rooms of Google would be fine for this size, but like you double it and it starts becoming.
No, we're talking about the Shenzhen IETF.
Oh, the Shenzhen. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the.
No.
I apologize. Never mind.
We should maybe check. Seems to be like a sort of quiet Asian contingent that's like following along, or like people,
right?
I mean,
I'm going to go to the list and all the other stuff. I'm like, let's say if I saw 10 hands today that they were going to be there, that would end the inquiry because that was enough. But since it was 2, we're going to have to, or 3, we're going to have to ask this question a few more times.
Doesn't need to be done for Montreal, right? Because
No. I'm going to ask the question again in Montreal, but like shortly after Montreal, we're going to have to make a decision whether or not we're going to hold a session.
No, my question is for the Montreal meeting, because I also registered, but I didn't.
We're definitely going to have a meeting in Montreal. Okay, so it's 10:40. Do people want 15 minutes? It seemed a little long last time. Just 10.
I would love, since I have to leave. I'm leaving at 1:45.
Okay,
so I would love to.
Let's come back at 10:50.
Mo, do you think that makes what I think Suhas's point about like going kind of field by
header by
field.
header, yeah,
It's
header by
just
header.
like, this one, if it can be used for filtering, like, even if it's not, like, I think Yaku's point is like, if it's gonna be used for transmission, it better be in the immutable, like.
Obviously, if it requires filtering, the filters only work on the stuff in MOQ-T.
Right, so it's either gotta be mutable or immutable, but it can't be private.
Yeah, if it's gonna be using filters, then you have to register it in the MOQ-T specs registry. The only question is.
Well, I would disagree with that because applications aren't going to be able to do that. Like
Yeah.
you guys might be able to register something you want to filter on, but like if I'm some arbitrary developer making an app, I'm not going to register it.
No, but
I think we're going to need a registry that does allow arbitrary applications to insert.
There's a range that.
Does it need to be registered if the application is a
There's gonna be there's an experimental range, and that experimental range, you don't even need to register, it'll just be, you just use it.
Okay, if that's okay, if
only
it's
your
like a
app,
delegated.
if you don't care about colliding with somebody else, it's only your app,
Exactly.
then you can use whatever number you want, right?
Yeah, because there's going to be so many apps that are just not going to register.
Well,
with
this
Moxie.
is a question I have, an issue question, I'm not sure if we saw, which is, does the extension namespace need to be global, or can it, if like, track, like, Blue's got 7 different kinds of tracks, right? And like, in theory,
I
like,
can't register.
you could use the same
filters for each of
extension
them, yeah.
code point in every track, and that would not break the application.
If it's a private application that doesn't need to interop with anything else, yeah, you could have every single track have its own unique namespace of code space of extensions. That's no problem.
So I think it's highly likely we'll have some space that's like reserved for
64
private
plus
use.
is
Called
like
private use.
undefined,
Okay,
or yeah.
Private use. There'll be some space that is register on a first come, first served basis. We don't provide anything other than, I want a number, here's my.
And we guarantee we will never standardize and steal one of those code points and make it mean something that you didn't intend.
But I would even say, do you even need to register it? Because your
No, you
application's
don't
on
have
both
to-
ends.
No, you don't have to register it.
It'll be like private use.
It'll be a range.
That's the private use numbers.
Exactly.
Right. There will also be probably ones that are first come, first served, and then there'll be some that are reserved for like standards action type stuff.
I had a slight variation on that proposal for some things, and I don't know, probably everyone hates it because it's too close. But basically, if you negotiate an extension, so this is along the idea of the TV stuff. So the TV stuff, the whole idea is like you gotta understand it. Like you can't just like act like be like, I don't know what this new thing is. Like you really, you know, it's really forcing you to understand it in some way, shape, or form because you know there's no way you can't scale it. But as a result, if you negotiate an extension and it adds like say like 3 more TV fields, we can pack all these at the front of the dictionary and then just start all the normal extensions like at offset 14 instead of offset 10. So like if we have 10, I'm just giving an example. If you have like 4 more TV fields you want to add that you're like, once I negotiate this extension, like you got to parse these things. Just stick them at the end of the like other TV stuff where we have TV.
Okay.
And then you just like, when you do your decoding, you're just like, if less than 14 is one of these things. If greater, then it's the standard. Like I don't know.
Yeah, you just iterate through the registered extensions. You don't even need an ID for each extension. You just know it's going to be there.
Right. You're just packing them in order.
Yeah.
Don't you? Okay.
You just
Don't you
tightly
end up
pack
having to reserve?
You have to
Exactly.
You have
How
to.
do you know if someone hasn't already used a version 2 code point you didn't reserve in version as an in version 1? Oh, because parameters are not extensible in the same way. Yeah. Extensions, you can't do this. Extensions aren't TV anyway. Extension is not right now.
I do not know what these
Sorry, I was
words
thinking
extensions and parameters mean.
I was thinking about
Parameters on a control plane and an extension is a data plane.
Sorry, I was thinking of the thing formerly known as object extension headers, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Because like if you negotiate an extension, it's going to be there. You might as well always encode it.
I'm not. But
And you know it's always going to be encoded because you negotiated it. Parameters you don't know, so like, you're right. You have to have the ID.
Well, even if it's not always there, like you know the peer knows how to better able to code it.
Exactly. You know you're going to put a zero on the top there. Or something, right?
Or something. I don't know. But it solves this like
that's the only problem. Like if it's undefined, you do need to put
I guess
zero.
Going header by header.
That's the only.
This
the only
could be used
downside
for
with it,
filtering.
but I think that's a
going
proper
in
extension.
either immutable or mutable.
Really must understand.
This is clearly private. I would never want, and the relay would never touch this. I don't want them to touch it. I want to encrypt it when things are encrypted.
Well, that's my idea.
It's going in private.
Consider negotiating.
Nothing prevents you from registering in a mobile device.
I
You wanna
agree.
have
agree.
some
I think
uses are
Is a
purely
much better
private.
extension mechanism.
Private. Some uses are going to be
If you're gonna
also
change your relay behavior,
relay
they need
filtered,
to
and so in those
say
use
they will
cases you
support
also
it.
register.
Like, don't just put random parameters and hope
the
they go
extension
listen because
header.
you got it all over again.
For filtering.
I mean, also
Yeah.
it's.
But I think you're going to end up
It's a vision,
with
and it doesn't. It saves this kind of conversation about like, well, do I want a 1 byte code
And
point or 2 byte code point?
like it's not just like all the look extensions are like here, here, or here.
You're gonna
It's
get
gonna like
I think so.
it's
The only question is whether or not there is a
And I
load
think
extension.
that would be kind of
Whether
different.
there has to be a
Stuff
load
like
header.
filters, for
Like,
example.
whether the first
Like,
byte of load payload
you
is
negotiate
a
filters,
TLD.
you kind of
Would-
add functionality.
would it ever
draft?
be-
You add
if
new
you did that, would it
messages,
ever
you
be
add
not
new,
encrypted?
like, you know,
Would it ever
offsets
be
within
not
the things.
Well,
versus
versus
having
secure
everything
objects.
be
Okay, so
like
you see, because secure
parameters
objects already,
defined
now
and,
that my PR is
you
merged,
know,
defines
HTML
that.
again.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only
an
negative
encrypted blob always starts with an extension.
So a little bit of state to do like the lookup.
Yeah, that would not be the local extension.
Okay, so you
That's
need
the
another
secure-
one inside the field.
The secure objects one would be like, off
Have
tab.
a fixed number of.
Well, go read the
Oh,
PR.
yeah,
Go read the PR.
Yeah, which extension?
It's basically
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
but it's like key ID.
That's a
Yeah, there's like a little.
The key ID and off tag would have to be in the immutable, but not in.
It's a conditional on
I
a
think
boolean,
this
or
is-
maybe a bit
announcement
mask
wants
or
to I think
something,
secure
but
objects. It's a mock
yeah, it's not gonna be.
like a
I mean,
little
you're supporting
structure,
100
like
extensions.
key ID.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm not-
And some
If
other.
anything,
No, no, no,
like
that's
having
an
a
extension.
parameters.
This
lookup
isn't the
is like-
this is
Well,
secure
it's more
objects.
cost effective. What-
Yeah,
what-
Oh,
what-
yeah,
what-
yeah.
what's current?
I mean, no, that's the mock headers.
This is secure object.
I like that versus a bunch of like
This is the
optional
header
fields that just put
extension,
zero if you're not going to use them. Just
That's
negotiate it. Like,
immutable.
My
exactly,
read was that.
You didn't even have to put it if you negotiate it right with the TV idea, which is like.
Yeah.
It's an immutable
just
header
like
extension.
your-
It's immutable
your
header.
shut
Is that what it
extension.
says in the draft? Yes.
And you could.
Okay, the draft is written before immutable header extension, so I know it doesn't say that in the draft. It says that it
I've
is
been wanting to use this
the
like
AAD.
packed idea.
It
like-
doesn't say that it is an immutable.
I think we should just not even drop all the bytes. Forget what-
No, I like it, but it would kind of necessitate splitting the draft into optional pieces, I would say, which is just going to be like you're going to hit it.
Do you ever want the relay to look
roadblock?
No,
Yes.
then it doesn't belong.
As in, you're going to have more extensions, like if it's a constant extension.
Yes, but I think just draw the serialization. Forget what.
I mean, no, initially the core.
Draw the actual serialization, the bytes.
This is the.
Yeah, everybody agrees on
And then
that.
decide where to cut.
I'm pretty sure.
What's a header,
And so
what's a
this is
payload,
more like.
where do you cut things?
I'm pretty sure it's like.
You have a key ID and you have an off
How do
tag.
you?
So like key ID a tag, and then I think there's the is there a.
I'm saying somebody's going to have to be the first
And then
extension.
Encrypted.
It's going to be the even just to prove that this idea works. And nobody's going to be the first extension. 'Cause-
Okay, and then when you decrypt.
I probably should, I mean.
What?
It doesn't matter whether it's
Oh, the tag.
before or after, it doesn't matter.
If it is, it doesn't matter because there's a link.
A lot of
I
stuff.
forgot what it was, but
No, like,
I'm
like-
fine.
That doesn't-
And even like
talk
delivery
before or
time out of
after, whatever.
something, it could totally be like this extension. You negotiate with the other hops,
Something.
and then
Relationship to it.
if it's not negotiated, you just don't encode anything. It saves a byte.
This is okay. I haven't.
That's different. Like if you want to.
And if it's always present, it saves a
The
byte.
point is, this is clear, this is clear, this is
Or the
clear.
link.
This is.
You know, it's a barn
Yes.
every time or something.
Okay,
That's what
inside
matters.
when this is plain text, now with the thing that's marked,
Soft up.
there is like I think it's going to be like length followed
Now that
by
we're talking about
and
on-
key value pairs.
Attention headers.
Yeah, that's what you just merged,
Um,
right? There's the length of this, then there's this, then there is actual what do you call application
There's something
feeling.
where you're like, before you're like, well, the relay doesn't need to
Right,
see
so
this. It's like.
First you do
Well, it does.
you
It's
serialize your
filter.
value pair,
Right.
then you serialize this block,
Yeah.
then you
And then
decide-
somebody's gonna have a bright
then
idea.
you
What if we say a
take
filter
this
that
and the
says
immutable.
1 minute, everybody, payload or something?
The immutable headers are going
That doesn't
outside of
sound
this.
airprone
That and this.
We're not doing that.
I think there's like, I mean, personally, I don't like filters on application data. You know,
It's useful.
It,
I mean, I
it's
can
the
see
layers,
this.
the layers of bleeding together, right? Is the only like complaint there, but
Filters are cross-layer.
exactly they are.
In our load balancing infrastructure, though, we totally let.
And the example I had, like,
based on like.
Yes,
yes.
Anything
Crazy
that's
things
really
that use
visible.
their URL. So
Like,
like
memory
memory sound standard violation.
Timestamp would be very visible.
yeah. No, I'm
All right,
saying
it's
like
10:50.
We're gonna begin.
Nobody said BBF yet today.
Please take your seats.
Will,
you're up.
Wait, one thing before we'll get started here. We'll can start preparing. There's the privacy pass token draft. And there haven't been much feedback on that, etc. I want to see, is there interest in adopting that? And I think to do that, I think we need to see a little bit of, okay, is at least people, do you would like to start an adoption call? Do you think it's reasonable to do that? So
I mean, I guess the one thing I just sort of say on that is like, we've been implementing CAT. It's very complex. And I definitely feel that we need we need CAT for sure, but I think we need an alternative, simpler token. And this one seems to be the obvious one to me. But if someone's got a proposal for a different one, I'm happy to hear it. But like, I think we need to do something on this. And
Does
I'd like to make
be the one to adopt it though? Like, are we the right people to be defining the token? I haven't read the draft. I don't know.
No, we're not. No, we're not. We're using privacy pass token from.
So what is what would we be adopting?
So how to use it in law? I mean, same as we have a CAT draft. Like, we need to say how the mock parameters get mapped into this draft.
Oh, I see.
Like
privacy pass draft. Like not okay. This is like
we're not inventing a token. We're saying here's how you use this token in mock.
So we need privacy passport.
We have it on.
We have the draft.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I was about to say, did we already adopt this? Sorry.
No, we had a presentation last meeting on it. The note says, okay, please comment on etc. I think it's been silenced, and I want to see that's like, okay, should we start adoption call is basically my question here. It's, or is anyone against starting an adoption call? So, did you?
It's not so much someone against it, but people actually going to read it.
Yeah.
Not if we don't.
I mean, I think the challenge is like, indifference rather than hate.
Yeah, no, I think this is useful, but it is not the first thing that I'm doing in terms of auth. Like, there's simpler things I'm going to do first, and then I'll be looking at privacy pass and CAT.
Okay, I think by continue keep it on the table as an individual draft. Please.
No, why? I mean, we had no comments on the other one either. Like, what? Like, the reason there's no comments on it is because it's an individual draft. Like, this is why we're so slow in this group. We just leave stuff like I don't get agenda time for it because it's an agenda draft. We don't discuss it because I don't get agenda time for it. Like, how do we break out of this catch-22? Tell me what I need to have happen to get that. If you want 10 comments on the list, I'll have 10 comments on the list tomorrow from 10 different people. If that's the bar, boom, just tell me what I need to do to get work done in this working group.
So I think the question is, if Mike is the only one who said he thinks it might be useful, is it only Cisco needs it?
One thing, like when we presented last time and at the mic, we had at least 3 or 4
At the last
people
mic,
approving
I
it.
went and looked at them, and we had several people approving, and we agreed to go do a working group to call for adoption on it.
No, we said we would consider it. That's what's minuted. But that's
I mean, okay, that's not my notes from the minutes. So like,
it's the official minutes says that.
Fair. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I will. Do you want me to review minutes in detail?
On the conclusions,
will not
yes.
enjoy that.
No, on the conclusions, yes. I want you to review them.
Okay.
Yes.
I have a question. What's the concern about adopting it? Sorry, because I obviously from the last conversation, the last IETF, I kind of thought we already did it, but by now, but I kind of forgot.
No, I just
I
want to say,
attention to this particular topic, so like,
yeah, I want to see that there's some support and some interest in doing the work.
That's fair enough. Just to give a data point on that one, when on the mic line, when we asked if people were interested, I remember at least Will supporting it and Ian supporting a few more. So I don't know the exact name. It was not. So yeah, just want to.
I agree that there were people talking about discussing etc. in Madrid. Yes, so it's not that's like
And definitely, I'm sure. Like we implemented CAT. Hence, we read the CAT draft. I'm not sure everyone here read the CAT draft either. So I just wanted to say that's not.
Who in this room has read the CAT token specification? Okay, it's the same people. These are the people that are dealing with authentication, right?
Yeah.
There was widespread agreement that we needed a authentication method, and we have a authentication method. I think the bar is a little higher for a second authentication method. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. I actually think we should do it, although I'm not going to put any effort into it personally. But
actually, I think when we adopted that, we were clear that we would have more than one, and that was part of the thing. I mean, if we are picking a adoption method, I'm going to argue strongly that CAT should not be it.
Okay. My question,
and I will come with a lot of things. Like
I have no objection to this working group doing that. We just have a lot of things, and I imagine that is going to take a dependency on MOQ, which has a shit ton of work to get done first. So
it's clearly not complete.
Do we want to adopt it now and just park it, or because I would rather, if people are going to spend energy on that draft, like I would rather have all, if it's the people in this room, I would rather have all of your energy on MOQ so we can get that done sooner and then add more bells and whistles on top.
And if I can just add, like we are giving the will to present 10 minutes every meeting on
Did you ask?
Yes, of course we did.
Yes.
You did not. We put in an agenda request. We asked. We did not deny anyone's agenda request for this meeting.
Except the one you asked for someone else to present something you didn't do or no. That's still, and that was two days after the deadline. So yes,
my point not was about agenda time per se. I'm just trying to say, even though we are talking about CAT draft, I don't think anyone here is spending time on reviewing the CAT draft. Have you reviewed the CAT draft?
No.
Have you spent time? We're working on mock right?
Yes.
So that's not an argument you can say. Hence, I'm not supporting your application.
I have no objection. My only question is now the right time? And if the working group says yes, great. I have no opinion.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Alan. Like this is, I already expressed, I think this is useful, but also it kind of depends on where everything lands in MOQ. Like if we blow up namespaces,
I just asked
then like that's going to change all the ACL stuff that we do. Like,
Victor,
adoption is cheap. Actually getting people to care about it when we don't even have MOQ then is not cheap. Let's do
You're
MOQ
right. Yeah, I agree.
and do them work and block because those are the biggest blockers for Israel.
yeah. Okay, I'm fine. Let's start an adoption call and see how it goes.
Yeah. And if people are willing to work on it, like we can work on it. If people want to wait, we can wait. I don't think anyone is saying like we should not at some point have a privacy pass based authentication method. I think everyone. Yeah.
And Mike, if you think we should focus the attention on some other one, I'm perfectly open to that input. I'll go do that, whatever. I'm not married to this. I'm married to doing something that's implementable.
Yeah. That's fine.
Okay.
So again, administratively, I'll note that we have 13 people physically sitting in this room and 14 people signed the blue sheets. So some of you are not doing what you're supposed to do. Don't make me name and shame you. All right, go ahead, Will.
Where are the blue sheets?
In the notes for today.
In the minutes, right under where it says pollution.
Question for the
Thank you.
draft that we were just discussing.
Privacy pass draft.
Privacy pass for MOQ.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Okay.
Okay, Will, please.
Okay, can you hear me? Thank you.
Yes,
I just want
can hear you.
to. It's very hard to get a word in edgeways on the token stuff. I don't think we need just one token format at all, right? I would support privacy pass. I would also support an implementation of JWT because that's another commonly used one. And I don't think we're a single threaded group. The fact that we have multiple of these drafts up there doesn't necessarily retard progress on MOQT, which we all want to get out. So I think we can work on multiple things at once, especially people who care about them. So with that being said, let me give you an update on Warp. We'll start with PRs that we merged since Madrid. So one of them is constraining group numbering. So MOQ Transport is very freeform and flexible when it comes to group IDs. For media streaming, we wanted it a little more constrained than that, basically an integer that won't repeat into the future. So it's a suggestion that the initial group ID is the creation time of the first object in the group, milliseconds since Unix epoch. This has the nice feature set that it doesn't repeat, but also for debugging, you can examine any warp group and know when it was packaged. Each group must then increase by 1. That allows simplified gap detection. And if you are able to maintain state across a break in republishing, then you should signal the gap and group IDs using the MOQT prior group ID gap extension header. And I don't see hands or anything, so if there's comment on anything or clarifying questions, the chairs can just shout it out. Another PR merged, adding is complete and rules for termination. So this is a factor in many streaming formats. You never know quite when the live stream's done. And a lot of players sit there in purgatory waiting for more content. So we defined a clean way to signal this. It's basically a key called is complete. It goes in a catalog update. So when you want to terminate a live broadcast, you send a subscribe done out on all your tracks. Then you got 2 choices. You can convert your live stream instantly to being a VOD asset, which is a very nice feature of MOQ Transport. And in that case, you would publish a catalog update which sets is live for each track to false, and it adds in a duration field to tell your clients what is the total duration that is now available. If, however, you just want to terminate, there's no VOD, there's no way to go back, you just want to permanently end it, then you publish a catalog update which signals is complete as true, and it contains an empty tracks field. So there's nothing to subscribe to, and you have a deterministic signal that the broadcast is over. PR62, thanks Yaqui for your contribution here. This was a bunch of changes that we agreed upon on the mailing list. So some nomenclature changes about whether roles are reserved or specified. They're now specified. Alternate tracks must have matching time sequences. So these are your ABR sequence tracks. A definition that the temporal and spatial ID should start at 0 and then increase by 1, again, just for determinism. A reordering of the timeline track columns, but we'll get to that change coming up later, and a bunch of other editorial fixes. Merge 64, target latency field. This is very useful for production usage to know how far players are behind, because it's a precursor to synchronizing those clients together. So we specify target latency. By latency, we mean the hand waving latency, the time you wave into the camera to when it's rendered on the screen. We define it in milliseconds. And I give an example there what a latency of 5,000 means. You can't signal it if is live is false. It doesn't make sense for VOD tracks. And any track that declares itself to be in the same render group or is an alternative for another track, they all must have identical target latencies. Otherwise, you can't switch between them. And if you don't tell the player what to do with latency, then it's free to choose the latency it wants to render the content. So we have new PR 67 that's up there right now, adding an event timeline track. So if we go back to the prior group, we have this notion of a timeline track that presented the history of what's been made by the original publisher, which is a set of media PTS group ID, object ID, war clock time, and then an open metadata field. And the original thinking, you could put things like sports scores in here and mix it and match it with your group IDs. Then we started having some really complex discussions, and as a result of that, developing some complex rules for what was allowed to be missing. And it turns out that it's ugly. And we came to the realization that tracks are cheap in the MOQ world. And in fact, we should separate and encapsulate our data as cleanly as we can within individual tracks. So with that in mind, we decided to separate this mixing of the actual media data from this associated temporal data. So now we have what we call a media timeline track. And this is basically just provides data about what the original publisher has published and its relationship to war clock time. And its purpose is to allow players to seek back and find content in the past by knowing the group ID and object ID. So it's just a characteristic. It's a record of what's produced. Timeline tracks are optional, and you can have many of them. Then we introduce the notion of an event timeline track. And this is where you can take associated ad hoc data. This might be live sports data. It might be GPS coordinates of race cars. It might be active speaker notifications. Although we just had the talk yesterday that there might be other ways we want to do that. But the point is, it's data that is bound to the content that's being produced through a key. And that key will be either a group ID, media PTS, or war clock time, but just one of them. It doesn't need multiple. And these timeline tracks are also optional.
Quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
The media timeline, is that essentially just a group ID to wall clock mapping? That's all it is? There's a specific object ID?
It literally has an example of it. So it's media time, group ID, object ID, war clock.
Okay, so it's the original timeline track data. Okay.
Yeah. It's literally a description of what you made.
Can you go to slideshow mode? So it's
I
bigger.
might be able to. Okay.
In the upper right, there you go. I would suggest presenter view. Oh, never mind. Okay, you're good.
Is that working for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so we have this separation of media timeline, describe what you're making, timeline track. It can carry advertising insertion points. It can carry a bunch of associated data. So here's an example of it. Basically, it's a JSON object, sorry, a JSON file. It consists of a series of records. Each record has 3 fields. There's an index, which is either group ID, media PTS, or walk log time. This is so the player can bind it or find the content that it might be referencing. And then it's got a type, which is a string identifier we put in an IANA table. You can register it. You say, this is my type. And that type defines the data that goes in. So we have an example. We were indexing based on walk log time. We have a type of some hypothetical live score data. And then we have a data object whose fields are defined by some other spec that registers this type. And in this case, it's just giving us information you would use to overlay sports score over live data. And we chose JSON for this because it's just a lot more flexible in terms of what we want to, how we might want to communicate more complex data based on the type. So we have an associated issue for switching to JSON. Let's get rid of CSV. So we had CSV for the media timeline originally. I think it was misguided. The effort was to be concise and not have a bunch of curly braces and quotes. But really now our catalog is JSON, our event timeline is JSON. It would be nicer if you just needed a JSON parser and you could parse all this incoming data. So this issue is up there. I will write a PR shortly. And we can convert the CSV quite nicely into an array of arrays inside JSON. So we can use the ordinal position of the item in the array in order to define its meaning. So we'll define this as group ID, media, PTS, object ID, walk log time. And that way we don't have to write key value pairs and basically increase the size of our JSON file. So this was another open issue. This was about, we want a handy URL, right? We want to be a content management system to be able to say, go play this piece of content. And I want to hand them a single URL. So I might need, if I'm connecting to web transport, I'll need an HTTP3 looking connection. It would be different if it's raw QUIC. And then after that, I got a track name, right? Which I'm representing here as a string. Plus I might have a token. So we proposed a number of ways to do this. I quite like the one that Victor proposed, and I'd like to suggest that we adopt this, which is to use the fragment notation of URLs. So the first part of our URL is actually what's used to connect to the relay. The player can use this, can strip off the rest and use this directly, or it can pass this along because the relay is going to ignore anything in the fragment boundary. And we can also pass along query args to carry things like token. The pink part here is what the client would then use to subscribe to the catalog. So this is the actual namespace plus name of the catalog. And for Warp, we're using string-based namespaces and names.
A question on that.
Yeah.
Is that working? To my recollection, the fragments interpret in the media type of the URL, the main URL. So what is that media type? You assume that you will have this being accepted fragment.
It's not explaining the media type. A fragment is basically an index point to an anchor within a page.
Yes,
That's
but
what
it's defined based on which media type the resource you're pointing to.
It's a web transport resource.
It's a web transport resource. It doesn't have any. In fact, web transport explicitly bans you having a fragment.
Yeah.
There's a blocker.
Or you pass it to
Oh.
You could have mentioned that earlier, Victor.
So what Victor said, the internet frig will is that the expectation is that your stack will strip the hash
so we can,
where it goes to the.
It means in the implementation, we must strip off the fragment. And I think that's easy enough for a Warp player to do. No need to try to extend web transport.
And do you disallow slashes in the track name then?
We probably disallow hashes in the track name, yes, because we don't want to falsely interpret the fragment portion.
Did you guys look at using URL templates instead?
I couldn't hear you clearly, Alan.
I said, did you look at using your templated URLs instead of?
Yeah, I put up 3 different possible templates. We can use a divider. We can use this slash notation and say that the first 2 items always go to the relay, because you can use different dividers here to pack as much information as you want. But this seems the most flexible. But I'm hope this is an issue, right? It's not a PR. So I'm going to write a PR on this unless people jump on the issue or we get significant feedback today that there's a better way to divide these 2.
I guess the question is, or maybe that was just asked. Do you not is slash interpreted here to be a namespace tuple divider?
In this portion, yes, and we
Okay.
will explicitly write that into the spec. The slash is the tuple divider. The first tuple is just customer.
Okay.
The second tuple is live,
All right.
and we will do UTF-8 encoding and tell you exactly how to generate the binary that you're going to put into your actual mock transport
Okay.
namespace.
And then you'll have some way to handle the case where there's actually slashes inside the namespace tuple.
Can we just forbid it?
Okay.
Well, we just forbid it. Like, just don't
All right.
put them. Right? This is
Sounds
it's
good.
not necessary.
Escaping.
Yeah.
Colin has a hand.
But I think that violates how you're allowed to use fragments in this, in the URI syntax, but maybe, we can debate it. I mean, it's a trivial nit how we do this, right? We can figure out the right answer for how to do that.
Yeah, it's trivial. We just need to put a line in the sand and go do it, right? Because the next thing I want is interrupt on this. And for that, we're going to pass around a bunch of these URLs and they should work. So if someone feels that this is an invalid use of fragment, then clearly we'll look at something else. I read through the fragment definition. It didn't appear to me in violation of it, but I can be
maybe throw it to either a URL review list or the HTTP directorate.
No, I think what Colin's talking about is that the fragment is for the user agent to, it's not part of the actual URL, it's part of the user agent.
Yeah.
Yes, and then as I said, it's interpreted in the space of the media type. So that's the interpretation of a fragment is depending on the media type of the resource.
Yeah, it's not part of the resource.
Right.
The fragment is not part of the resource.
No, it's not part, but it's yes.
But Will, let me rephrase. You are in an area surrounded with so many landmines that very experienced IETF people don't know the answer.
Yeah.
I think you should contact Ted Hardy and ask him, should you use a hash there or some other symbol? And I suspect the answer is going to be some other symbol.
That's probably good.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
Okay.
I mean, my answer is like that will likely lead us to suboptimal answers that we should disregard.
To understand your requirement though, Will, your requirement is to clearly separate the track name and namespace from the connection URL, right?
Yeah, this is how I connect to the relay. This is how I get my catalog once I'm connected. And I want to supply both of those in one.
So, I mean, you could clearly just do like a, question mark catalog equals what you have there. That would guaranteed work. And like, and you won't be violating anything, I'm sure of it. Right?
That does not work. That does not solve the problem.
Oh, okay. Why?
Because what if your question mark is part of your HTTP URL of your web transport connection?
Like the token.
Oh, I see. Right.
Yeah, it's a fair
That's why
point.
the only
Token
place it
might
can go
be-
is fragment.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, if this is an HPS URL, I can more or less guarantee you that I don't think that hash is going to fly.
Okay, well, can you make a comment and put a link as to why not into this issue then, and we can investigate it.
Software?
Yeah, this seems trivial, but every time we take a path, we come up with a blocker.
Sorry, just to comment on this. I think putting this namespace and name of the full track name in the query string would be beneficial because there are a lot of frameworks that you can parse it also in the string.
Yeah.
So instead of using a fragment, I would prefer putting it in the query string.
Okay, but
I will put in as a comment in the issue as well.
Just
Victor
question for
mentioned
Victor.
that how do you know
Why
which
doesn't
query
query
are-
parameters? I mean, just a query parameter on the resource. Who cares? Like,
yeah.
Why would it work?
Why wouldn't it work?
It's ignored
You're,
by the relay.
you're sending it to an origin that fundamentally understands.
You
this, right?
don't want to send it to the origin. What you want is like you want to pass a URL to the player, and then the player needs to remove the name of the track from the thing.
You remove the query parameters, right?
Huh?
It can remove the query parameters it understands.
Can you define like a special query person?
Yeah. I'm just gonna like live edit this.
That sounds strictly inferior to using a frame.
So we're
Live designing
proposing-
this is bad. I suggest we like, are we gonna get more signal here, and we need to go take it offline?
I think you need ask around a bit
Hope that
more.
does you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a signal here that we can't go straight to PR with this. So
Oh, we need to solve this before we go to RFC. Feel free to like put it in the draft. Whatever, it's fine. We can put it. We can fix this later. I don't not do a PR because you're waiting to resolve this.
okay, well, I would prefer to do one that works until we're RFC, right, and not
Define
changing it.
works. I can guarantee you that what I proposed works, and I can parse it.
Yeah.
In all the relevant environments that currently exist, that's the.
There's not that many things that support transport yet.
That's right, but fragments are not necessarily transferred to the other side.
They're not supposed to be.
Yeah,
They're not
right.
supposed to be.
Yeah.
Yes, but it's.
That's why.
That's the purpose of this.
Yeah.
Right, but that's where it's going to run into problems. Is they're supposed to also be defined for all media types.
Okay. Let's move this discussion onto the issue.
Yeah.
Take the
Okay.
next.
Moving on.
I mean, we've not discussed the previous issue, by the way.
This one?
Yeah.
Do you have comments? I'm open to
I
them.
do. So after we split metadata media timeline and the event, why do we still have metadata field in the media?
Maybe Yukwe would like he's the one who proposed this. There are certain characteristics of the media we produce, such as the stream access point, that the player would like to know about in terms of can it switch there. And what I propose here is that we as a constraint set of this metadata, and again, we just create a table, we come up with a numeric representation, and we bake it in. So for these two items, SAP type 2, I've basically put the SAP type in here. That's the extension here. Other than that, we don't put a metadata. Only metadata describing how we encoded and packaged this data.
And this is a dumb question, but are each of these rows, are they an object? Or is this one big object?
No, this is an array, and that array is an object, comma, another object. Yeah.
No, I mean a mock object.
Is it a mock object? It is a mock group. So it's a group ID and an object ID. So it's an entry point.
The actual encoding, the timeline track itself. I know it's referencing.
Oh, is it a mock?
The payload is object.
Yeah, if you read through the spec, it's a track, and it's a track where you have a complete timeline, every group start, and then you can have incremental delta updates. So you would publish just the first one, and then you would get a delta update every 1 second or 2 seconds, however you're making a group, and maybe every 60 seconds you go back to your independent version. So it's distributed as a track.
So the
and the
delta
player would only
updates
subscribe to
are-
it if it cares about the past.
The delta updates are one-dimensional arrays, and the group object 0 is a two-dimensional array.
No, I would expect the delta update is still a two-dimensional array. It'll be an array with a single item in it,
Okay.
so that we keep consistent format. And you just append that to the prior one, right? If it's a delta update, you append. If it's the independent one, you replace. Victor, did you have more questions on the?
No, I think that answers my question.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll have
yeah.
some other things do these, like at some of the IoT stuff. Is the first is that you add all these things together to get your JSON array and it's a streaming array. So object 0 would have like an open square bracket and like some of the lines you have there, but no closed square bracket. It wouldn't be a full one. It's still a streaming object. And then each one of your additional objects would have just, a couple more lines, like just what you have in a single line there, like square brackets, 3 numbers, square bracket, comma. And so if you concatenate all the objects together, you ended up with the valid beginning of a JSON thing at any piece of time. I'm not saying you should do that. Anything works, I'm just sort of saying that that is common in the IoT world for these things where you're appending JSON with arrays like that.
Okay. That's a good point. We can think about that. I was thinking of what if your update interval is like 10 minutes and you got 5,000 of these individual lines. It's faster to get it as a single group, sorry, a single object, than it is to get 1,000 individual groups.
Sure, that totally makes sense that each group, that all the objects in a group form a valid JSON record, and that every, 5 minutes, you start a new group and the first object in it has 5,000 lines for previous stuff or whatever, and then gets added to.
Yeah.
Like that part of the design makes sense, but I was just sort of saying on how you format the JSON in each one of these objects in a way where the way you just concatenate them together, you just like literally concatenate the bytes together and you end up with a valid JSON object is very common in IoT.
Okay. And that wouldn't, if I was, but what I just answered was we'd still have a double array, then that wouldn't work, right? It wouldn't be a pure concat. Okay.
Either
I
will work, right?
concat. Yeah.
Yep.
I
My
like that.
comment is just don't do what HLS does with DVR, where you have to constantly re-download the old history because you made a new group, basically. You should probably just make one group for the timeline and just object deltas.
Yeah,
Right?
except if you're 4 hours in, right? Then you'd have to get the initial group and all these deltas up to it. So
Sure.
I think-
On the wire, it's basically the same size, right? It's just there's a little bit more object headers.
I have a question. I mean, a solution to this is like having a join track, which is like paired the deltas, and just like you have to get like the most recent, full object, and then it's like, okay, now you can start at object 1,000. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's exactly what we have. You would join this track, getting at the last group boundary. That would give you everything there, and then you'd get a quick bunch of objects after that would catch you up to live.
But what Ian's saying is you wouldn't get the new group.
I'm saying put it on a separate track so that way everyone doesn't need to get the.
You don't want old
Okay.
consumers getting the same content again.
Everybody
Okay.
would have to get group object 0 for every new group and get the entire timeline, every single group.
I actually like that idea. So you would just join the history group once, and then you would join the constant update group, and you would stop your subscription to the history group, and you would just get new objects since then.
Yeah, you'd basically get the most recent object. I guess what is it like joining batch 0, like and something, and just get a single like group / object from the joining one, and then subscribe to the other one basically.
Well, I think you'd have to get from the group object 0 up to live, and then the other live track is just future object. It would be a subscription to the future. But can then whoever's writing the notes, can you write that in there so I don't forget that? That's a good improvement. I think Zafar has his hand up as well.
Do you like?
Will, can you repeat that to the scribe? Will, please repeat that.
What we just covered.
I can try to write in the notes.
You just asked the scribe to say something and he didn't hear it.
No, just to take note of the recommendation that we actually split this media timeline track into 2 tracks, one of which is purely independent updates, and the other of which is just the live. It'll just be a single item, a single row at a time. And that's actually much cleaner because you don't keep getting redumped with the entire history at every 60 seconds. So split media timeline into 2 tracks.
Are you fine, Daniel?
Yeah, that's fine.
Zafar, you had a question?
Yeah, I have a comment about if you want to add some new field, so maybe it's better to add some format version in the catalog for the timeline track. So it would be, for parsing, like there may be some other versions in the future. So this will be the version 1, and then in the second version there will be another field. So the parsers
add a version to this. That's probably a good idea as well.
Yes.
Okay. Let's also for Daniel add version to media timeline, which will mean we need a header though. So it's a little.
In the catalog, maybe it can be defined, right? So in the catalog, the type of the track is timeline, and you can put just the format.
Okay,
version.
we can define because we do have a type of timeline. We can call it timeline 1, timeline 2, timeline 3, and okay, yeah.
Victor?
Yeah, I was gonna say don't put version in the timeline, put version in the catalog.
In the catalog. Excellent. I agree.
Luke?
Any other
And I'm just-
feedback?
And I'm just gonna say maybe key value pairs instead of an array, because you're doing this every 2 seconds. Like it's okay to spend another 30 bytes, just to put like G colon number, and then you can add custom stuff like SAP type.
We
could
can
be SAP
we can
colon.
actually we can
You don't need
actually
CSV.
it's valid, Jason. I can go stick a whole object in here with a more complex structure. The items in an array do not have to have matching type. So
But you need some sort of header to know what the fifth element is then. But if you just do
Right.
key value pairs, you don't need that. You just do SAP colon 2, and then later on you can do something else.
But if these are all invariant, do I need to repeat that it's group ID 10,000 times?
I'm saying you're saving like 30 bytes every 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So it's up to you.
Okay.
But in the big updates, it's actually substantial.
Yeah.
Right? So I mean, I think, yeah, I mean,
Jason's not a good fit if you care about the byte size.
We've had this circular discussion. Yeah, we like Jason's very nice for dev. We can go to CBOR or something more compact in the future. And yeah, we can also zip these files, and they're going to be not that large.
I think, I don't know, I'm fine with what Will's doing right now.
Zip snapshot.
Sure. Yeah.
So time check, Will.
Okay. I want to go on. So,
Yeah.
request for implementation experience. We've had some limited implementations. I want to call out Torben with Mock Live Mock, and also Mocktail by Ali and Zafar. It's not exactly Warp, but it's catalog based, and it has that. But it would be really useful to get some real implementation experience so we can modify this, because a lot of it is theoretical application. So I was wondering if we can get a simplified version of Warp, perhaps just a single audio and video track as an interop test point. So it'll be one of those test cases, and you generate that URL, and you give it to some type of test player, and you point it at a relay, and then you try to play it back.
Can we align MockMe with Warp to be that like subset of Warp that's simplified and like static and
Are you saying add a catalog to MockMe or like make mock? Tell me what tell me what you want. By the way, MockMe expired last week. Someone asked me if we were going to re-up it.
yeah? So I
don't
guess
know.
my question is like, there's a lot of ground that we would like to cover in Warp, but at this stage, it's useful to have a very simple test point that exercises the basics. Do we want to keep doing that as an entirely separate thing, or do we want to like exercise the basics of Warp as kind of our media test case?
Maybe the interesting thing to do, and I noticed that Warp's getting a lot more action. I have not been following it closely because I'm looking at other things. But I think somebody who knows Warp well enough could we make a new version of like MockMe 2 is no longer bespoke, but it is based on Loc, like it's totally aligned with Loc, and then somebody writes the world's simplest catalog that matches what MockMe. MockMe basically has a hard-coded catalog. So like, can you write the world's simplest catalog that matches MockMe? So maybe a Warp expert could like do that.
Yeah,
Maybe,
this is exactly what I'm asking for, Ellen. A very, very simple version of MOP with just one audio, one video, and lock packaging.
Will, I think it'd be useful if you specified what features of Warp you think are essential to test in this interop point, so that we figure out, okay, what's the right target? Clearly one audio, one video track, but then do you want to expect timeline tracks? Do you expect the catalog? Do you expect authorization?
I would think a minimum is a catalog with live audio and video, and then the next step up from that, catalog with live audio, video, and a timeline. That's I can write that up this afternoon. That's very simple, and I think we already have working version. Ali and Zafar have already made a version that would be compliant with that or very close to it. And then we have a client that just generates that, right? And we could run that client against a relay, and then have another client that attempted to play it back as an interop point, because we can keep interrupting around MockMe, but I would like us to start interrupting around Warp, a very simple version of Warp.
One suggestion, I see a lot of interest in the text tracks. We should add a text track as the word. The timeline track is text, right? I think.
Yeah,
we have a
type of track, which is WebVTT or IMSC1. Those are the two captioning formats that are prevalent today. So that's another intro point, but that's getting complex. But I'm fully in support of that, and should probably flesh out in Warp in more detail how you distribute your time text, right? For VOD, it's easy. It's one document. But for live, there's going to be fragments. And it's going to look very much like the timeline track. And we can probably follow the exact same protocol of that. Is you have two versions of it, actually. One of which is the one when you first join, and the other is just the updates after that. So I agree with you. That needs work. Okay, moving on, because time is short. Naming. So the name Warp belongs to Luke. Credit to Luke, who's in the room. But Luke's not directly involved on this. Plus, I don't know if Luke wants his name back. So who can say?
I stole it from somebody else, so don't worry. You can.
Okay, well,
it used to be
maybe
called
we
Transform.
shouldn't be using it in the first place. Okay, so it's a good stock marketing sort of meme name, but it doesn't really fit with other IETF draft names. So should we rename it now before we go further down the pipe to something more techy like MOQ media streaming format, or Suhas suggested media over MOQ, which is MOM, which I quite like too. I can work with that. So
Oh my goodness.
if it is just consensus, I'll open up an issue and we can bike shed. We don't need to bike shed live. But my recommendation would be we do change the name to something that fits in and that is also descriptive of what we're producing.
Christian?
I would not get too excited about names, Will. I mean, look at the name QUIC. What does it mean? Okay? I mean, the IETF has a tradition of using quirky names all over the place. So Warp is not particularly bad in that tradition. Doesn't matter. If you want to keep it, there is no reason not to keep it.
We just had the opposite opinion though from Ali later. So I'm open to keeping it and I'm open to change it. I'd just like to know what the consensus view is on that.
Can the chairs just like have the show of hands of should we change it, should we not, or how can we get through this quickly without it devolving into the Pirate King? Chairs.
We have some better suggestions.
Don't ask for suggestions right now.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Go ahead, Luke.
I'm gonna say you shouldn't use carp. A because I did carp with a K, and B because it's crap. It's crap. Every time I wrote it,
I'm
I
not
saw
using
crap.
carp as just a placeholder, and I have another slide saying we
Okay.
should rename carp.
Yeah,
So-
that one needs to be renamed.
Okay. All right. All right.
help
Show
us.
of hand, raise your hand if you want to change the name from Warp.
We have 3 online, I see.
None in the room.
But in fairness, if you ask the flip side of that,
Okay,
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't-
that's
I
fair
don't
enough.
care
Yeah,
less.
yeah, that's the other
Don't
question.
care.
Who wants to keep the name Warp? Raise your hand. Guess we loosely want to change the name. Okay, all right. We can have a name change-a-thon on the list, I think.
Who cares? I think is the right question.
Christian is
Fine,
fine.
who cares?
3 versus 2 is.
Well, actually, Will, why don't you pick a name? And if people have a problem with it, they can file an issue. Seriously, like, I mean, nobody cares.
I will start a thread. We'll propose some names. We won't go down the road
Okay.
too long. And we'll
I
try
don't want to
make
use
it-
agenda time on it. Let's do it over email. If somebody has a problem, they can file an issue.
Okay.
So run whatever
Let's
process
go-
you want.
I'm going to go straight to carp here because that came up. Okay. Carp, which is the most beautiful logo we've had today. So we should give it credit for that. So what is carp? Carp is a media streaming format for use with MOQ transport. It extends Warp and it adds in CMAF support. So carp is everything. I tried to draw a picture here. We got QUIC, we got MOQ transport. Carp includes all of Warp and then adds in some stuff for CMAF, right? To direct your questions, why not add CMAF to Warp directly? Because we've had a prior work group decision that Warp shouldn't be dependent on any ISO specs. So Warp is not, it uses lock, and then this carp adds in the ISO references. Why do we want CMAF support? CMAF's a basis for much of the HLS and Dash content, and it's a bridge to compatibility with all the existing encoders. You can go to any encoder and say, give me a CMAF segment, whereas we don't have that utility today with lock, not yet. Why is it named after a not sexy fish? Because I put C for CMAF in front of W for warp. That's why. It's just a working name. Clearly, we can name it something else. So if you care, here's the mapping between CMAF and warp. So this diagram, for those in the CMAF world, they'll recognize it instantly. It's from CMAF. So how do things map in? A CMAF presentation is actually a CARP catalog. A CMAF switching set is a set of CARP tracks who have a common alt group specified. The CMAF tracks is a one-to-one mapping to CARP tracks, and it's actually a one-to-one mapping to a MOQ track as well. The CMAF header is the init value in the catalog. A CARP group is a CMAF segment, and a CARP object is a CMAF chunk. And there can be multiple CMAF chunks in a fragment and multiple fragments, one or more fragments in a segment. So it does map pretty cleanly and consistently from CMAF world over to a warp and hence a MOQ transport world. So what have we merged? A PR refining the CMAF box requirements. So this was feedback from France. I forget which company directly. So basically, this is to allow us direct compatibility with both low latency dash and low latency HLS. So it must contain a movie box, a movie fragment, a MOF, not a move, and followed by a MDAT. So this is requiring that each object hold at least one CMAF chunk. A CMAF chunk can be one frame or it can be a collection of frames, but it can't be more than a GOP. Your move must contain, and this comes straight from some of Luke's initial restrictions, must contain a movie fragment header box and a track box with a track ID matching the track box in the init fragment. You can only have a single track in each section. That's a CMAF restriction. You can contain multiple chunks, as I mentioned, and it must contain the media in decode order. So
and this is the same as HLS, for the record.
Essentially, if you're encoding for low latency HLS or low latency dash, you can just take the bytes out of that and move it into CARP. Merged number 5, adding some object types. So there are different types of boundaries, especially coming up with some of the newer codecs that we would like to know when they're switching. So this extends the warp catalog fields to add 2 new ones, max group SAP starting type and max object SAP starting type. And this gives us compatibility directly with dash attributes start with SAP and subsegment starts with SAP. So it just allows more compatibility in a way to tell the player, can it switch at an intermediate point inside a segment? Again, request for implementation experience. It's another application. I credit MOQ Live MOQ and Mocktail again for leading the way here with a close application. And I make the same request as before. Can we take a simplified version of CARP, single audio and video? It's going to look very much like the one just proposed for the warp interrupt point. And it just becomes another point of interrupt in the test matrix. And then adoption. I think CMAP support is broad enough in the OTT industry that we should have CARP as a companion spec to warp. So I would request adoption. I left off the naming, so when we adopt it, we can, of course, change its name, and that might be dependent on what we rename warp. That's the last slide.
Okay. Maybe do a show of hands of who's, I think, it would be good to adopt CARP. So, yeah, let's see. We have 3 online, 6, 9, 10.
4 online.
4 online.
4 online. So, okay, so we're 11. I think in total 4. Anyone against adopting it?
Not against, but a clarification question.
Yeah.
Well, do you intend for CARP to literally support every single CMAF possible encoding? Or do you have a profile in CARP that says only these things are in scope?
It's this, which is not all of CMAF. CMAF is big and complex. This is a thin, narrow, vertical version of it. That's actually the version used for most live media distribution today. So yeah,
Let
it's
me
not
let me
complete.
clarify. I meant every possible media type that CMAP can already encapsulate. There's bindings for almost everything in the world to CMAP, right? You could take a Dolby, DTS 3, payload, and that's part of CARP 2. You're going to take
I would like Dolby to support. Sorry, I would like CARP to support the Dolby encapsulation. I would also like CARP to support multi-view HEVC. Because these are valid, right? We want to get this data into headsets.
So, but well, I guess what Moy is asking, you're not picking any formal requirement on any media codec from this CARP spec. You're not requiring any endpoint to support.
CARP has no constraint on the media codec currently.
Nothing required, nothing restricted.
Nope, it's just a container, right? CMAF is a box, you put stuff in it. So we don't, now if this group feels we should constrain the codecs, we can do that, but I would prefer not to.
Ali?
So I agree with Will just said. Constraining what goes into CMAF is going to be, it's going to be unnecessary for us, right? I mean, whoever wants to use MOQ for transport for CMAF packaged content, I think we should allow it, right? Whether you support that codec, that audio codec or video codec, is entirely up to the client whether they want to subscribe to that track, right? So I think that's not really a MOQ question in this case.
Victor?
Oh, I wasn't here.
Okay.
I was to say to Mo, I will stream Theora over a MOQ with CMAP, and you cannot stop me.
Clever. I wasn't suggesting to stop anything. I just make sure people understand that means that basically everything under the sun can come under this, and it's basically up to the applications to figure out how to interop.
Yeah, but
even for just video, even if just H.264 video, we already have the problem with codecs that there's improper support for AVC3 versus AVC1, and that's a 20-year-old thing, right?
But Mo, we have robust signaling for CMAF codecs, right? And inside the catalog, there's a field that specifies the codec. There's audio channels. We have all the signaling set up so that you can add Dolby multi-channel, and it's going to communicate it directly. Your client then choose the one that it knows it can decode. So it's not that all clients have to support all codecs. The publisher makes some, it describes them, it gives the catalog to the client, and the client, if it can't play any of them, it plays nothing, right?
Yeah, I agree. It's totally fine. Application will control both ends, publisher and subscriber, and then do the right thing.
You want to?
Yeah, so there is other thing that I kind of find weird about this is that, at least from my experience, from talking to OTT vendors, most of them really want to send us M2TS and CMF much less common in terms of coming up in conversations.
Okay, I haven't had that feedback, but I'm not.
So we were in the question if there was anyone who think we shouldn't adopt CARP. I just give you a chance of. I see no indication of that. So okay, strong support towards adopting CARP.
And strong suggestion to change its name too.
Yes.
So
Okay.
we got about 15 minutes left.
Okay, good. That'll be enough time. I want to go to the third and last associated spec here, which is Cat for MOQ. It has the second coolest logo after CARP, I will mention. So we did adopt it. I changed it out of my repo to MOQ. There's an ID draft. I'm keeping the name Cat for MOQ because I think as per our earlier discussion, we can have different protection mechanisms for MOQ, and it might be fun to name them all the same way. We could have JWT for MOQ, for example. But I've started introducing the acronym C4M to describe this. So in the spec, I give this as an abbreviation. I think it would be nice if we referred to it when we use it as, oh, it's protected with C4M. It's a little easier to say than cat for mocked, which means a lot to this group, but absolutely nothing to the outside. And I also want to thank Chris, Gwendol, and Suhas for giving time to updates. So what's changed? We removed sections. Sorry, it's covering up my own slides. We had a whole lot of details for how to transmit these tokens in URLs. And we realized that this is just a token spec. It doesn't tell you how to move it from point A to point B. That is the function of a streaming format. So we decided C4M is transport agnostic, and we should move that to Warp. So all we did add to this spec, so we took that out. I opened up an issue against Warp that we should specify how to convey these tokens. And this PR does say that if you do put them in a URL, they should be base64 encoded. So at least when they're in URLs, they're in a consistent format. 23, we added mock reval to the IANA section. So basically, we're gonna define two new claims for CWT tokens, MOQT and MOQT reval, and they're specified here. And this came because of the revalidation discussion that we had. So we have the ability to force revalidation of any of the individual tokens at an independent time. We have an example now of the auth flow. Thank you, Suhas, for this. I won't go through it in detail. Basically, distribution service and the relay share secrets ahead of time. You log into the distribution service, it gives you one of these tokens back. You connect to the relay using that token. You can use it in setup. The token will validate it. It won't actually go back to the distribution service. This validation happens internally at the relay. Accept the connection. And then as you take mock actions, so you revalidate the token. And mock transport has a whole mechanism for using aliases to make this a little faster and cleaner, especially if we were reusing the same token for every object. That's in there. We also added merge support for composite claims. And I think Suhas has taken the first stab at actually detailing this out. Suhas, I didn't have room in the slide to put you inside example, but people should speak to Suhas. He has an example. So we have and/or, and I think NAND perhaps, as a new plain type. And it allows us to do two things: Boolean combination of claims and Boolean combination of claim sets as well. Because each claim set can only have one expiry tag. So if you want different expiry tags, as we're showing here, you're going to put them in two claim sets. And these claim sets allow you to do different things. In this case, publish on Bob the logs from a different time to publishing something else. This support for composite claims is dependent on Chris Lemon's composite claims draft, which is sitting in a cozy group right now. He plans to present it at IETF 124. If the work group don't want to take it up, then we can just take his prose and add it directly to our Cat4Mock RFC. We introduced mock reval. I mentioned that before. So it's the time in seconds at which the token must be revalidated. So if you say give an IP restriction, you can say every 30 seconds, I want you to check that this user is still at the IP. I don't recommend IP restrictions at all because they're fakeable quite easily, but there are other restrictions that are not so easily fakeable and that we do want to revalidate over a long-running session. And then Suhas did a bunch of work on adding support for Depop claims. I'm going to attempt to summarize the work here. And Suhas, raise your hand if I'm suggesting it wrong. So the cool thing about Depop is, say I validate myself to the authentication system and it gives me a token. Without Depop, I can give that token to Suhas and Suhas can start using it. So I can pirate the content, right? There's nothing binding the token to me. And Depop solves that problem. It basically, it takes a cert that I have and a cert that the relay have, and there's a trusted partner in the middle that can basically create a token that can only be used by me and only for the relay network in question. The original Depop was written with a HTTP focused view and scope. So Suhas has written a Depop proof drop that basically adds generic application transport support and the notion of an authorization context object, which you can see here for mock. It's got mock, it's got the action, it's got the namespace, and it's got the name. And here are the auth-z context action types for mock. So we have a mapping of mock action against this context object action, which is pretty clean. Suhas, it wasn't clear to me why subscribe namespace couldn't be subscribe namespace. Is there a length restriction here?
No, there's no length restriction. We can change that.
Okay. We might want to just make them match as much as possible, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And here's the application context with JWT payload example. So subscribe to this namespace, this name, and your auth component. Suhas, you want to say anything more on Depop?
No, I think we covered it pretty well. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. We also have an outstanding open issue, and there's a lot of text. But basically,
I just have one question for both you guys. So,
yeah.
When we use bearer tokens in IETF specs, we have a lot of other things we often expect to happen, right? To make them safe. I mean, is there any reason not to put this Depop draft text in the C4M draft?
We can add it, yeah. That does not, yeah. Because right now it's a draft against OAuth, but nothing stops to add it. Initially, the text was in the draft.
Right.
And we just moved it.
Well,
okay.
I mean, I don't have a strong opinion. I was just sort of wondering how and where we should proceed with this.
So the reason to keep it as a separate draft is if it's going to be used elsewhere. And the way Suhas wrote it, it's an agnostic format. So it can be used in other applications besides Cat4Mock. So that's why it should probably, in my mind, it can stay an independent draft unless that's not being promoted and doesn't get released, in which case we can't really release Cat4Mock because we'd be referring to it. So it's all about progressing the parallel draft on which we're dependent.
Yeah, I mean, I don't buy that, Will. I don't buy the idea of you have a draft inside MOQ that will be used by other groups. If we wanted to have a draft that does that and is reusable, it would have to be in another working group that is chartered to deliver that kind of stuff. Yeah. We are not.
Christian, it's not inside MOQ. I don't know where Suhas has put it, but he's not proposing that it's inside MOQ.
No, I mean, in the MOQ working group.
Right. I don't think Suhas is proposing that this Depop proof draft is something that is adopted and exists inside the MOQ working group. So, yeah, Suhas, where were you thinking?
But then, if you are not inside the MOQ working group, you don't have a home yet until a new group has been chartered to do that. And so, I mean, I would
right now, it is submitted to the OAuth working group because it defines a new or transport agnostic Depop group.
Yeah.
So we need we need to see what OAuth group thinks about it.
Okay, but basically you should have a time set there system. If the OAuth has not adopted it formally within so many months, then we fold that into CAT.
Okay.
I think we will have to reevaluate that because I wonder about this. I need to think about this charter scope, etc., and how far where is that? I mean, this is going to be a gray boundary, of course, but I don't want to take too much actual security work, which is directly related to our protocol and adoption, just adapting existing solutions to it. So I think this is getting towards that boundary where we at least need to look into, maybe have some discussion with appropriate ADs, etc., before we adopt anything.
I get you. I mean, but we have the basic idea is that MOQ is doing a lot of work, so we have to be concerned of what we do. But I don't like the dependency on something which is not adopted in another working group yet.
No. So let's see where and I think we should take this as those who are interested in this should go support and so as draft in OAuth. So it's.
I think, okay, we'll figure this out, but
Yeah.
it seems to me like OAuth is gonna say, we have fully defined Depop.
Yeah.
It is defined in OAuth today.
Yeah.
We've done everything that needs to be done.
Yeah.
Feel free to use, everything you're doing is talking about how to use it in
Yeah,
OAuth.
and that's the thing. I want to have that synchronization then with the relevant working group chairs in this.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah.
But I suspect that's where it's going.
And then we'll stick it in here and it'll be easy and we own it completely and it's under our control.
And it also will answer the question in the cat token, the cat for mock draft of, well, how do you deal with the fact that this is a bearer token if you don't have Depop? Right, and it answers that concern.
And then the last slide I have is just a target date. I had replied to the chairs. I thought we could finish this by March 26th. There's not that much more definition to do other than we've got Suhas's draft and Chris's draft on which are currently external dependencies, but we could pull them in. However, there's no point in releasing this ahead of the core transport spec because there might be something we need to change. So I just suggest that we aim for a synchronized release with mock transport in terms of timeline.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Thank you, Will. Thank you for running on time. I can read my editor's mind and think that he would like as short a lunch break as possible.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can people do what they need to do and be back here in a half an hour? Once it's already sitting outside.
Yes, go.
Okay, all right.
12:30.
Be back at 12:30.
We're free to bring something in here if we don't finish, right?
I mean, it's you guys building.
I mean, if we have a sandwich.
Everyone's welcome to eat in this room.
I mean, I don't care. No food.
Sure, okay.
And I will make you all hungry in the end.
Yeah, if you spill, you'll have to
You
knock
trying
it
to show
out.
me something, or you just have to be angled?
Yeah, I am going to be gone from.
We're gonna talk about extensibility.
Well, I'm not going to be.
Okay, we'll talk about other stuff and do extensibility right at 1, okay? Because I gotta go at 1:45.
Sure,
I'll
that
be
sounds.
taking the rest of the meeting from both of them because
Oh, okay, sounds fine.
We can talk about the other stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just skip over it and do other stuff. Hopefully, you have all of your opinions already. In the
That's what you're
issues.
doing.
You want to look at the slides real quick? I can go over them with you before 12:30.
Actually, we don't have most today.
Well, before 12:15, right now.
Let me use the bathroom and then.
Yeah.
That's what you want.
Saying, and I will make some minor updates to the slide. I don't know if you want me to add them. The slides are just like techniques or things like that. You said, I got you. That's an idea.
yeah, the Allen Spear.
Sorry, Alan. Sorry. Same.
It'll go. Yeah.
Here's a thought. I went.
Okay.
And we have to do it on our space. Get it together.
Yeah.
We do not want any of our footprint on it.
It does not seem we're going to do async. There's nothing to say about async in that meeting.
And they still want
Yeah, and storm company. So, I mean, I guess we'll see how this all happens and comes out.
I have another meeting now, so your conference room is through there, and lots going on.
Oh, it's the far corner one, that's nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on.
So that's it, at 12:20.
Thank you. Have you ever had some draft, or like if there's ever one of mine, I always have too much draft and I'm not, I'm always doing too many things. So if you're ever like, hey, there's one of my drafts that I've been working on that you'd like to co-do with me or whatever, and for one, love to just have it as a good excuse to work with you. Tell me and get working on one.
Okay, so I'll somebody else to maybe go through the next set. I think we can get to maybe 25, and then my expectation is that our friends, everyone will get their several issues. The four of us will all write PRs for this 20 in the next section. Right now, I'm updating the other ones that have already happened. This is all. Now, here's my favorite.
I'm not saying that here is vegetable.
Regarding block we need to run on the show.
What do you want to talk about?
Well, I think the slides, thank you for doing them. Like, I'm very flexible on how the time is used.
I mean,
so if there's a set of issues maybe that, or Alan just wants to land, doesn't really care what the answer is. I mean, you would have to All right, victory's ours.
It's like the same.
Thank you, Emily.
So
I'm gonna
yeah,
be.
Yeah,
1
actually,
minute.
it's faster than Uber right now.
1 minute.
Please take your seat.
It's 50-minute drive because of traffic, and the train walking there is 16 minutes. The rest of the way to the airport is
But it drops me off at the wrong terminal, and anyway, I decided to go with car. I think it's about a push. It's actual time. I could be wrong.
So I'm gonna ask for a scribe for the afternoon in 30 seconds. Can we save some time and have volunteers now?
I can continue scribing until we leave.
Oh, we
but-
still, either way, we need it back up, but thank you. Go out there and give everyone the 1 minute warning.
There were no one in sight, so everyone was probably on.
Sue wants to went back to his hotel. Colin has a meeting till 1. So we're going to talk about stuff that I showed him what we're going to talk about.
Okay.
And I'm sure he'll have.
All right, it's 12:30. We're gonna be. Is everything okay over there, Mo? Yep. Can I get a thumbs up or something that people can hear us?
In remote land.
Will or Christian?
Oh, what
Wei
was
Hang?
anti-mo.
Thank you, Will. Will can hear us.
My badge. That's the OG badge.
How long ago was that taken?
Last year.
Okay.
Right before mock.
All right. Two orders of business before Alan starts going nuts.
Is Ian, are you going to share to drive the slides?
Yeah, I'll drive slides.
Is anyone here? Is anyone here specifically because I really wanted to hear Ian talk about zero RTT, which is what we have on the agenda this morning. Okay. Yes, Will. You are. You're muted.
I'm interested in zero RTT. Yeah.
Okay. Would you mind if instead the editors used it to just tackle random issues?
Well, sure. If you're wanting to know if I'm interested in zero RTT, yes. If you want to move it and bump it, that's your call.
That was a trade-off.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll let the editors figure out how to best use the time.
There's only one here.
All right. The other thing is we need a scribe. Daniel is here for another hour or so. He did the morning, but
I can help, but I'm leaving at long. Next
leave?
breaking time.
okay, that doesn't help us then. because
Oh,
we
okay.
need to save it as well. Luke, can I get you to scribe?
You saw me doing this, and you're like, "Yeah, okay, sure."
Well, I mean, you're like literally the only person who hasn't scribed yet.
Let me,
is
well,
the editor
let me,
or
actually,
chair.
you know, is it okay if we just record them? Well, again, I was going to say, we're going to record them in GitHub anyway.
Well, I mean, like, I don't need a lot of minutes. I just need a phone minute to take her. So I mean, like, still recording GitHub. You can point people to GitHub issues, whatever.
Need someone from Google. Oh, never mind. It was just it was busy looping from was crashing.
Okay.
Okay,
All right. So I think
slide 24.
Okay. Thank you, Luke.
Yeah, I can do it.
Daniel, if you can back them up, yes, that'd be great. Alan,
Next
it's on
one.
you.
Wait, you've had like too far.
Well, I would
Slide
leave
24.
before, so.
24? Yeah, we're going to skip extensibility until
Four?
Colin
Yeah,
comes back.
Okay.
This
Well,
one.
we're done at 4.
So it's fine. Yeah.
Okay. We'll see. Okay. Varants, this has been around a long time. We presented the proposal in Stockholm. People liked it. The PR is up. We're waiting for ALP notification to land first, which was blocked on Chrome implementation. Chrome now has an implementation of W2 available protocols in Canary, and we have interopted with it. So I think that means we should, in draft 15, be moving to ALPN notification and W2 available protocols for web transport version negotiation, where somebody has to work on that PR. Once we do that, then we can go about ripping our varants apart. The PR does have 3 pieces of feedback on it that I just want to get some signal on because the discussion petered out there. 2 different people have suggested that we use a different encoding scheme that would allow up to 250 1-byte variants. But the expense comes at the 2-byte space. I think there'd be the number of encodings in 2 bytes that you can't do in one is very small. It's like you can do 250 in 1 byte, but you can only do 256 in 2 bytes. So that's a trade-off. And it sort of depends. Like you're sending if you're sending the number 200 a lot, then you're really going to want one scheme. If you're sending the number 500 a lot, you're going to want the other. I sort of think that we want the one that's in the varmint PR. I was just talking to Victor earlier. He was the one who suggested it. He's not going to be here right now, but he sort of wants to see data to make a decision. Does anybody either have data or have like strong intuition about what the histogram is going to look like and whether we should explore this?
We talk about the status quo is the QUIC variant format. I assume everyone knows that.
So QUIC variant, you have 64 values in 1 byte. MOQ variants, which is in PR 1016, gives you 128 in 1 byte. You can do more, but it reduces what you can.
The other difference is the proposal allows a full 2 to the 64 minus 1 range, right?
You could, yeah. I mean, there's multiple things we did in the VAR, like why we did the VAR PR.
Right.
It's not just to add more 1 byte space. The other was to create an encoding that lets you a full 64-bit integer. So those features are there.
I mean, I don't need that, but
anyway,
someone
other
wanted
people do, and the people seem to like it. So I guess does anybody? Yes.
First of all, I just had to realize how many hard coded like tests I'm gonna have to change now. But okay.
You're not written any tests.
Yeah, I know. It's my fault. But so I guess the real compression thing, the most important value is object ID.
Well, object IDs are now delta encoded.
In subgroups?
In subgroups. I guess not in data.
Not in data. Well, that's the
datagrams are maybe where they
datagrams
matter.
are a bigger deal. But okay. So object IDs are going to be, I mean, they're going to be, obviously you'll have more small groups, but in many cases you'll have those kind of use this. Like, so if I have what's the maximum for, so this is a 1 byte, 2 byte trade-off?
I believe the 2 byte, I maybe I should have tried to summarize the encoding, but it basically works like this. If the number is less than 250, let's say, that's your number. And then you use the code, you use 251 to mean this is a 2 byte encoding, and 252 means it's a 3 byte encoding, and so on, right? But that means like if you got a 2 byte encoding with 250, well, that means you got the byte that you already used to signal that you need another byte plus only 1 byte. So that only gives you 6 more. So you get 250 in the first byte, but you only get 256 out of 2, compared to the 1016 PR, which you get 128 out of 1 and 2 to the 14 out of 2. That's the trade-off.
I would love to see a graph of like number versus.
Yeah, what I just said was not numeric. I can put that in the PR. We promise to comment. Like
if you ping me that you did it, yes.
I'll just comment that in a lot of other areas that care about variable length and compactness of video coding, LEB 128 is very common, which is basically robbing 1 bit. So you have 128 code points for the first byte. You have a more flag. And if you have more, you decide whether the more is another byte or another word, do you double or do you add 1?
Yeah.
That's the typical thing that
I kind of qualitatively grasp what you're talking about and what the trade-off is. I would love to see a graph of like where the breakpoints are. Like if I'm uniformly distributed numbers from 1 to 64,000, like what is the expected value?
I think the only one that matters is the 1 byte space is almost twice as large but the 2 byte space is significantly smaller. That's a rare
encoding. I've never seen very many standards ever use that kind of.
I mean, it doesn't matter what other standards use.
But there are way more 2 byte numbers than 1 byte numbers, and so.
But the frequency is
right.
Well, okay.
Yeah, right. I mean, there's approximately 64,000 2 byte numbers. So if I was uniformly distributed over that space, like the total encoding footprint would be much larger.
Yes.
With the 250 thing, but obviously less than 255 is more common. Okay, I don't need
let's come back to this. I think we have the trade-off we want right now, and I think the other one optimizes for one thing exclusively, which is 1 byte space. Like you can't get any more than about 250. That's it. But like ours is a better balance. It's and so I think unless lots of people come with something else soon, we're just gonna land.
You want the 250?
No.
You,
I want the 128 and 2 to the 14 and 2 bytes.
I'm gonna say who cares? Let's
Oh, yeah.
do whatever. Like
Yeah. That's what I mean. Somebody, but I can't
cares?
land it until the content is resolved. So
like get some production data, show some graphs. Otherwise, who cares until then?
I don't want to do this twice.
I mean, it's not gonna.
And again, like I said, in other standards where most of the things that they're encoding are lengths, the LAB 128 is a dominant thing that people use.
The fact that code exists.
it's not the same encoding as that.
81.
I think we sort of invented our own here, which just has a different property.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, okay, I'm gonna go with what we have and just tell
Okay,
somebody else to
like-
file an appeal if they don't like it.
Show us what we have. This is not what we have. This is changes to what we have, right?
Yeah.
This is what we have.
I think there's a graph in the, if you go, Ian, if you switch to the issue or to the PR, you can see it. I mean, I presented it. God knows when.
Okay, so like I will just say that if you make me write another parser and another framer and change all of my tests,
You're
and
only
then,
doing it
and then
once.
change it again, I will be very
This
upset.
can't be complicated enough that it needs a graph.
No, I'm not asking for a graph. I'm saying like I don't want to do this. I don't want to change all this stuff twice. Like we better be sure this is it. This one?
I thought it was in here somewhere. Did I make it? I thought
It's on the issue.
Oh, there's a table in the PR. Go to the files.
Okay. Where did Victor go?
He went for a walk because his head hurts. I was afforded no such option.
All of our heads are gonna hurt after this.
Yeah.
Okay, scroll down. There's a table somewhere. Maybe turn comments off.
I don't actually really care that much. I just don't want to do it twice. Is my main thing.
Is that the table?
Yes, there's the table. This is the current proposal. They can make it 5 times bigger again.
So what data do people want to see? Can I offer to collect some data and
I mean, length is the main one. Like the length of an object. Like, what do we people? What do you think the distribution of object lengths is going to be?
I think there's going to be a lot of 10K-ish. Like
Just a
well
2 byte
over
value.
128, but
Yeah.
probably fits in 2 bytes.
And this is what we want.
Okay.
You think it's going to be that long?
I think there's
You
going to be a lot of that.
dominant length is going to be less than 250 bytes.
I mean, audio
No.
is gonna
No
be
way.
below 100.
Or the other one is like if
And video is gonna be in the range you say. It's several case to, tens of case.
I wish I was getting stronger signal here, but I want to move on. I don't think people in this room are giving me the signal. We should move to something else. Unfortunately, there's 2 other questions on the slide. Number 1, do we want to include pseudocode in the draft for whatever we have? I see Michael shaking a head. No. QUIC does have pseudocode. Colin said absolutely not. Show of hands. Who wants pseudocode in the draft? Who does not want pseudocode in the draft? And who doesn't care?
Easy to implement.
I would have to. Yeah. I mean, I'll make it work either way. I don't care.
Okay. All right. Fine. I won't die in that hill. Okay. What to do with the last 4? The way our current encoding is, if you want a 64-bit value, your leading byte has 4 leading ones. What do we do with the last 4 bytes? Do you mandate that they're 0?
That's 4 bits.
Last 4 bits of the first byte have to be all zeros. Colin said he wanted there to be an extensibility point. So someday we want to add 16 byte. All right, so we can use those bits.
That's what LPN's for.
Wait, so if we do that, then we force the zeros, right?
If you force, the question is, do we just say you have to put zeros there, and then if you get anything other than 0, if you get 1, 1, 1, 1 in any bit pattern after that, it's not all zeros. That's a protocol violation. Do we want to say that?
But that's how you create extensibility, correct? Because if you
Otherwise, somebody could be sending random garbage there, which you then.
I mean, can the definition just be as simple as when you say leading bits, you're talking about most significant bits.
Sure.
Right? So you're just saying that you keep parsing ones double the size all the way up until
It's not quite exactly how it works.
And it only goes up until the first byte.
The question is not about how many bits to do. The question is what to do with the 4 zeros that
No,
come
but
back.
I'm saying for extensibility, you keep doubling. 1, 1, 1 keeps doubling.
We're not defining that.
We're not supporting.
Those are the trailing 4 bits are unused. Do
So-
you want to mandate them to be 0, or do we not care?
So I'm asking, make enforcing all zeros make it extensible. That's my intuition, but I'm not 100% sure about it.
Probably.
So Christian first.
Yeah, I mean, I said that in the chat. I am not comfortable with this group inventing yet another way of encoding integers. And if we pick another encoding, we should pick an existing one. Basically, I would consider using the CBOR encoding if you don't like the QUIC encoding, but I would not consider doing another one here.
Okay. Like, at least the previous signal is that people in the group liked this new encoding better than any other encoding. So,
Can I say again that people that do encoding for a living and care about compactness have gravitated to LEB 128 for things like
Okay.
links?
I'm gonna call it on this issue. Like, we can't keep going in circles, people. Like, do you want another show of hands? Like, go about like.
Did you want to comment? Yes, good. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do a lot of stuff in compression, but I think the code is pretty good. I think
The current in the draft or the current in the PR?
the one in the PR.
Okay.
The PR is in very good shape. The comment is about the 4 axis, right? So
Yes.
in very current specification, we usually do this, say, okay, for extension, we can do for extension, but say they should be equal to 0. The 4 axis shall be using in this version.
Yes.
In future versions, we could do. So
That's what I want.
visibility and all of that.
Okay. I agree.
So we're gonna go with zeros.
I'm gonna go with zeros.
Zeros in this version.
In this version.
Yeah.
Yes.
They must be zeros.
Agreed.
Okay. In terms of the feedback of like, should we even be doing this? Or like, should we be picking somebody else's? Like, do the chairs want a different resolution there? Like, I think the editors are all happy with what we have, which means that like we can issue when we land it, we can have a consensus call, we can have a show of hands here. I doubt many people have read this PR.
I'm confused as to whether this is something everybody does or we're ruling our own.
It's new. I don't think anybody
This
does
is
quite
new
this.
volume. So why is he
This,
keep
this,
saying?
this is like LEB 128, but LEB 128 distributes the extra 1 flags over every other byte. This packs all those flags in the very first.
Not quite exactly, but it's similar to that. But it has a property that one doesn't have, which is that you can tell from 1 byte how many bytes it is.
Yes.
Which is
Packs
not
all the more bits into 1 byte at the beginning. Just like QUIC packs all the more bits.
That's a good property.
in the first byte.
Yes, that's why people
128
like that.
distributes them because it theoretically could be infinite. You could keep
Right.
doubling however big. Actually, a lot of the use cases have 128-bit auth tags, and they let you double to get 16-byte GUIDs. Or
I want to spend
32-byte
15
GUIDs.
minutes here. I think I have all the signal I need.
Yeah.
I'm moving on. Unless
I
somebody
don't-
else.
I have no idea what signal you're gathering, but that's great.
Okay.
I'm happy to hear it.
Great. Next issue. Okay.
Just one final quick thing on that. For the 64-bit case, why don't you just keep the 60-bit encoding and let them have another variant that's the extra 2 bits?
Please read and comment on the PR mode. Okay. Next slide. Okay. Fetch. Can you update the priority after you've sent fetch? In HTTP, you're allowed to. In MOQ, there is no mechanism to do so.
What?
Yeah?
You have to, right? Because new subscribes can come in. They share the same priority space.
Yes.
Is this a past deadline or?
I did mark it past deadline.
Someone really need this.
I see use cases for it. Like,
Yeah, no,
But
that's not what I asked. Somebody really needs this.
And what's I mean the trade-off is I guess is to cancel your fetch and start a new one we haven't with another priority.
That is what you could do if we did not allow you to update.
We could make this an extension.
You negotiate. Okay. Yes, I guess.
Yeah.
Question: why would you have to cancel your fetch? Right, the priority is all about what the order which you write objects. So you would keep
Can the
existing
subscriber change it?
stream.
Can the subscriber change the priority after the initial request? Like the initial one,
I
the
think
initial
you
fetch
should be
has
able to, yeah, because it could be lasting 30 minutes, right? And you want to change the priority. It's not
Yes.
a quick thing. And there's no reason, I don't see it's no reason you can't. You keep the same connection, you just write objects to it. If you've got competing streams to write to, you write to that one less frequently if you're lowering the priority, or more frequently if you're raising it.
Okay, how about we just like slap subscription update on this thing and move on? The thing we agreed on yesterday?
Yes. Okay. So can you, okay, were people okay with that as a solution? Which is that like, even though the message is called subscription update, you can put a fetch ID in there if all you're changing is the priority.
Yep.
Anybody care? Is
Call,
that
call it request update.
That is less painful.
Does it hurt to make it fetch update? Really?
God.
It's just another bit in a table.
It's just another message type, just more testing.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just a new requirement we're adding.
But it's
That's no one's mentioned until now. Nobody's articulated an actual need for it. It could be done as an extension. I don't have any like philosophical objection to this. I just want to be done.
Yeah.
And
I hear
this,
that.
this is farther from done.
So we said yesterday, yesterday we talked about publisher, like we're going to take subscribe update and widen its scope so that your publisher can send it too. So this would be like, while we're widening its scope there, we just said widen its scope in this other direction and it doesn't add any more tests.
Would it also, can someone update the ranges?
No.
Then it's not widening the scope, it's defining something special for fetch.
So you're saying, are you arguing, what do you suggest? You want another message?
If you really want to do this one, it would be a separate message.
I think you can narrow a fetch, just like you can narrow.
Oh,
the
widening.
No, widen. Oh.
Yeah.
Because no, don't.
Oh,
Okay. Go back,
That's a new
go watch
feature
the what the
fetch.
fetch and then stop adding features like that to fetch. It's hard.
And so why would you need to widen fetch? You have to do another fetch. For the
Yeah.
for the
Then
additional scope.
You don't need this one, right? You can cancel and do fetch.
Does anyone have to have this?
I'm saying like we're taking, if you put it on subscribe update, you're saying when your fetch ID do these things, when your subscribe ID do something else.
Okay.
Yeah, that is, yeah, I agree with you with saying message wise. So suffer.
In our fetch implementation, we use a just single quick stream. So now if we want to implement this message, then I think we need to create different streams, right? In order to.
We go in the control channel. Just a regular control message.
I think he's talking about the fetch response.
Fetch response is already on another stream.
Oh, well, I don't know.
Would you need a fetch priority update ACK?
No,
Okay.
God, no. Okay. Let's just do show of hands, like, who thinks I don't know. Chairs, you ask the questions.
Okay. Who wants this to be a part of the core protocol? Who needs this to be? Well, who wants this to be a part of?
I think it should be.
Up there, none.
Or
Four in this room, none online as I see it.
who wants to punt this to an extension?
Sue has got half a hand.
So 3 here, 4. with Chris.
Four.
Yes, 4. 4.
All right, you've negotiated us to a stalemate. Excellent.
I thought you were gonna ask me.
Well, like, you know what?
I
Well,
thought you were gonna ask who can live with the current design, which is you would cancel your fetch and you would start a new one with the right
You need to know.
well, okay. Yeah, who could live with the current design?
These are the same 4 people.
No, 6, 7, 8. 8.
So I don't think anyone's gonna die on a hill over this, but I could invoke the past deadline.
It's
thing,
past deadline.
which
Most
is-
people said they can
Which,
live.
which if you're face planning, then it dies.
All right. I mean, I can say that. Let's just like, if you want to, do you want text in the editorial text? If you want to change the priority of the fetch, please cancel it and issue a new one.
Will is nodding. I don't care.
I don't care.
Single sentence.
All right. Please record it in the minutes and we will move on.
In the GitHub or the minutes?
I don't care. Like, I will go update the GitHub from the minutes if that's faster. Okay, I want to skip over track extensions and come back to it. So go to slide 29. Which
So 29?
29. Okay. So we have agreement that some things should be TV instead of TLV. But we need to know which things. So we're talking about parameters, only parameters. Do not think about extension headers. This is control plane information. I suggest the following things become a TV. So the priority and the group order will be a TV because they are an 8-bit field, not a varchar. I'll stop there. There's nobody to object to that definition. Okay. Filter and largest object are also TV because they are predefined structs that do not need a length. Everyone's with me so far. Okay. Everything else that we currently have defined fits into our existing scheme of, if it's, our existing scheme is even and odds. If it's even, it's a varant, and if it's odd, it has a prefixed length. So the varants are max cache duration, delivery timeout, and expires, and some setup parameters. And then the length prefixed ones are like auth and other setup parameters that are strings like path and authority and the implementation string. So people are with me so far? Like, this is how we should do that? So,
question.
Yes.
It seems like the principle you're taking is that like stuff that is obviously more compact to put in TB, we're going to put in TB, and stuff that is easy to do in the existing format, then we're just going to keep it as is.
Let me put it a slightly different way. Okay. I'm going to ask you a question. Do you think of our current varant as a TV or a TLV? Like, there's no length, but then the varant itself is an embedded length. So it's a very weird thing, right? So I'm putting the variants in the not TV section, but I can easily put them in the TV section and say their type is equal variant.
Actually, if I remember the presentation that Cullen had, one of the rules or principles were saying that if something is required to be there because a relay need to understand, and you need to easy to find it where it needs to be in the message.
We basically have no more, after the feedback yesterday, everything has been moved to a parameter. There's no more embedded fields except for track namespaces and like full track names and the fetch range.
But there's still there's still the issue of the principle.
So these are in the parameter block. So I'm now reading a parameter block. But how do I know how long this parameter is?
Sure.
The answer is if it's one of these in the TV section, you know, because you look at the type and the type is explicit. Like, this is a subscriber priority. It's 1 byte.
And this works because unlike most parameters, these are mandatory to implement. And therefore every parser will know how big those are.
Yes.
So just looking at your list of TVs, the TVs are the ones that you have to know upfront what they are in order to parse them. But when we designed those, that was before the variant rehashing and moving a bunch of things to parameters. Like largest object, that's a group ID and object ID, which are both variants, right?
Yes.
Why would we not just have largest, group ID and largest object ID? They're clearly both variants. Well, there's no reason to pack them into a single structure. That's now all of a sudden an opaque thing. That seems silly, right?
What's another type byte?
It creates a bunch of, it makes more sense for them to go together, like, in my opinion.
In rare cases, we just get a group and not an object.
How much do people actually care? Like, I think the important thing I want to get out of this is that, like, I think we still need to preserve, like, I think it's fine to have some things that are strictly based on the type number. It's like, okay, it's subscriber priority. I know it is this special thing, or like filter, which is like this particular structure. Like, it's going to be this particular way. But I want I like where we use the properties of like bits in the type to determine type of value for things like custom parameters. So that's maybe the question. Are people still okay with that concept?
Clarification.
I have a clarifying question.
Yes.
So we're moving a bunch of fields to parameters.
Yes.
As discussed yesterday. The definition of parameters isn't necessarily ordered, right?
That is the second issue, the 1221 there.
Okay.
I think if I got Ian's proposal correctly, he's saying all the TV ones would appear first.
They're just like in sequence, like
in
0 through.
So that you could. So if you know the structure of them, you can like randomly.
So all the TVs would appear first because we would assign them the lowest end numbers. I think that's what Ian's proposal is.
Yep.
And you would like know their type.
Wait, so you're going to require ordering? We don't do that today, do we?
No, but there's an issue that's open, which I think is Mark needs PR.
Yeah.
It says we're going to order them.
I don't want that, but I don't want that at all. But that's a different.
It is a different thing. But this is once it becomes TV. I mean, it's fine if it needs to be. It doesn't actually need to be ordered. It just depends
Yeah, so I don't know that I have a very strong opinion, but what I'm trying to get to is it seems like the value of having the length kind of exposed, even for things like bar ends, is that it allows you to skip past stuff you don't care about if you have some reason to try it. But since these are basically fields that we're going to have anyways, and like we're talking about putting a ball up front, like maybe it doesn't make a difference.
Okay.
I think for objects, we saw a length, right?
Of course, this is control plane only. We're talking about only control plane, right?
Yeah, because it's control plane, I don't think the efficiency is that critical. And so I think biasing towards a generic parser, instead of having to have a parser that understands a bunch of specific structures and then a generic one for the rest of the parameters, I think that just to optimize a few bytes, 2 or 3 bytes max of a control message, I don't think is worth it. I think it's better to bias towards a generic parser. Those things that are special TVs, I don't see any reason why they have to be. I could easily see the filters and largest objects and all those not becoming predefined structs and just being, the actual constituent variants in them migrating up to the actual type. And I'm not sure if we need to keep priority and group order as flat fixed length. Now that we have 128 code point, is that enough for priority for variant?
That would change our priority scheme, and so I'm hesitant to do that. And it creates an error case if you transmit them in a variant that you have to make sure that they fit. But I don't really care about that. But the bigger higher over bit is that like what you're saying, you don't really need TV in the control plane, which is true in the existing draft, is not what I was like. That's not what Cullen wanted, and he's not here to defend himself. So I'd rather not have any TVs, honestly. I'd rather have them all BTLVs.
But Cullen's point was for compression?
No, because I think if I remember the meeting that we had, I think it's more like you need to process a lot of control messages. It's not about compression, it's about having to look up in dictionary for.
But we've lost that battle because everything is a parameter now, except for these few things.
Right.
So we lost that battle.
Everything was parameters before Cullen. And I think after that, we took an action item to figure out, based on this principle, which are parameters, which are TVs, and which are like named fields that are there. Like this can't be moved. I thought the principles were based on saying that you cannot basically the things that don't have a default value. If what should a relay that does not understand what it should.
Everything is now parameterized. So does this matter anymore?
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
So I'm not gonna lie down as an individual. I'm not gonna lie down the road over this, but like this is annoying. It's saving maybe 4 bytes per request exchange, and like this conceptually muddles the whole thing. Like our parameters are these like self encoding things, and like there's these special ones that are like your management implements. So we're gonna cut out a byte, and like now. It's just like
you didn't even save a byte on that many of them. You only really anyway. Like you didn't really. Yeah.
You're saving 4 bytes per like subscribe exchange, I think.
But I never thought this was on compression scheme. Not the. I don't know. Like.
Let me pause for a second. Who would like there to be not TV, but something closer to what the draft says, right? Like variant or length based on some flag in it. Who wants to keep that for everything?
I think that's great.
Say that again.
Okay, keep what the draft has right now, which is like we're going to talk next about how we use the type to determine whether there's a length present or not. But once we do that, then like either it's a variant or it has a length present, and that's all there is.
No structures. No mandatory to know structures.
Well, you probably still are mandatory to know them, but the length will
not to parse them. The application has to know it, but your parser doesn't have to know them.
Yes.
You could just read it. I mean,
your parser does not have to know them.
Yeah. I have 1 parser for parameters and extensions, and if I have this, that breaks.
Well, we're going to talk about extensions next. But yeah. Okay, so that's the question. Who wants to just keep it like at it? Stick around with the type, but like none that are like there's a complex structure here, but I'm not telling you how long it is because I don't need to. So at least we do nothing for now.
or just keep it, we finally got the parameters like sorted.
I would not like to, I mean, what would cause you to reopen this issue?
I don't know.
Okay, just, and then,
person who opposed this one, he's not here.
Yeah.
I mean, he's one person. Is there anybody else want to join Colin in saying it's super important that some parameters that are complex structs omit the length?
At least my read of the meeting was, the proposal was good in the principles and what we agreed upon. Now, I don't
You're
know
saying
how
the
much
previous
has been-
meeting? Like, we didn't take any shows of hands or like, I don't know. So, okay. Or you mean yesterday?
Not yesterday one.
The one from like a month ago. Yeah. I'm not sure,
We
like.
we're also trying to speak for or against Cullen here, which is what's going on.
Yes. Okay, but like, given the decisions of yesterday, I think this may be overtaken by events. And most people in this room seem to prefer not having TVs, special TV parameters. That's a signal I got. We can we'll run by Colin in a minute.
Could we go over issues where the main protagonist is here?
Yes.
Because, like, we're not making any conclusions. Like, if Victor's not here, you're not going to decide the bar and stuff.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, Victor and Colin are the main protagonist and antagonist in every issue. So I can't get anything done.
Yeah.
And they both decided.
Keep it
So now we have Colin.
All right. Here we are. The whole room just voted against TVs.
Okay, well, like, I'm talking about that.
Let me try to catch you up.
This
for-
slide doesn't make any sense to me, so
Okay.
I'm against this slide as well.
Okay. Take the slide down and put a picture of a cat.
Yeah.
I think the summary we came to in the last 3 minutes
Sure.
is that because of the discussion yesterday, essentially everything became a parameter. And now
Sure.
that everything is a parameter, people would rather have just a symmetric system of like not having some special parameters that have like a super special, like you got to know how to parse it versus just having it be far into length like we have now. Please someone correct me if I did not summarize that correctly. So people preferred sort of the general system of the status quo for parameters to something else.
Why? Why do they want duplicate information?
I think at this point, it's the only duplicate information, which this slide kind of shows, is for the filter structure and for largest object, which is only.
Let's ignore filter for totally for a second.
Okay,
Just
so that's the only one where there's extra information. Filter and largest object are the only two things where you actually save any bytes. Compared to the current.
And the priority, right? The group order?
Priority group order also
always
save a
have one.
byte if they were bigger than, well, not for group order because it fit in a far end before. So it's only for priorities bigger than 128. It saves a byte.
We came to the opposite conclusion last time we talked
I
about
don't think, was there a show of hands in that one? I don't think there was.
it. And I just sort of, I love this, like, present, come to a thing, we get to something, then we have somebody else present something else when the other people aren't given any time to discuss why they think it to be the other way, and then we reverse all our
Okay,
decisions.
okay. All I'm going to say is I've tried to capture what you. I'm like, this is as far as I understood. I'm trying to do what you presented and just get everyone to say yes. There was not a show of hands in the previous meeting. Wanted a broader signal. The broader signal I got was, don't do this. Don't yell at me. Maybe I didn't present it right.
No,
Like
but I mean, like,
I want to move on to talk about extensibility though, unless I don't think we're going to make any more progress here.
sounds fair.
And then I'm going to go. Back to back. Yes, I'm going to tell you the slide number.
I told AI to generate a slide.
So can I have agenda time for our next face-to-face meeting?
Continually failed. And so
Let's talk about
Do you want to do it in Denver? Do you want to do it in Montreal, or do you want to do it on the phone?
I mean, I don't know, Montreal, whatever, man.
Okay.
Like, can I just schedule 30 minutes with you and you can figure, we need to prioritize the issues that we resolve. And this one, I don't know. Okay, let's talk about extensibility. 15, slide 15.
Oh, 15, okay.
Okay, this is also one where I'm trying to summarize what you said. So you're welcome to correct me if I said something that's different than what you said. I'm just trying to make sure you have all the stuff. Okay. Can you make it bigger? Okay. This is my understanding of what we want to be extensible. And by extensible, I mean you can send a value other than the one that's defined in the protocol spec, and it doesn't blow up. So you can send a setup parameter that's not defined in the core spec. That's how you negotiate other stuff. So those have to be extensible. And extension header types have to be extensible. That's their whole point. So there's going to be some way to send those things. And auth token types is another one. There's this little magic int that we say is like tells you what kind of type token you have, and we can't possibly know all the types of tokens that are going to work in the future. That also is an extensibility point. Let me pause there. Does anybody want to argue that those things should not be extensible?
I wouldn't call it extensible. I would call it dynamic fields.
Did you have a different? Did you say that those things were or weren't extensible?
I think was said that I think there were. I mean, those were not the terminology we used. It makes it hard to compare.
Okay.
And we definitely sort of had the idea that there were types of parameter or fields that needed to be that were known that were named in the version, right? That they were something you knew in the version,
like an enumeration.
Like enumeration.
Yeah, that's in the next thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then, so things that are not extensible, all those enum, every other enum value in the spec is not extensible, which means you cannot put a value in there that the spec does not understand without first negotiating either a new protocol version or using a setup parameter to say, I'm going to use this new enum value, or can we use this new enum value? Does that match your understanding of how that works? I'm restating what you said, but that is exactly what the way I interpreted your previous presentation.
I think the term not extensible is potentially confusing.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I did put the slides up. It's a week ago.
I know. I didn't think through this one in particular, but I think I would call
obviously we can add new message types, right?
Yeah. Yes. It doesn't mean that you can't add a new message type. What it means is you can't use a new message type in MOQ V1 without first negotiating. It says must negotiate a new protocol version or feature before you can use.
Yeah, but I think if you call them, I'll say extensible after negotiation.
Negotiably extensible?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, something like that. You need a
negotiable.
Yeah.
Extensible
Because
implies
okay, fine.
Next version, extensible.
requires extension.
Requires negotiation.
Why don't you call them versioned?
It's not necessarily protocol version though.
Yeah.
Okay. Must negotiate it. Now.
Yes. Okay.
Good. Okay, and I put unidirectional, so message types, all the enumeration values, so ascending and descending, all the filter types, the different types of adjoining fetch. So like every enumeration in the spec, basically, like you're constrained to the value that's there unless you negotiate something else. All the unidirectional stream types, all the datagrams are not even typed. So, but if they were, okay. Next slide.
So just I'd have to really think about that. I don't think that gets all the categories. I think you're missing a bunch. So
I spend a lot of time on the freaking doc, dude. I read the doc forward and backwards. I know
please listen. Let's take a step.
All I'm sort of saying is I need more than 30 seconds to think about that. I don't know whether I agree with that slide or not. Okay. And if you want to take my slide and tell me what it's changed, it will be really easy for me to think about.
Okay. I think somebody else should drive for a while. I'm gonna go outside.
I will bring Victor when you come back, Alan.
Would folks like me to continue?
Yeah.
All right. Non-set of parameter types. Yeah, I guess the slide says where it says many parameters like you can certainly.
Seems like we should skip extensibility since the two main people that are going to have opinions on it are here. I think we should skip it.
I'm gonna go to a different slide that I actually. Right. Go to something easier. Yeah. Okay. With 3 people out of the room, it's like a possibility of.
Do we just need to have a
Oh.
break? Are we, do you need to gather yourself in or on these?
No, so,
do we need to take 10 minutes for either you to gather your thoughts or have Alan cool down?
I just need to, I want to like actually talk about things that are, I
You think any are non-controversial enough that we could just plow through them?
well, I don't want to talk about things that like I know the 3 people out of the room like have strong opinions on. All right. These are just simple. Okay. Maybe we can come to agreement on this one. Okay. So, what are the rules for overlapping prefixes in unsubscribed namespace? If you subscribe to 2 namespaces under the same prefix, do you need to issue 2 unsubscribes to get rid of them both? My recommendation is you do have to, because basically like every transaction that has a request ID should have a corresponding like termination.
Yep. Plus 1.
Okay.
Plus 1.
Great. Can we record that in the minutes? Okay.
Just to be sure, that request ID is the subscribe namespace request ID, right?
Yeah. Okay. So, yay. Okay. Wouldn't actually.
Should be easier.
Anyone have, I guess like a strong opinion on this one? The announce sequence is sort of like weird anyway, but I think this is fine. Okay.
I think as long as we're not like must allow like freedom of enforcement here, I think that's fine.
Okay.
Trying to send both immediately, not wait for the okay.
Yep. Like you said.
Oh no, I'm saying. Well, I think it's probably protocol error. We shouldn't force people to kill it if they.
So it should be a protocol error. Should not be a protocol error.
It should be a protocol error.
But that means that you have to wait to get an okay before you can cancel your announce. That's what you think?
Yeah, because no. Cancels come from the announced receiver.
No, it's
this is not unannounced. Or like this is all subscribed namespace, but there's unannounced, there's announced cancel.
Right, I can cancel an announce that I already did because I decided not to serve any of those tracks under the namespace.
Why don't you send announce error?
Announce error sent by whom?
I mean, announce cancel is a version of announce error for after you've already okayed it, right? That's the purpose of it.
Yes, announce. I mean, I argue that announce cancel was dumb, but that's okay. Like I lost that battle. It's basically like saying like I'm not going to send you any subscriptions, which is another way of saying. I mean, you could also just not send them subscriptions.
Yeah, that's
self-solving problem.
That's a separate issue. I'd be happy.
But anyway,
I would happy to just delete it.
I mean,
but like you should send announce error. I mean, this complicates the announcer state machine to like.
I think it probably should be a protocol error because like it allowing it makes the state machine more complicated.
Right.
I think, right. It's like, I mean, for subscribe, I guess if we're going to keep it, let's go with the metaphor for subscribe, which is like, you got to do like things in a certain order. Like you can't unsubscribe for something before subscribing. I don't know. Yeah.
Dumb question. What's the difference between cancel and error? Do they have the exact same fields? Like, can they just be merged?
Well, there's request error now. But yeah.
That is the announce concern from my understanding was is that like let's say I announced a namespace and ready to serve those tracks. Everything was fine. And then at this point in time I can't take more requests. So I say current one I'm going to let it go.
That's unannounced.
And then I cancel saying that I don't want
unannounced.
Cancel is
this is directional. If you send an announce, then you send an unannounced to revoke that announce. Announce cancel means as a receiver, I don't care about your announce.
Yeah, I'm not going to send any more tracks towards here.
No, not tracks.
Subscriptions.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. I don't need that feature. Like publisher, subscribe, relay telling the publisher, don't expect more new tracks from there. From new subscriptions. But you need complete.
Well, okay. I'm not here arguing you don't need announce cancel.
Okay.
Although I think Ian's point that like you could just like not send.
You could drop that thing on the floor and like it literally.
Like, I'll tell you what. Honestly, in my relay, I'm not doing anything with announce cancel.
Okay.
And I have no plans.
You never
to
have to. You can just drop it on the floor.
I would say announce cancel is useful if somebody else connects and broadcasts the same namespace to learn that you've been kicked out of that namespace.
Okay.
So I am using it for old clients. They learn they're no longer
The transition.
But the request state machine is you send an OK or an error and then you are done, right?
Okay.
And then you cannot send an OK and then an error. So instead of sending an error to like change your announce reception state, you send announce cancel. We could say that instead announce request error, right? So now we could allow you to send a request error or a announce cancel, but that just seems like it's just complicating the request. I plan to just have a generic request state machine for OK and error, and like get all this other stuff out of there. And so like let's not pollute it. Like it's very easy. Like if you don't want the announce and you haven't said OK yet, send request error. If you send OK and then you realize you don't want it anymore, then you send cancel. It's a very simple rule to follow. There's no reason to violate it.
Headline blocking. It's on the control stream.
Yes.
There's no like reordered thing. Like not possible.
It's needlessly complicating the state machine.
Okay. I mean, another way of saying it to me is like follow what we did for subscribe and say like there is a state machine and you need to follow it. And
yes,
at some point we should actually write that.
Down,
but that's it.
You can't go subscribe, and because you can't go subscribe, unsubscribe instead of you can't. No, I'm sorry, that's backwards.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But should you close the connection? Is this the only protocol error violation you'd say that you shouldn't close it, or
No, you totally don't close the connection.
Why wouldn't you close it?
It's close it exactly. It's protocol violation. Close the connection.
Yeah, I mean, like I
put it in must.
I haven't thought about how hard it is to detect, and so like I'm not 100% sure if you want to like must close it or you just like should close it.
I think must not and you should close it. Like
that's
usually
that's what I would recommend too.
Requiring enforcement of these things is like really, I'm so hesitant to do that unless it's like such a terrible thing that you're doing that like if the state of the connection is utterly unrecoverable because say like the length is wrong and now you just are reading garbage or something.
My intuition is this is easy to enforce, but I'm not sure.
Okay. So it's a protocol error. You must not do it. You should close the connection if it happens, is I believe the resolution. I don't know who's taking notes, but
I'm doing it very badly.
Okay. That's all I really need from that one. It's issue 1070. I'm just trying to get through some like straightforward ones where we just need to like churn out some text and say what we want.
Yeah, the standard formulation is you may close the connection.
Oh. That's fine. Okay.
Because that way you don't have test suites that say, oh, you should have closed the connection, but you did not.
True.
I'm fine with me. Yeah. Do people actually care about this? Like care about solving this? Or let me put it another way. If I wrote up an extension doc to solve it, would anyone even read that? Because I have a solution to this problem.
But it's like stream flow control for particulars.
I would read it. You would read it, okay. But is it sufficiently out of scope at this point that like we definitely don't want it on the core draft? Is that also true?
So what are you expecting to have in that?
I mean, I can't summarize like it would take like a few pages of text to like fully describe like the changes necessary. And so like I don't have this up because I forgot to make the slide, partially because I kind of figured that people would say like it should be an extension anyway. But I mean, you need to do some like accounting that's very similar to like QUIC load control, but you do it on a subscription level instead of doing it on a stream level. That's the high level.
I guess we're already counting streams for published done, so.
Right. So you're basically doing like byte counting.
Yeah, we talk about bytes or streams, or both.
You could do both. I think probably most people care about bytes, but I'm not sure. You could do both. At a high level, the one thing that is notable about the proposal is it's very difficult to do in the current design without a like bidirectional stream associated with each subscription.
I suggest that we look at DOS and all the limits cohesively instead of just one little thing for subscriptions. I think it'd be better to have an overall effort to look at security threats, attack vectors, DOS, vectors, all the kinds of things, all the things in the protocol that look like they're open doors for things to go wrong, and look at that as one cohesive thing, whether it's a separate issue draft or just part of the security considerations section. I think that should be looked at cohesively, not just one little thing for subscriptions.
I mean, I guess I brought this up because as a person who runs like a bunch of relays that have like a finite amount of memory, like I am a little bit unsure of what the heck I'm going to do here without like a slightly better subscription, like approach that I have right now. I'm worried about getting deadlocked in like a number of circumstances.
Can I just interject? Maybe I think we haven't done enough thinking about what we really want here to have a production discussion.
I just asked them, do people want to see like a separate like draft or something?
Yeah, I think that sounds good.
Okay. So that was really the signal I wanted out of this one. So is like, is it also true that probably we don't want to put this in the core transport, or like we have to see you want to see a separate draft first and then?
I don't know if I need a draft, but I mean, it would be, I think, if somebody did great, here are the problems, like maybe you're the one here. What are the problems I think I'm going to run into when I run this at scale that really worry me? How do I solve these problems? It's probably a great place to start.
I mean, I have like, 100 backend, 1,000 backend connections out of me. And like, I want to make sure that like, people who are sharing fate, like a slow client, is not causing, like, I need to be able to put back pressure back to the like original publisher or someone else, even if I have a slow client, which inevitably I will have. And like right now, like the only option is like be really conservative. It's just very easy to get into a situation where like one single subscription can like jam up the works in terms of like flow control and stuff for like every single other.
So we have the idea of a slow client, like slow clients get dropped from subscriptions. If they get but
I have to be like very proactive about it. It's like the moment that they start getting slow, I need to make sure like that I don't start consuming my entire quick like flow control window on this like one subscription.
Is that true with delivery?
If you
delivery time
don't have delivery timeout. If you do have a delivery timeout, presumably slow clients will have objects dropped and will stay current.
I mean, we have this problem all the time with HTTP, and that's like trivial almost to like implement this. But even then, we have like a lot of memory management problems, and we try to do optimizations based on the RTT of the back end and like all these things to try to limit like buffering. But like, I mean, here it's just like the only out is like bail. It's like too much memory, nuke it.
So
right? and it's only at the like it's a pretty late point in the game, I think, where like you can do that, and at that point, probably like the back end connection's like in a bad state. So yeah,
I think I still think the best thing is just like 5 slides on like like pictures of the problems would help.
All right, I can do that.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I think you should put together a presentation on this, and then that will probably flow into text in the security section.
Yeah. Okay. If I have copious free time in the break, I will try to turn one out. Okay.
If it's okay, I would like to go back to my my 4 slides on extensibility.
Yeah.
I'm just going to talk through all of them. We don't have people can say I don't agree. We don't have time to discuss them. Let me just run through them and like surface what I was trying to surface.
You have a half hour. Use it the best
I have
way.
about 20 minutes.
We closed like reissues while you're gone.
Oh, that was amazing. I'm gonna go 3 issues per 10 minutes. I'm gonna go.
Easy.
15 minutes.
I chose in the entire deck.
Okay, let's try again. probably get into track 16 or on slide 16 and let me.
I will re-listen to that portion of the meeting and think about things carefully before I respond.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so again, so like we're trying to like, so things that what I'm calling extensible is like, and I forget what terminology Colin used, things that like, it's totally expected in V1 that like values you've never seen before will magically appear on the wire and you need to not blow up. And then there's other things where that's not true. If you see something you've never seen before, blowing up is the expected behavior. And if somebody wants to use a new thing, they better tell you about it in advance. They have you negotiate a new version, negotiate a new feature using setup, some other special sauce, but like that's okay. So things kind of fall into these two categories. Next slide. Okay, so these are the questions I had. I was only worried about and I think this may have been a misunderstanding of how zero RTT might work. So maybe this is not real, but I was thinking like if we're saying you can't add a parameter type, like all the parameters are essentially have to be version specific or negotiated, then if I do a one RTT negotiation with you and we say like, oh, we now support cool new parameter foo, then I later come back and zero RTT with you. Am I not allowed to pipeline a message that uses that new parameter, or am I allowed to use that? That was my question.
My proposal is just like QUIC, every extension has to define like basically like, do you need to remember this in the future? And I specifically like listed the parameters we currently have that like if their value changes and you zero RTT, like basically just like HB3 or QBAC, I think you need to like shove that into like the resumption information. And if it changes, then the server needs to fail zero RTT because something changed.
Okay, so maybe we can punt that to the zero RTT.
That's actually in this slide. That actually is in my slides.
Well, wait a minute. You don't actually mean zero RTT, you mean requests interlined with the client setup.
It's both. Yeah. Which yes, pipeline with setup. Which one once we move version negotiation,
which is now possible.
Yes.
Right. So it's actually orthogonal to the security.
I think I maybe got too far ahead of myself by even mentioning that question. So like let's just assume for now until we get both zero RTT and ALPN landed that parameter you can't use every parameter type is version specific, or you have to negotiate it you have to say like we're going to use parameter fit.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're doing zero RTT, I think you can't assume the value of any parameter because almost all the defaults now are like zero, like max regress ID is zero. So like, but it's okay. So basically it means you can't pipeline stuff unless you're going to remember it, I think.
I see.
I mean, unless we're.
Okay, these are all zero. These aren't extensibility questions as much as they are zero RTT questions. So
I think, anyway.
Okay.
I can do that in my slides, but if we do get them, so.
Okay. So then the next question is come up is, are error codes extensible? Like there's a separate issue for this explicitly. Like, can you send error codes that are not defined on the wire in the current draft? And error codes appear in 4 places. They can show up in the request error message. They can show up in the at the QUIC level on reset stream or in stop sending. They come at the end of a subscription and publish done. And then there are also error codes that come in session close. Those don't really matter because you're closing the session anyway. So you see a value you've never seen before. Like, what are you going to do? Close the connection? Too bad. I already did. Okay, so we need to think about that. Next slide. Okay.
Published says cancel has it as well, doesn't it?
Okay.
But no, it does. I'm looking.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I mean, it's the same logic. It's the same as
got it.
Okay. So I think the question about error code extensibility is it really comes down to what can or should a receiver do when it receives a particular error. And this is right now we don't have any way to communicate this information. We only say like what the error was, but the information you might want to know as a receiver is like, well, is that thing retriable? Like, was it like a 429 too many requests, or was it like a 400 bad requests? If you can't retry a bad request and expect a different result, but a 429 like is retriable. And then we want to know like, is it retriable immediately, or like there's maybe thundering herds, or there's maybe it's an authentication token thing. So we want to like, you want information like, oh, you really want to, yes, it's retriable, but I don't want you not until an hour from now. Or like, there's other behaviors besides retry. So like there's an error code for expired auth token. And like maybe we're asking people to take a specific action based on that. Like, you better go refresh your auth before you try again. And we haven't written that down anywhere. And so I wonder if maybe those things are more important to people than the actual codes. The flip side, because I mean, in my opinion, having extensible error codes is important because they're like, what error code are you going to use if it encounters some condition that we didn't specify in the draft? So like, I don't know, my relay uses some microservice and my connection to that microservice dependency was reset and I'm out of retries. And like, I checked our error code list and there's no such error code that I can send that matches it at all. And so like, maybe except internal error. So like, so the question is like, do people feel like we need error codes to be extensible, and to what degree is it tied in with this like predictable receiver behavior?
I'm going to say you need extensible error codes because a lot of time you encode information into them for client logging and whatnot, like within the service. So like, we're not talking to a generic client, we're talking to our own client. And we want to say, you know, error code 5 million means like you said, this microservice died. And you need them to be extensible then. You have to just make up new codes on a whim.
Because you're using it to carry application data.
Exactly. We're kind of using it to carry application data.
Hold on a sec. Yeah, okay. The next slide's on Greece. So let's just sit on error. I've 10 minutes to talk about error codes.
So
I lost there's several.
And then Colin.
Okay.
And then Dan. So is in HTTP, can you just, I mean, there's the ranges, but can you just send?
Can you make up a status code?
Yes.
Well, who you're asking? Mark Nottingham or me?
Well, I guess I'm asking.
The recommendation is no, but the protocol does not blow up.
Okay.
Except some of they have the ranges. So like they have the ones and ranges have certain meanings. And like if you pick one random one and then somebody later, the standard later defines those, like the space isn't very large. So
it feels like we have similar requirements to HTTP. Maybe. No? Okay. Colin.
I think that, you know, people, it's tempting to think about error codes as specifying what went wrong or what happened, but they're not. They're about what you need to do next, right? And so if what you do next is the same thing, it doesn't actually really matter if they're different error codes. Generally, it's a real thing. Like you were asking about like an unknown error code, if what you're going to do it, like if all you're going to do is be like, something went wrong and you should stop. Sending an unknown error code is the same as sending an error called unknown error, right, from what the client does. And that's what lots of protocols do. So I do think there's just sort of, you know, I think, you know, that if anything we need, you know, you might have a place where you can provide more information that the application has about an error code or something, but that really we need to think about it from what the person, what needs to be defined well in the spec is what the client does when it receives the error code. Or the client, but the receiver of the error code does.
I think that's so my question is like, if let's say we had an explicit way to do that instead of implicit by error code, there's like the error message has a retriable and a retry after flag. Is that, does that mean like, yeah, then I don't care what the code is. I'll just log the code, but the other information is what I really want.
I don't even know you need to transport the code at that point.
It's good for logging or grouping or like custom stuff, right? But like, okay.
Daniel? I really like basically what you just exactly proposed, just like have defined the things with the behavior, and then beyond that, if you send a code that I don't recognize, fine, I just throw it in. I got this code 5 million. I don't know what that means, but that's what it is.
Michael. To make it even more complicated, there's question about error propagation. Because we are talking about extensibility, but if you want to move something, like I know this is extensibility without negotiation. But like given the negotiation is hop by hop, I just want like put this into the context. We need to think about how to propagate, and I agree with Colin that we need first think about how to handle error states before necessarily discussing specific error codes.
Yeah, and I kind of like how HTTP does it, where like the first number kind of tells you what you're supposed to do with the error. Like if you get a 200, it's very different from 400 versus the 500. But like you still have 2 digits to add custom nonsense if you want. Really, the first digit matters for what the client should do. And I do that. Like do this maybe for error code. Like the first few bits are like what you should do.
Yeah. So piggyback on that, and what Colin was saying, like maybe if we have a 3-digit error code where the first, or some sort of range,
or it's an error structure.
No. Where like there's a finite number of actions you could actually reasonably take.
Yeah.
And like we assign those ranges, and then you have digits to play with within those ranges for whatever. which is exactly what HTTP is doing. I was going to get into that before I was railroaded, but derailed. But
Run over by a train.
yeah. Well,
yeah, just as another data point, I'm working on a project at the SVTA to harmonize player error codes across all players. We're using a very similar scheme. It's a number space. I think it's 4 digits. The first digit tells you the general category of error, and then there's 3 digits to go into it. It's a number space. So that's certainly a scalable scheme. You know, I promote it for MOQ.
10 times better than HTTP.
Oh my gosh.
HTTP is not a great example.
You didn't say they were binary digits.
Or
Decimal digits. Okay, so I guess my proposal is we allow error codes to be extensible, but we add this as like errors, like the error when you get an error, it has this information like a retriable flag and a retry after thing. Or I think what Luke or Martin were saying was like you squished all that into one number somehow.
I think I always prefer, instead of trying to take all our different semantics and map them into various bits in one integer, I sort of often like these just like having a structure like the error code that return. You know, I mean, we have a flag, retry for whatever the things are we care about, retriable or whatever, but also we explicitly add a field for application level error that's undefined by the spec, but is open to be used by the application, whatever. If the requirement is to give that, we should just allow that to be transferred.
You can't do that for streams. Because that's a field in QUIC.
But QUIC already calls it application text, though.
There's only one integer.
Yeah, reset stream is one
I think most of our errors that are very useful are probably not sent as quick stream errors, right? Most of the ones where you're going to do something. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Okay, so does anybody want to? I think what I heard is like some kind of more structure around in our error handling would make us feel better about having error codes be extensible. I will write an RFC PR in that direction. People can say if they like the spelling or not. Does anybody else want to like co-write that? Like, because I'm not sure that, or if you have ideas that are not captured here about what the actions might be, because I'm not totally.
I don't know either.
I couldn't think of any, but if you think of one, like, let me know.
I mean, one problem is I do think they're probably different from the different classes of error code that you described. Quite forget.
It's a reason to have structure.
Right? Well, no. I'm saying like there's actions to like. There's a set of error codes we have for stream errors. There's a set of error codes we have for request errors. There's a set of error codes we have for session errors, and maybe even published done. And those like each of those error types has a series of actions we can take, which really don't overlap at all. Like, and then like within that, so like there's 4 different spaces. And each of those spaces will have a hierarchy with like 3 or 4 actions to take and a bunch of bits that people can play with for their custom stuff. So it's, I guess, yes, I would like to.
Okay, that's great.
Okay. I see I'm volunteering here, so. But actually, I would love feedback on like what actions people think to be taken here, because I'm struggling a little bit.
If nobody has any, go ahead.
Is it worth for the request responses? Is it worth trying to align with HTTP for the structure of responses?
Made me wonder if we need redirects for one. Like, when I thought about that,
I would recommend you can review them, but yeah, maybe rethink it from scratch, not copy.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say in practice, like everything's a retirable error, right? If someone tells me I made a protocol violation, doesn't mean I'm not going to reconnect. I am going to try again. Like, my client is not going to it's not going to look at a protocol violation and be like, oh, I feel bad now. I shouldn't connect with this person, right? I don't.
Well, but I mean, yeah,
something
you don't
went
have to
wrong.
respect retry after either, but like you really ought to, because like
no one does that.
I don't, like we used to have a SEB every day at lunch because our messenger client had like infinite retry whenever the connection broke. And so like, it was just so yeah,
with no
with no explanation.
You can do that. Yeah.
It's a very rare.
But it will do that.
Okay, I think I have the signal I'm looking for here. We'll work on a PR. Hopefully people like it or not. I don't know. Next slide. The last thing I'm going to talk about before I go is just grease. So basically, anything that is extensible, you have to grease. Otherwise, it's not really extensible. And so some of that's really pretty easy to do, like set up parameters. We can just say like there's some set of values which mean nothing, but you can include them in setup. Or similar to auth token types, you can periodically just send auth token like this, some random code points. Like everyone knows that's like the nothing auth token. So those will keep it open. Will applications ever use so extension types? I was like, will anyone ever grease that? Like, because they already care about the size of the object so much. Are they really ever going to just randomly stick in, here's a nothing extension, just to make sure that you understand what to do with nothing extensions?
Yes.
Like, they will do it?
I mean, I'm not at a very high rate, but we definitely like waste bytes in Chrome at various points where like.
Okay. I mean, we can define it.
It's not a ton of bytes that we're wasting, but like, I mean, yeah, we'll burn a few bytes to like make sure stuff like that.
You say extension to object header extension.
I mean, object headers, every once in a while, like, I don't know, there'll be like a relay insertable extension, which means absolutely nothing.
Well, there's going to be a range of that we register as application experimentation, right? I guarantee you everybody's going to be experimenting with those. I know we will.
Yeah. Anyway, you got it. Something like
It's
that.
extensible, so I'll agree. That one's extensible. I'll have grease points.
You got it. Okay.
I was going to say there's sometimes the information that's put in those grease points isn't always random. Sometimes it's stenographic. Like, so like, yeah, these bytes get used.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I think I have the signal that I want. If the main one, I guess, where we didn't get was back on the first slide. Like, are we comfortable with like these things are like totally extensible and we're going to grease them, and these things are version specific and they're not? This one, like,
it's an auth token type. Sorry.
In the auth token like structure, there is
like
cat.
It's
like
or
is it cat the privacy pass or
I thought that's what it was. I just
future
or
like
I didn't. That was not on my radar, but is a thing that.
Yeah, and if someone wants to come this, I'll go back through Colin's slides and see if I missed anything. But like,
I mean, certainly set up the first two. Obviously, we need to grease, right? I mean, otherwise.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, all three of those you need to grease. Right?
Yeah. If anybody wants to grease any of the other things, I don't think we need to. But tell me if you want to.
Wait. Don't we need to grease parameters on other messages? Like subscribe.
That is maybe that's you guys talk about that. Figure out what I'm going to do.
I don't know. I think so. Otherwise, what if I make some?
You have to negotiate it, right? You have to send a client setup like, I know about subscribe parameter foo, and then the peer says, oh, so do I. And then when you send a subscribe, you can include subscribe parameter foo.
Okay.
So you shouldn't have to grease it. Should be okay to blow up if you see one you don't know.
Is that how the text is written today?
That's not how the text is written.
Oh, okay. Oh, it was like it was.
But I believe that's what you proposed. Like, you got to know all the parameters. You can't just the client just can't randomly insert a parameter you've never heard. Or I don't know, you guys figure that out if you want. I don't care. Okay. I'm happy either way.
It depends which parameters you need. But yeah.
No. I mean a parameter you've never seen before.
Well,
Can I send a subscribe with a parameter you've never seen before? Without, and if so, what is the behavior you want? You want to ignore it, or do you want to fail?
The draft currently says ignore.
It says ignore parameters you don't know.
Yeah.
Do people want to keep that?
Need an extension otherwise, right?
If we do keep that, I think that we need to have some range of values that are where you get an error instead of ignoring it.
I'm happy with that too. Just like you.
I think Colin suggesting some issues in some parameters that you need to understand, right? Like
all the ones that they.
So you have two types. One you need to understand, meaning essential stuff. If you don't understand that, you don't touch this stream. And other stuff you can, if you don't understand it, you just ignore it. You can still do your thing, right? So I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I think we need something like that. Even if it's like, if it's even, it's mandatory to understand. If it's odd, it's not mandatory to understand. Whatever.
Right, exactly.
It needs a lot more thought than that. But like,
Thank you,
something like
Alan.
that.
Thank you,
Like,
Daniel.
Thanks everybody.
Bye.
Bye, Suvas. Okay, so one brief announcement, the next virtual interim, which we wanted to do on Monday, the 6th, we might have to do it on the 8th because of the IETF requirement for 2 weeks announcement. I'm negotiating with the AD. Stay tuned. And let's take a break for 12 minutes and come back at 2. All right? Okay.
Are we trying to finish at 4 today or something?
We are finishing at 4, yeah. I guess also give you a chance to organize yourself for the next 2 hours. All right, we're starting again at 2.
Martin, I am here this afternoon if there's anything that we want to discuss there.
I mean, we could have the conversation about, when we get back on camera, we could have the conversation about, I don't know, is there a conversation to have about the interim? Like I replied, like I'd really prefer to do it the 8th, but if you really think it's important, we can do the 6th. Sorry, got that backwards.
So I think the 2-week pre-announcement is important.
Okay.
The 8th does not have, you're technically within 2 weeks of the 8th, but you already said that on the mailing list, so that's fine. If you want to change it, I think we need to go out 2 weeks whenever the announcement is. So you could do like the 13th if you want a Monday.
Okay. I'll just do it on the 8th. It's fine.
Okay.
All right.
I wonder if he's coming. Oh, I think I might. Do you know if Charlie Fick's coming to?
I thought they were trying to get him. So that's
right.
So there's a picture.
No. And those look like news.
Yeah, all news, helicopter. So these are the.
Okay.
Those I remember seeing, getting the hologram demos was Irwin, Zeus.
They both of the CS and Irwin both, and one other person, I'm blanking on who it was, were the 3 that we gave the very first. They got the 2 years before we announced it. We did look at that.
I know he did it to Charlie Fink because he did a really good write up on it.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
he did a really positive write up. Yeah, we're just by demo after demo not releasing. Are you only there Sunday, or are you going to be there?
No, I'm there till day or 3rd or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not to work with. And smaller things that
Yeah. I mean, I just have to have that for something. Yeah, but yeah. So yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's not right. You have a baby, and then enormous amount of I know people do it. What happened? So it's like typed in what's happening. That's like so what is it? That's going to be hard. There before after we keep it exactly like I don't want to like he's generic. It's a switch state. Well, I don't know, even on when it case of this, read like into that are like code kit that are a bar. And there's another one. Yeah, you both know that's the town of manually stands for manually like I want all one way or the other. It's like I think no. So like I must have somebody for like I don't need to have like I was like copying my no. How big language were you doing that? Like that's a separate. You it's value. You're not like it's all. Well, you could do that. Zero. Unlike, you know. So that's the thing, like if it's opposite like that, at least it's fine if it's most of the time not present. I'm not thinking whether they have to do that, which is all but so really how often it's done that. We don't have some I present right now I can grab Thank you.
No, that's 20 years ago. 20 years ago.
It's like high school.
It was this was before the dot-com burst. I see. Unfortunately. Yeah. Since they're all I came to find shots from the moon. And they were briefly the largest company in the world for like 2 days. And then the bubble burst and everything blew up. It feels like we're there again today. Not just
yeah.
NVIDIA, Palantir, Tesla, and a lot of crazy multiple stocks.
Yeah.
Yes. Hundreds of millions of dollars spent.
We have
some
are always there. So there's things you can just be.
Yeah. Maybe it's like you need that bubble then you are that error.
Yeah, the whole pop, but then there's real value to it. Like, clearly AI's not going away, clearly it's useful. Clearly it's nice stuff. Yeah. But we spend, trillions of dollars on all the power plants in the world to make it work. I think the last time I saw you, we were in Berlin. We were at a beer garden with Stefan and someone else.
Yeah.
Downtown
During
Berlin.
the SBC and stuff.
Yes. I just remember that beer garden. I went back to the beer garden like 2 or 3 times that week because it was. Oh, yeah. So what do you think for your first now?
Having mainly stuff in David and then you mean airline?
Yeah, you can join, my guess is not joining on. That's a long time.
Well, when I was a while and then sometimes like
Oh, well.
When I moved to
Well, my got Ian's outside, so there's no point rushing in here.
You know what's gonna happen with
All right, Ian, we're waiting on you. Okay.
we have corporate.
Or tech.
Yeah, because the bills that we all of this and stuff.
All right, we're starting, guys. Ian, go.
Awesome. We're gonna make so much progress. I would have one follow-up question on this. After thinking about more, just as an individual, I think I would like all the parameters on messages to on non-static messages to either be like required, like you gotta know them, or like explode, like negotiated, or all of them like you can put whatever you want in there. And because otherwise, like writing a parsher that's like half stuff that's like you have to understand it or explodes, and half like completely optional is annoying. I don't know. I'm not sure what people think about that, but like,
I'm not quite certain what you mean here.
Like if you run across a parameter in subscribe and you do not recognize that ID.
Yeah.
Then there's two ways of going. One is explode.
Yeah.
It's a protocol violation. You didn't negotiate that parameter.
Yeah.
The other one is like skip over and move on. The current encoding is optimized for skip over it and move on. I think that's okay. But at some point, it was mentioned like we want some of them, some space maybe to be like required to understand, and some of them to be skippable. And I think that's like awful. So I either want like all of them to be explode or all of them to be like, best effort.
If you're gonna do this, you're gonna have to add other additional use indicator bits, because then you have to go to something like what I think Turn has been saying, or an SSB has. It's like, is it compression? Do you must understand this or not? So you need to encode that in the parameter set.
No.
And that's, I don't think it's right in this protocol. So I think it's better to just explode, require you to have a setup where you say. From my perspective, this is like.
I just wanted to kind of like throw that out there since it's also vaguely relevant to the previous conversation.
No, yeah, I at least think it's, if you do this, if you set up parameters to ensure that you have the understanding of the peer, that's the safest way. It's an easy way to do it, and it doesn't load the protocol otherwise.
That is what the one thing about setup parameters is they only go to the first hop.
Yeah, they're all hop by hop.
Yeah.
But that's okay because you're not really supposed to just forward like subscribe parameters on anyway.
So, I mean, like
we say you shouldn't blindly forward stuff upstream because like you don't know what's in there kind of thing.
yeah, I mean, like clearly that's going to make sense. But I mean, like sort of what we agreed upon last time was if you wanted to add new parameters to subscribe, right? You need to define subscribe v2 or
or like subscribe plus yeah,
whatever. So something that was version negotiated.
Okay.
That sounds like we're on the opposite page today. So
all right. I just want to follow up on that thought, and since I think at this point in the afternoon we've now said at least 4 different things as a working group. Yeah, which is confusing. A moment just to find like where I think we're
Well, they look like that. So I already.
Do people want me to use your
I've already given. So I can work here.
or do you want to go there? I don't think we really need to. I just wanted to ask it.
I think whatever you think would be most productive. Like, why don't we not help it? I mean, if these issues could be marginal because it missing, we could talk about zero TT.
I think we're not at that point.
Okay.
This we've already discussed. We're good. And yes, this one we decided we would not do anything right now because it wasn't needed, and maybe we'll add some editorial text. Track level metadata. There's a PR for basically adding extensions or metadata to tracks. Can be used for like a number of different use cases. It allows, say you wanted to put the video encoding format or the resolution or the average bit rate of the video or who knows what else like in this metadata. Then it could be there. You can always also imagine using it as filter criteria, like per Mo's presentation yesterday. Though of course that doesn't exist yet. Anyway, so have folks looked at this PR at all? Or, yeah, I guess the question is, do we need it?
I think it could be useful because they're in general, tacking everything to the object is probably not the best idea. And it's hard to guarantee that some objects will always make it to all the receivers. So having something deterministic that is going to reach the receiver is kind of useful. At first I thought group headers would be enough and then we just, stick things on group headers, but that's not deterministically, guaranteed to go to any receiver. So I think something like this does kind of make sense.
I tend to agree, especially now that we have the forward zero functionality, because you could stick information in the metadata information about the track without having to get all the objects.
I'm just going to ask though, would you want to update this, or would it be one time fixed, or would it be update constantly like objects?
Also, is this something that we also need to cache?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Can you get it?
I was going to say I assume this is cached, right? And my other question was going to be about, and does it do anything? Like, can you use it with UDP?
What was the second thing? Do we, what?
Can you use it with UDP or datagrams?
Sorry. Oh, data. Okay. I was like, I don't know.
This comes across the control channel. So this comes in with the subscribe. So
Yeah,
this
sorry.
with publish.
That
Sounds like with the publish.
Right. Okay. This doesn't come in the track header of a stream. It
No.
comes in the across.
Comes in the publish basically.
Control channel message.
Yeah. And so that's why I was saying you could potentially like put stuff like video bitrate or something in it. I don't know. I mean, it's not so dissimilar, I think, from like some of the information that's in the catalog. So, it's, go
I
for
would
it.
just say devil's advocate, like, if you just make another track with that information, isn't it like the same RTT? Like, isn't it the same exact thing? You just call the track like / metadata.
Track.meta.
Yeah, track.metadata, and it's the same thing as a special message.
Yeah.
So I'll ask the same question. I mean, can this be a protocol extension? Do we really need to have this in the core spec?
Sure, it can be a protocol extension.
Okay. That's all I
So
need
could
to know.
joining fetch.
Yeah.
But
But I mean, that was
We're not
earlier.
done with that one yet.
That was earlier this year
that's
now, right?
Yeah, that's sunk cost.
Yeah. This probably has some redundancy with, example, the catalog thing. Catalog
Sure.
is supposed to signal track level stuff. But on the other hand, there's some discussions with Alan and some issues. The track catalog stuff, those are also part of the payload of this object. And there's no way for them to be able to be sort of to be seen by the relays on here, then you can. So then that's a benefit of having this kind of metadata extension.
I mean, I think the one thing that there is a difference between this and something like the catalog in a functional, or could be in a functional way, if we could filter on these for Mo's stuff, because that is something like Mo's like subscribe namespace filter concept does not have access to a catalog, and please don't have that because it's complicated enough. But it potentially could have access to like this type of metadata like fairly easily. Like this is metadata is much easier to get than object metadata because you don't actually have to subscribe to the objects, and it presumably doesn't update very quickly, right? So you could say like, give me all the H.264 video streams.
But in Mo's example, it would update because it would be the voice activities that would update like every frame.
Well, sorry, the voice example is different. I meant just the like
static
like fixed
track
metadata.
metadata.
If it's static, then sure.
Right. I'm talking about stuff that's basically static. So like it isn't in my mind, but I don't know.
Otherwise, people are going to encode stuff in the track name, which I kind of don't want people to do.
Oh, they're totally going to do that. I guess that's.
Except they gave him a blob to say you can encode stuff here instead.
I guess that's a good point. This is an alternative to like having them like brutalized namespace and name, which they probably will do.
Bytes.
Huh?
They're just erasing bytes. So like
you don't even. They don't
Yeah,
even
like you don't need this
people.
then, right? Yeah, it's already bytes. You just
put
already
all
do
of
it.
this in your track name.
I'm going to hex encode a protobuf and stick it in there.
You can do it.
I know.
You don't need to hex encode it.
Huh?
You don't need to
I
hex
know.
encode it.
I forgot it. All right. Do people want this enough to care, or is it at this point park it and come back to it if we decide we really need it? Like if, I mean, as I said before, I can see Mo's like proposal making this more compelling. For example, like that's the one thing I've come up with where I'm like, that actually makes this like potentially really compelling. Besides that, I don't think it's really compelling. It versus just like stick it somewhere else, right? Stick it in a blob, make a track of a different track with one object in it, which is metadata, or two, right?
I feel like if you don't want to put the init segment in the track, you can put it in a different track. I feel like some of the stuff that most are talking about will to have like the payload be the payload and like factor as many things out of that as possible would be one reason you would want something like this. But I tend to feel like shove more stuff into payload actually, like I would rather not like we've been around the block on this a few times, but yeah, I feel like part of this.
Or, oh, you're saying I'm going to park it unless someone streams. I don't know actually who actually me would say one and update it.
I will note that one thing kind of unrelated in this PR is it adds a line. I mean, if you go to the very end of it, it adds a line saying that any metadata that is not relevant to the relays or the transport should be in the payload and not an extension. It's kind of orthogonal to the whole PR, but it adds that one line, which has a lot of bearing on the log stuff that we were discussing earlier. So I think it's important whether or not that part lives on, whether or not this, core functionality.
Okay.
Maybe that one line should just not
maybe
be
we
in
should
the
put that in a separate PR
somewhere else.
I didn't even notice that line, so
it's not maybe the real last diff. Since metadata should not be.
Is it any object extension parameter or any?
Metadata should not be an object extension unless it's used by relays or the transport.
Okay.
If it's ignored by relays and the transport, should not be a extension. That's what the edition says.
Sorry. I kept, okay, I'm gonna let you comment on this one and just comment on the actual issue because I think can you leave a comment on the PR, not the issue? Because I think the issue really, okay. Are we parking it or? I guess I'll mark it as parked for now and then we can, I can follow up with that one as such. Or make sure that no one strongly objects. Yeah. Great. Parked. Beautiful. Okay. Oh, I don't really want to deal with that. 1162. Should we remove internal error? I'd rather just keep it, but
we use it a lot.
There is definitely needs to be like default error of something went wrong.
Yeah,
I know we need to solve the error handling anyway somehow first.
There's not what's wrong with this is an internal error. We might need 3 different internal errors or something. What's wrong with this is it doesn't say what you do when you receive it. That's what's lacking on this.
Okay.
Well, internal error means basically I have had something that's really wrong on my side, like a malloc failed or something like that, and I would rather quit. That's what it means for me.
Isn't this subsumed into the error code refactoring that Alan and I agreed to do?
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe it's a catch-all for that.
Can we park this in pending that deal?
I mean, I guess the question is, are the other aspects of this, like what to do and such, are those captured in other issues so we can just close this? Like, we're not really.
Well, so
I think 1 and 2 is like what Martin, what you guys agreed to.
That's what I was going to say. Isn't that what you agreed to?
So I think what Alan and I have tried to do is take all the error codes and have ranges that correspond to specific actions that receivers should take for the various stream errors, session errors, subscribe errors, and whatever the other one is.
May I suggest? Did you suggest that you link this 1162 in this whatever issue you?
I don't know what issue.
Before.
It's
As an aspect you need to take into account.
Is it?
Let's see.
There's a slide for it, but I never even saw it.
Didn't actually, yeah.
Oh, the issue.
I don't want to
error code.
Okay, I don't want to find it right now.
Yeah, but okay, we can note that it's
yeah.
To be taken into that in relation to.
Oh wait, I may have found it. 1175.
Okay. Thank you. Yay. Beautiful. Is that? Summarize. We believe Martin will solve this. It's the issue.
Martin and Alan.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
Okay. And I will. Okay. I really can't just close it. It's not okay. Very big parking lot at some point. All right.
Then we'll have parking lot sweeping. Clean it up.
Okay. I mean, yes, by the time 3 months comes along, then we can go through the parking lot and hopefully a lot of things will be overtaken by events. This is a good one. I'm very curious what people think. Cacheability of a malformed track. What should you do if you detect a malformed track? So there are a number of ways in which a track can be malformed, but examples include groups that are invalid because, say, there's like an object after the end of the group or what was indicated as the end of the group. Another one is like objects that are invalid individually. I'm trying to think. Two objects with the same object group ID and object ID that are like not identical, I believe is invalid. One of them, like, there's a bunch of ways you can get basically objects that like cause a track to be considered invalid. Okay.
Malformed track is for it's a error as a subscriber returns to publisher, right?
No, you kill the connection and then you pass on to downstream subscribers a subscribe error that says.
Okay, so you kill the connection.
Yes, because in theory the peer knew
Should everybody involved and carry on.
I mean, that I don't.
I'm not sure if that's correct, but the actual malformed track error does go downstream.
And the upstream connection does get closed.
No, not connect.
I mean, the answer to the specific issue here is really simple, which is whenever you receive an object that is like would cause track to become malformed, you tear down the subscription and the connection, and you do not add that object to cache.
Apparently the text says you do tear down the subscription today, you do not close the connection, but it doesn't say anything about what you do with the object that makes things malformed.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, the reasoning is that because malforming is hard to detect by single publisher, you could end up poisoning an upstream session, right? If I give you data that will be, if I send different data to two different relays, then I can cause a downstream receiving both to detect a malformed track, and then that will murder those upstream sessions, which could also be carrying other data. So it's a DOS vector.
MOQ is not a relay-to-relay protocol. If relays allow themselves to have contradicting information in cache.
It is an original publisher to relay and a relay to subscriber protocol. And what I
if original publisher writes something wrong, then you reject that object and tear down the original publisher.
No, but the point is the relays can't detect that because they're receiving one copy of the.
Yeah.
If I mint two different copies of the track and send them to two relays of the publisher, which is covered by MOQ, and those relays are directly connected to a single subscriber, which is covered by MOQ, then the subscriber will detect a malformed track, and the relays cannot detect that because they have one copy of the track each. And if there's other stuff happening on the session between the relay and the subscriber, it's going to nuke the entire session. That's why it's not a session error.
The relay should not serve malformed tracks to subscribers.
The relay can't detect it. That's what I'm telling you.
Yes. That is not. No.
Are you saying this because multiple?
I don't know.
No, there's one publisher. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to make the same comment online. I'm not sure how we get to the state of a malformed track because the relays don't actually care what the payload is. And anything that's malformed about the protocol is going to result in a protocol error. So only a client can really know that something is malformed.
This is like the mock definition of malformed, though. Like it has nothing to do with
I think, I mean, the object passed end of group is like a canonical easy example. And if you were a relay that wasn't actually doing caching, you could very easily pass that on because like you saw the group end like 10 minutes ago and you're not forgot about it. But anyway.
Here's the bad guy's publisher. Here's the good guy's publisher. Okay, they're doing different trades. It's completely unrelated. But this guy is sending different copies of the same track to these two relays. Each relay sees only one copy of the track, so they have no context to determine malformedness. They both pass on that track to the subscriber, which detects a malformed track. If he kills this session, then the good guys who are also being delivered along the session are going to suffer for it.
Yes.
Even
So
somebody,
that's the DOS vector.
No.
somebody
Don't allow random bad guys to publish
It's a completely different track. It's a completely different track.
No, it has to be the same track, right? Or
No, the point is that if I killed the session, other tracks being delivered on the session are also going to suffer, even if they're completely unrelated.
That's why. Okay.
This is not like these guys are not publishing the same track. This is totally collateral damage.
This is like if someone returns like a bad HTTP response that's somehow invalid.
Yeah, we're
from an AFE to a load balancer. You don't tear down the entire connection to the AFE because like you don't like basically collateral damage. Like you don't really want to like nuke whatever else is going on, and you're not really sure like why they did the thing they did, but like you don't want to like cause the collateral damage. I think is how I would think about it.
Well, this guy's publishing baseball, this guy's publishing football, and we're killing a football game for no reason.
That's I mean collateral damage. Yep.
Collateral damage.
Did you you were
No, but
Yeah,
what
maybe
does
just
that have
too
to
far
do
away
with
now. I
the-
will
Okay.
come back. I thought it was.
Someone was inquiring as to why you would not just kill the session when you detect this malformed track. There was a question about that, and I'm explaining why.
You killed the subscription.
Kill the subscription,
not the session.
I think I heard a specific proposal on what one should do, and I think it was like when you get an object that causes the track to start becoming malformed, you don't cache it. So right now it just says you unsubscribe and don't kill the connection. So we want to say you unsubscribe, you don't cache the new thing that made it malformed, and then maybe just that's enough for now.
I think that leaves the possibility of the publisher fixing things, right?
You could always request it again on another. Yeah.
Yeah. Is it like if you unsubscribe and you don't cache it, and like they get the error on the unsubscribe to.
So but if like the wrong object was you already received and cached, now you get one that moves you into malformed state, but the broken was the previous one you already saved.
I don't know how you fix that problem.
Yeah, I also don't know. I don't think
No,
this is
that's
like the
Christian?
solution.
Yeah, I don't think it's a very useful design to try to keep half-broken connections. I mean, if something, I hear this discussion say maybe we should destroy the subscribe but keep the connection or whatever. I think it's one of those cases where it's better to actually clean up everything.
No, Christian.
Because I mean,
Christian.
basically that's a use it or lose it argument. And
Christian,
all the,
imagine what would happen in HTTP if we tore down a free connection on invalid header values.
I understand what you're saying, but basically that's all the thing that Martin has been writing about basically Postel was wrong. Is that if you don't take drastic actions when implementations don't do the standards, then your standard derives and it drifts, and you can have basically idioms and various things that are not quite what they are, etc. So it's better for the overall health of the system to not do what HTTP does, but just tear it down.
Christian, I think that's fine, but the problem here is that the error might actually be several steps upstream and not in the local. So it's
yeah, I mean, basically, what we have to the question is not so much the gravity of the error, but who's making the error. If you have an upstream provider that is making errors, isn't that something the client will find?
it's likely it's going to be the end subscriber that really detects it, isn't it? And the relay chain will just pass the data along, but the actual original error might be either in the relay chain or in the original publisher.
Yes, you can.
I'm sorry if this is covered elsewhere, but how does this whole interact with multiple publishers? Because if I have same object with different payload on different subscriptions, do I?
There's text on that.
Oh, yeah.
But the answer is yeah, you're not supposed to do that.
But yeah, and basically what you have to think about is that how will you get that publisher to stop doing what it is doing? Or how will you get that relay to stop doing what it is doing? And while but the problem is that unsubscribe for that relay just means that, well, okay, we don't need that anymore. And if you do something drastic, then you have a higher level feedback loop that says, you know, whoever uses that publisher gets into lots of trouble, or whoever uses that relay gets into lots of trouble, and that's more likely to get fixed.
I think there's no error code in unsubscribe today, but I think probably the right thing would be to put something like in unsubscribe to make it clear that like there's something went wrong and you should feel bad about it. I don't think, but I don't know.
I mean, you could stop sending the streams if you just need a vector to send an errors code. But
you have to have a feedback loop that these kind of errors get noticed and corrected. And you don't want an action that just passes over the error and let it be.
The original publisher should know that it's doing something bad.
Yeah.
If we have two original publishers of the same track.
Well, that's the kind of problem with multi-publisher in general, right? You have two publishers, one of them is doing something bad. It's a bad design, but
oh yeah, let's not go there.
Well, I mean, the MOQ intentionally does not provide a mechanism for subscriber to publisher feedback, right?
Yeah. But I mean, if you tell the client, then the client will have basically, if too many clients get an error for that publisher that was specifically caused because that publisher didn't give us the right format, then there will be an external feedback at a higher level.
So, like in this case, in my example, the relay that receives we're not giving a connection close, we're doing a unsubscribe to, could then realize that like there's something very bad happening upstream and maybe they should not serve this track anymore.
But we don't have a error.
If we have an error
Yeah.
message.
I will point out that in this case, like closing entire session is extremely counterproductive because that way you will never know which subscription caused the error.
That's a fair point.
Right.
That's fine, Victor. I mean, I'm not against that, but I'm against the idea that there will be no explicit, no well done feedback that causes stream to change in the future.
I agree.
So you an unsubscribed recent field.
We should fix that in some way. shape, or
Well,
form.
so I mean,
But you
So-
also have to take into account that it becomes a DDoS vector.
right, that in itself.
Yeah.
Like, so if as a subscriber I tell the relay, oh, your thing was malformed, so I'm killing you, then like, what if I just make up that it was malformed? Is the relay supposed to just like poison that source because like the client said it was malformed? Like that seems like even a worse DDoS vector.
Well, it'll have trusted clients. Like it'll know it's talking to another relay. But yeah, absolutely, you should not propagate subscription errors upstream.
Yeah.
Like by default for a relay, they should like.
Yes.
But they should still have some way of telling the upstream that something.
Right. And
If it's trusted.
logging, right? Nothing else. Like I want a varsity where like it's like, oh, something bad is happening over here.
Victor?
Yeah, like in real systems, like if you're trying to do a YouTube live stream and you send YouTube a malformed H.264 video, your video will not show up. That's the feedback mechanism. It's like your thing does not work.
Oh.
And the only reason I agree with Christian, it would be problematic if like we tried our best to make it work even if it was malformed, but I don't think we are.
Oh, actually, if you're responding to him, just respond. Go ahead.
I don't think we should solve cases where an authenticated, publisher generated something malformed that can't be detected by a single relay. I don't think that's even I don't even see a way to know which one was the rogue entity. So I don't think there's any way we should specify a proper behavior for a relay to do anything about this.
Yeah, well, actually, you said almost exactly what I was going to say. To answer the question you put on the slide, yeah, it doesn't sound to me like we actually know what to do. Like you can sort of,
Because it's not, I mean, but don't cache it, and somehow we want a way to tell the peer that like the reason.
Don't cache what?
Right, don't cache down the object that like caused the track to become invalid.
No, but the two relays had no idea. Neither one of them had any idea that what they're caching was invalid, was malformed. It was perfectly formed, according to them.
Right, I know.
They're expecting a feedback signal to come back and tell them that, which I thought people were saying, no, we'd never propagate a feedback signal to tell you, because that's another attack vector, that an unauthenticated thing is now telling you that your stuff is bad. That seems like a poisoning attack.
So
worse than the original attack.
So what's interesting to me is if a relay gets a malformed track, like,
Yep.
and someone else subscribes to that track, do I just send subscribe error right away, or is there some sort of recovery thing? And I think the answer is we don't know, and so we should just let caches do what they're going to do.
I thought there was an agreement that you probably shouldn't cache the thing that made the track invalid, because then can you really even serve the track?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
But like, I don't know, like, can you find some authoritative source? Are you just gonna like return immediate subscribe
I
error?
wasn't attempting to solve like the
Okay.
scope of all problems. I was merely saying like, right now it says unsubscribe. I was going to change it to unsubscribe and don't cache the bad thing.
Okay.
I would disagree and say you want to cache the bad thing, so you return you return the error again with the next subscribe. You don't empty your cache, go upstream to fetch the bad object again. Oh, it failed again. Clear the cache. Go back upstream, fetch the next thing. Oh, it failed. You're gonna be stuck in this failure state, so you should cache that it's a failed state. Right?
No, but it's a past.
I don't think we should cache invalidate.
Well, it depends on like the delivery timeout of the cache age, right? Like it depends how do you know it's going to recover? You're making an assumption that it's going to recover.
So once, so future subscriptions could still be fine. Like,
well, that's what I say. You're making
the track may not be
You-
malformed.
I mean, you don't know why.
But the fetches that include the range with the malformed track could be broken.
Our fetches
Mike, we haven't said anything in a while. And then Victor.
Wouldn't it make more sense to just nuke the cache because you don't know anything about correctness of the data anymore?
The whole track?
But this is for fetch, right? Fetch
This is
is
only for, yeah. I know.
I think I actually like the idea of like if you receive well-formed publish, you should destroy the cache because that would immediately cause your fetch to go upstream.
Yep. Is that going to recover it, or are you just going to DDoS the upstream?
But in practice, I think the diamond will not happen because, like in practice, you would, if you have like free publishers, you would usually try to coalesce them to one relay somewhere in the middle.
Okay. I just think you're making a big assumption that the error is going to recover by nuking the cache, and that is how you take the site down.
What do you mean?
Well, retrying errors immediately, like when you clear your cache, the next person comes in, you have to repopulate that cache. You do this 500 loop of death.
Yeah, that's
that's my only thing.
Wait. Is that okay? Can we? I mean, I don't need to solve the entire scope of all caching today. I just want to like get through this one thing and like say enough weasel words to like move us forward. I think this is fine.
Okay, I think that's fine. So I think here, I really don't think we know what to do here. And like, I think we should do the minimum we can to do it to be interoperable.
Yep.
And then like, have it be the Wild West.
I mean, implementations are going to do different things depending on like what the reason for it being malformed is.
Right.
I guarantee. Right.
And
Like,
can I somehow recover authoritativeness given this conflicting data that I have?
Right.
Over. I think there's a problem if we don't have like a mechanism for cache pruning. This can cache invalid data that cannot be like removed from the system. Like I do know about those problems with like nuking everything, and I don't think we have like any good solution now. But we shouldn't end up with something that ends the system in invalid.
If I do that, then anyone I serve is going to then cancel the subscription to me or the fetch to me because it's malformed, right? So like
you can end up like malformed.
If I cache malformed data, like the whole thing is useless because like all the receivers are gonna like hate what I give them anyway.
Yeah.
So like
error immediately.
We can write that down, but this seems like and like like if you do that, you're shooting yourself in the foot.
But I think what is now was written to the issue doesn't prevent caching invalid data because you cannot know what's like the object that actually caused.
It's impossible to know what the invalid data is. That's right. Is the end of group object wrong, or is the object after the end of group object wrong? Right.
Hearing this whole conversation, it does make me think, though, that even if we're not going to say anything, we should discuss a little bit some of the issues that come up here and mention them.
Sure, I agree.
Logic on that. Yeah.
I think at least I don't know enough to have an informed discussion. Maybe all of you do, like about like dealing with like the scope of this problem at the moment.
I think that the focus here is exact parallel of the HTTP equivalent of it, and you guys all know very well a lot of the stuff that could happen. So I think you do have an informed point of view of this. And now the triangle thing and the mirrored thing, yeah, sure, maybe, but the actual way this is going to really happen is going to be the same way it happens in HTTP.
And I would say in the HTTP analogy, you do cache error codes. Right, you don't empty the cache and go upstream every time.
This is not error.
You cache them for some amount of time until you think it might recover. Yes.
This is not error code. This is like malformed byte stream.
Yeah, like
so the malformed byte stream resulted in effectively an error code.
Well, so part of the issue is that like tracks are malformed because there maybe isn't a sensible way to put them in cache, right? Like the whole object model is broken because you've gotten things in an order that doesn't make sense.
Right. I mean, I'm not suggesting it's a good idea, but you can easily imagine an implementation that's like canceled the upstream, shut off the upstream subscription and indicated that nothing in the track exists. In fact, cache the track is gone, or cache that the end of track is 0,0 for the rest of the time. I mean, there's all kinds of wacky stuff you could do here. Right? But I mean, I agree that putting the malformed data itself in the cache sounds like a really bad idea.
Well, yeah,
but you might put something in the cache that caused
to be able to represent the malformed data. Like that's the thing that's like it doesn't make sense.
And it's like how much do you think this is recoverable? Right.
I think we can at least not cache the malformed data, right?
Sure.
Like we can agree on that much.
Right.
Beyond that, I think is a larger discussion, but.
How do you not cache invalid?
Well, you can at least not cache the point at which you detect that you have malformed data. You can at least not do that.
Yeah, but you don't know if you cache invalid.
And one thing is, once you're unlikely, in many cases, you want to detect you have a malformed track. But at the point you have a malformed track, the way to think about it is all bets are off about that track, and you should stop caching that track, or you should stop serving data out of that track.
Stop serving it.
Yeah.
At least for some period of time.
But what about the case of a client that makes a mistake and knows it, right? It's cache point. You publish a known bad thing up to the cache, but now because it got there first, you have no way to override it with the good item, because first always wins under this scenario, and anything coming after that. Would be
Time for a new track.
malformed.
Yeah.
No, we don't. This is how do we have no way to purge the cache at this point with a correction of the object.
I mean, that's the intentional design decision of
Yeah,
MOQ.
and I said this is probably multi-publisher because they can disagree. Like, make a separate track for each publisher if you want to avoid these issues. You also might take.
So, I'd like to talk about 969 if people are willing to. Do we need the authorization alias? It's already in there. I think there's like one or two minor issues with it, but it's largely done. Alan and I have diverging opinions on what we should do. What do all of you think?
Is that optional to implement right now?
Yes, because you can just send 0 as your compression dictionary size and never use it.
That's interesting. Why, Martin, why did you make me? Why did you implement it?
I didn't implement the table. I advertised 0.
Oh, okay.
I guess the question, so I mean, it's already optional, as you said.
Yep.
I guess the question is, what is the least editorial work? Fixing existing issues, or just cutting it out of the text and putting it in some other document?
I thought it was easier just to fix the existing issues because I think there's only like one, and it's like, maybe you shouldn't be using this during setup because you don't even know if the value is not 0. It seems like an obvious, you can't do that. I don't know. But
There are more issues.
there are more issues?
Yes.
Can you file the issues?
I thought I've already filed one, so I'm not
Okay.
related to it.
So, like,
Okay.
go ahead, Colin.
And look, let's just say there was 0 issues. Say we've done every one of them. The amount of time we're going to continue spending talking about this is non-trivial, particularly when we're working like Group Last Call and everything else. But I'm still in favor of leaving it in there. If people thought it was a good idea, like, fine. And the thing, so I guess what I would say is, like, if we're going to make a decision about this, we should certainly have Alan in the room. And the thing that I found compelling is the argument that I might want to implement this. At first, I was like, I will never implement this. The thing that I found compelling was if you had a crap load of subscriptions and you needed to refresh tokens on all of them, that might be a lot. And particularly with really large tokens, that this might be a lot of bandwidth, and this might be a very nice little savings to be able to update one token and then reuse it across 100 subscriptions. I found that argument sort of moved me a little bit.
That's not a setup issue also, was that? That's not even a problem there.
I think the other times when we talk about compression, we're talking about like a byte or two. This is not compression of a byte or two, right? This is like kilobytes. So I think it's significant compression.
So
worth keeping.
As an individual, my feedback is I think there's no impact on implementations what document this lives in. I think like I'm perfectly willing to completely punt this to the decision of the editors. What is the least editorial pain for you?
I think I need to sit down with Alan and just go through all of the issues that are relevant to this and figure out like how far we are from getting them down to 0. And if it's close, then I'm inclined just to not move it, because like moving it takes time.
Yeah.
Creating a draft is not a 0 time endeavor. I mean, especially if it's actually trying to move it forward.
Yeah, and mine was minor. It's
Okay.
mostly there, so it's more clarity about understanding that
Right.
you
But
can't
also-
cache it's only really expires that you cache for all of these.
I will sync with Alan, but anyway. All right, thanks. That was at least a helpful signal. Can you have the same type and value? Okay. People have been on this one, repetition of a token parameter.
Yeah, I have an opinion. I don't think it hurts. You can send the same thing twice. The relay can just execute the first one, and we can say that. And you're sending more bytes, but that's the only downside. There's many cases where you do want to send two tokens when you're doing token rollover. There's some period of time
that's
when both are valid, so you do want to send multiple.
Well, that's different values.
Colin, are you next?
I think I'm going to argue for the multiple as well. And the thing is you, if you're connected with more than one CDN, you don't even necessarily know which token you need to put in. So you throw them all.
Wait a minute.
It's the same time.
There's two separate questions here. One is like, can I send two tokens? Which is, I think we're all agreeing is fine.
Right.
The other one is, can I send the same token twice in the same request? Can I duplicate a token twice?
It has a different value. Same type, different value. So I'm going to say
There's two questions on the slide.
Okay, sorry.
The first one's identical token.
All right. I think everyone agrees on number two. At least, maybe not, but no one has articulated the set with number two. Number one is like,
that's crazy.
Are we gonna panic about the crazy thing, or just kind of let it slide as a crazy thing? Victor and then Luke.
So is the proposed encoding you just have the same parameter repeated twice?
Yes.
Now what this reminds me of? The set cookie header.
Yeah, it reminds me of HTTP headers, duplicating them. Every browser, like it just people handle them differently if you allow duplicates.
Doesn't the draft say something about parameters must define whether or not that parameter can be repeated and whether it can be duplicated, whether the order of the parameters matters? Doesn't it say that each parameter has to define that?
Them the order right now.
We have not made them ordered yet.
No, I mean, within a given parameter type, whether the order is important, whether it can be duplicated, whether it can be identically duplicated or different values. I think that's supposed to be defined by the parameter itself, right?
Yes. And I think by default, you can't repeat them unless otherwise specified as collection, but that could be. Okay. All right. I think having the same thing twice is really dumb, but is it a problem? I mean, also validating it's kind of annoying.
I think we should have some wording about what even do with multiple authorization tokens.
Yeah.
In general.
Okay.
So if the current definition doesn't say anything about it, then it inherits the default, which is it's an error, right? The default text says don't repeat.
Well, so you could repeat the parameter type. I think we. No one has said no. You cannot send two distinct tokens in.
Forget tokens. If the exact same parameter is repeated with the exact same value, the current draft says you shouldn't duplicate the parameter, right?
I don't think it says anything
Yeah,
about
but
that particular.
no, the token parameter definition explicitly says you can add multiple tokens.
Yeah.
So it does allow that. So the only difference here is the same value is being sent twice with the same type in the same message.
So I got maybe this. Okay, so if I can summarize, the second answer is yes, you can do that as you've written there. For the first question, there's a general question of can you send purely duplicate parameters or not? It's not just a thing for this. Can I send largest location 40 twice in the same message for some reason?
I think the core draft should just say that right away as a rule. You cannot send the identical parameter with identical values more than once unless the parameter specifies otherwise. If this parameter doesn't specify that, then it inherits the no dupes.
I think given that by default, the given parameter cannot be repeated, that means that for the parameters we allow repetition, the handling code will be more complicated anyway with more nuances. What even means having more parameters as given type, I don't think we need like generic solution for that. Like what even means receiving two different authorization tokens.
Receiving two different authorizations doesn't mean something, right? Like they're
either of them can give you authorization.
I understand that. I just don't think it's specified currently. And I don't think we can have a general rule about like repeating parameters because most of the parameters can be there only once.
I tend to agree that, yeah, probably making a general rule is not necessary, but
All right.
I think Luke, I'd like Luke is.
I'm just gonna say, like, who cares? Like, nobody's gonna check this. Like, are you really gonna be like listening to all the tour quality? Like, nobody's gonna do it.
Yep, I was gonna say that. Like, I'm not gonna check. I mean, I don't know.
It's such a minor edge case that nobody will ever
Just
do.
say nothing, do less work.
All right.
Victor?
And we move to the next issue?
Yeah.
Good. Keep using
Comments
the
that-
Bitcoins. You know, I put the couple,
I'll comment that the language we used for that on the quick specs was that if the client detects it, it may treat this as an error.
Yeah.
That disincents the other side to do it.
That might be smart.
Do we want a, like, you must not do it, you may enforce it, but you don't, we really don't think anyone's gonna bother?
It still means you just need to check in the clients that may not know enough.
Yeah, I think a may on enforcement is probably sufficient.
Oh, but then you need to have a must on. You must not do it, may enforce. You can't have a may enforce and a like may do it. Like, we can't pair those two. Okay, I can, all right, so, okay, I will go to 9 and 6 and that ends badly. Even they should and may, like, enforce, it's like,
Good luck.
Okay.
Yeah, the only thing I can think on that one is like if someone was trying to use it as a DOS vector or something, like by just repeating something that was expensive to parse.
That's
And
true.
and
They
it
could
was
just
like-
make up unique ones as
and
well.
It was like,
Oh, I
fully
guess not.
valid, but like
I guess not.
expensive.
Yeah.
And then you repeat it a bunch of times and it could be like that, it could be bad. There are reasons to say you might want to reject that.
Yeah, they're signed, so you actually sometimes repeating is all you can do as a client. Like you can't generate fake ones because they're graphically
We
signed.
have pretty hard limit.
Well, there's
parameters.
But like there's already DOS the DOS tech, even if you forbid that, as I just said, different randomly generated tokens that you have to decrypt and process, right? And then that's valid.
Well, you can fail earlier in those because they don't decrypt, you know.
Well, no, but like the way the crypt works, like it's fixed time, right? To avoid.
Well, it depends if your auth server is like a separate microservice you need to talk to or something, like after decrypting.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of
It
ways to
depends,
decrypting,
right?
but the point is like
HMAC
disalign
versus,
duplicates
you know.
doesn't give you anything because it's an easy attack.
I wrote some text on the screen. Does that look like it's aligning with where we're ending up?
Yes.
Shit. Oh, I don't want to do that. Sorry, so somebody's like, I just didn't. Okay, so this one is about using basically the token caching in client setup. We can currently allow the client to attempt to register tokens in the cache without knowing the server's cache size. Anyway, I'll just highlight that. I mean,
intuitively, it kind of makes sense.
so it's
It's
kind of like a foot gun, but yes, I mean,
Don't do this, like wait for server setup and then add things into cache. Right?
you know,
This is gross.
this is gross. I was suggesting we save this value when we do 0RTT. And so if you're doing 0RTT and you save the value and the value is not 0, then you can shove stuff in the cache, and otherwise, like, don't.
So just a minute, if I did a session resumption, my previous auth tokens would be there?
Not your auth tokens. You can
Or my alien, or,
you know the size of the peers.
Oh, I know the
cache.
size.
Just that int value. So like,
Okay.
because that's what we do for, like, say max streams in QUIC, where, like, you know, you remember what the number of max streams is from last time, and if that changes, then you're supposed to fail 0RTT.
And again, you don't mean 0RTT, you mean set like 1RT.
Resumption is
set up with request in the same flight.
Yes.
Because you can't put off tokens in 0RTT because then that's replayable, right? That's no good.
I mean, you can.
Yes.
Don't do that at TLS 1.3. Go run.
I mean, in raw QUIC, you certainly could. There's no, like, it's not HTTP. I don't know.
Well, I mean, like,
yeah,
it is physically possible to write code to do that, but like, will there not be something in there as he says, no, you cannot, you're not allowed
I mean,
to do that?
it's
Yeah.
so what the formulation I think in around the 0 to T requests in general, even QUIC spec, is that it needs to be I can't pronounce
Applications have to specify what is safe to do.
Yes,
in
and it
0 to
it
T.
needs to be something that's is not. You have to be not really create state. I think that's when you start creating states, that becomes the problem.
Well, it has to be idempotent, I guess.
Yeah.
Right. You can't right. Okay. I think people can read it if they want to know what it actually says. Okay. So I'm sorry. Did I sidetrack this into 0 TT? Because I'm sorry, but I think we're being imprecise with language because 0 TT is a whole other thing, as you know.
Yeah, I know. Okay. So I think we're saying we don't want to do this in client setup because it's complicated and dangerous and speculative at best. Is that correct?
This is my position. I don't know. Will, do you have a thought about this? I think you were one of the drivers behind this. Were you not? Well, you were of the whole token thing.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, my thinking was setup is one of the messages you can pass a token on. So I would think you would pass a token and you would opportunistically try to send an alias with it. And if the relay says, I'm not going to store these tokens for you, it would just respond with, I forget what our message is, a cache size of 0, right? And then in getting a cache size of 0 back, you know that it didn't store it, so you would keep supplying it in the future. So that's how I thought it would work here.
But delete is clearly useless, right? In setup.
On setup, yes, because setup is your very first message. So,
right.
I mean, do we allow it? It's a non-op for me. You can call for delete, but there should be nothing there.
Well, one of the things that I'm really unclear on some level is, how often will we do authorization in setup versus authorization in subscriber publish? Because authorization when you don't even know what track you're talking about, it's sort of wild.
But that's how I've got a CDN. I don't want random people connecting to my edge, right? So I want to protect the fact that you're even connecting to my MOQ transport service before you subscribe or do anything.
I think it depends on the use. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I hear what you're saying, Will. It makes sense. I'm not scared. I'm just sort of thinking there's a bunch of this to work through on that.
I think some applications it's going to be only auth on the handshake, and it will never ever use it anywhere else. And others it will be every single subscription kind of thing. And I don't know. I think they're just going to be different use cases, and I think I have maybe some of both. But yeah.
So, I mean, for the people that are authorizing in setup, I think if we don't think about this carefully, we may add an RTT that's unnecessary.
Right. On the other hand, I mean, if we think that you're only going to opt in, if we think what I just said is true, is you're either going to opt in setup and then never auth again, or opt on every single subscription or something, and that those are the two modalities of working, then it's fine to completely disallow this in setup because you're just going to send it once anyway.
I get your point.
Well, with the corner case is again with the simultaneous. So now that we have ALPN, there's no reason you can't send client setup and then 400 subscribes before you get server set up. And if I'm going to do that, then it would be great to compress.
Okay, but that doesn't work without remembering, I think, the token cache size, does it?
Well,
you could stack them all up, but you might get an answer back that it's not storing them, and meanwhile you've sent an alias for all your subscribes. So
so you can't do that anyway. Well,
unless one will succeed and the others will
you're
fail.
caching it.
Yeah, so I think the pipelining thing you really need to be caching the previous value.
So I think Colin's right. You are adding an RTT potentially if it's 0. So
but I mean that might be needed from a security point of view. I'm not sure.
Oh no. So the example is I send client setup, I send 400 subscribes, and they all use the same auth token. So like the first request has the full token, and the other 390 subscribes refer to that alias.
Yeah.
But oops, the thing is 0, so I'm just going to reject 399 of your subscribes. So you have saved nothing, right?
But
of
we're
course-
arguing an edge case here. Most CDNs are
Yeah.
going to cache this. We like to cache stuff, right? This is efficiency. So
Yeah.
we're arguing it's not going to be the normal case at all.
Okay.
And
I
and
wouldn't
yes,
just-
if you're talking a particular CDN that isn't caching, you probably know it doesn't, and you probably adjust your workflow for that.
So, Will, since you're probably the strongest proponent of this, would you object to saying like on the second time you connect to a server, you can do this if you remember what the max value was?
The second time you connect,
Right. So I connect, I get a max cache off
Yeah.
cat, whatever the parameter is called. Max off token cache size. I remember that. Second session, and I know it's greater than some large number. Second session, I'm sending this, and I can start registering because I know the cache size is more than 0.
yeah, I think that's dangerous. That's state, right? And there's no assumption that the second time you connect, it's going to be the same. It probably will be most of the time, but we reserve the right to change it or to change it dynamically based on memory pressure or something like that. So
Okay.
I don't. It's not a lot of overhead. It's a var ent that we're sending back to tell you how much cache space you have.
Yeah.
I have an extremely unuseful answer, which is if you just move clients set up to ALPS, you will not have this problem.
Good answer. ALPS for the win.
Isn't it shocking how many problems it just
It solves all my problems.
All right.
Well,
Really.
It's also about the auth token, the web transport header.
I would say upvote at GitHub issue, but you already upvoted.
I already uploaded. I watched it.
Okay. So like all right. So we're saying that as a server, I can just like reject all the subscribes that come with tokens that are. I can reject the registration of all the aliases if I want.
Yep.
Like, it's a little conceptually gross, but I don't think we spend a ton of time on it. So if somebody wants to make the PR happen because they want the thing, I think that's fine.
I would say you shouldn't assume the alias will work until you get the server set up. So it's like, as a note, like you should probably just send it in the plain text until you get an ACK thing saying it's supported. If you want to avoid errors and retrying.
Yep.
Because I mean, it's
The
going to be
only,
rare. with
the only
a lot of-
penalty is your RTT penalty if you want to quickly do a bunch of subscribes, right?
Well, there won't be an RTT penalty if you send them in plain text and every
So
subscribe.
okay, so I guess the question is, as a server, when can I kill the session for using register? Exactly.
Never.
Well, like currently, like the original before this PR, we have this problem. The text is like if you register beyond the limit, like you're dead.
No, you did that, or you just get an error. I think you only get an error for a request.
Is it a protocol?
No, I think it's. I don't think it's
Maybe
protocol
we
error.
should look it up instead of guessing.
No, it just gives you an error saying you tried to register in the request phase.
Do you know, Will?
No.
Maybe I misunderstood the text.
What? Can you clarify your question though? It's not clear.
So, like, forget about setup. Way in the future, you certainly know what my max off token cache size is. If I exceed that with registration, that protocol error.
Protocol error. I forget if we set it up as I probably would have argued against a protocol error. I'd just say, hey, I didn't store your token. I'm still using it, but I'm not storing it, right?
Oh, where would it be?
Must be reacted message with a more form of token error. So I think it's just the request that fails. It's gonna be a subscribe error.
Okay. And then you can
Means the client setup
resubscribe
failed.
and send the whole token.
Yeah, or the setup fails.
Oh, you're
The
right.
setup would
You're
fail,
right.
the request fails,
Oh
right?
wait, no. Shoot.
Okay, I'm inclined to go towards Alan's last comment, which is we're just going to forbid use alias and delete in client setup and otherwise not change the current draft and stop discussing token compression. Is that okay?
Okay. If a registration, okay, so what's in the editor's copy right now? If a registration is attempted which would cause this limit to be exceeded, the receiver must terminate the session with an auth token cache overflow error. However, there's an exception in here somewhere. Okay, in the authorization token, it says if a server receives an auth token in client setup with alias type register that exceeds its cache size, it must not fail the session. Ooh. There's editorial here. Instead, it must treat the parameters alias type user doc. So we have a specific exception for tokens in client setup.
Yes. So that's ugly. We should rather just prevent using alias for client setup and have a consistent error condition otherwise, rather than carving out a special one for setup.
I'm getting tired.
Okay. Yeah.
But I now understand the state of the draft as it is.
Okay.
But is it proportional to? I guess it might be to nuke the connection.
Well, I mean, for the rest. So you can send. Okay, if we make it I can send you auth tokens, register type auth tokens at the end of the time, even though you want them. Which, like, I don't know if that really costs you anything. I don't think it does.
I mean, this is kind of
but
the same
it's kind of a foot gun, right?
I would say it's kind of the same for like QUIC. Like if you're pipelining stuff, don't assume the previous registration succeeded. You just have to echo it again. And that's okay, because this is only a pipelining, only if you have a bunch of subscriptions would you repeat this token. If you don't pipeline, you just wait for, to know the cache size.
So, I think we can go for it. I want to spend some time on this if people's brains are still working. Do people need a break or something? Or are we okay to just keep plowing there?
No, keep going.
I was just going to say on that one, though, it looks like whoever wrote this originally had put some thought into it.
Yeah.
It might not be wrong.
Well, I mean, like, the original thing was session error, and then we realized there's a problem with client setup. So there's an official specific carve up for that. It doesn't solve the case where I have 400 subscribed with my client setup because now we have ALPN. So that's like a weird gap that we have. And like maybe this current compromise is a kludge and it's ugly, and we should just have everything be a subscribe error or something. but yeah.
Well, I mean, in this case with the piggyback 400, right? It's just gonna those 400. You're gonna get 400 subscribe. I mean, the setup won't register the alias, and therefore the 400 scripts will fail with not authorized.
Yeah.
But
yes,
that seems fine to me. That doesn't sound like a problem. Now you're going to have to redo them, but that's
right.
That's pretty much where you were to start with.
Yeah, that's true.
Like I figured, and the more I think about this, the more the text that's in the draft seems like probably is about. Yeah, maybe not the prettiest thing to do, but it might be the best thing to do.
I mean, that's not the right.
Now there's an editorial problem is that like this is in two different places. There's like one section that says like you must make a session error, and there's a complete other section that says with this one you should definitely not make it a session error in this one circumstance, and they're complete.
Yeah.
Completely separate spots.
Never ever do this except when you can do it.
Yeah. I'll file an issue right now.
Oh no. It's not the right direction. Close to before you.
It's editorial.
All right. 1103, delivery timeout, datagrams caching. This issue kind of like got a little wider over time. But it is both discussing, it originally started as like, how do you know when you subscribe to datagrams, like whether you actually got everything? Because even if you specify like an infinite delivery timeout, like it's kind of unclear as to like whether you are actually supposed to get everything in datagrams. And then it kind of got widened to a general, like, we kind of say you shouldn't retransmit datagrams, but that seems kind of dumb in a lot of circumstances. Do we really mean that? No.
I don't understand that seems dumb. This is a conscious choice by the app to send it as a datagram. The app knows that it chose datagram because they are unreliable. If it wanted to send things reliable that are small, it would have sent a singleton stream, which you can do, right? You can send each audio packet as a singleton stream object. Nothing wrong with that if you want the reliability.
But I mean, datagrams have other properties, right? They are low overhead. They are not flow controlled. They're also not retransmitted at fault, but like that's.
But I think that's by design. Like they're not retransmitted by design, and the application knows that, and the application chose them because of that. If it wants reliability, it would have sent them as singleton streams. So I don't think this issue really.
Sorry, Mo, we have a delay. Go ahead.
I'm done.
Yeah, I'm saying if the property of datagrams is they're not retransmitted, why are we even debating whether publishers should retransmit them? I agree fully with Mo. Like, you know they're not. You design your application.
That's a quick transport property. We can
But
decide
we're
whether
on top of QUIC,
we want
right?
it at
So
the layer.
we know that.
Well, I thought folks here had recent success, like making datagrams more reliable in some circumstances, especially on short RTCs, because I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Am I wrong? Luke?
Right.
Christian-
By actually
Christian
putting
first.
stream headers on them.
Sorry. Oh, Christian.
Yeah, let's support more on that. I mean, and the circumstance when you have a 2 milliseconds RTT is exactly the circumstance where you could choose to send your datagrams as streams. I mean, because what you're saying is my line is so good that I can do that. And if it is so that retransmitting datagrams would improve, then so would sending the media as a stream in the first place. So, I mean, because look at the logistics to actually retransmit datagrams. I mean, that's a lot.
Yeah. I mean, the choice of whether to use a datagram or not is a original publisher choice today. So like, I mean, realistically, look, we're a relay network, and I'm not gonna like, if I drop a quote unquote datagram between like one node in the relay network and the other, and it's spanning out to like 100 people, I'm probably gonna retransmit it because like I don't really want 100 people to all lose their audio packet. Like they're gonna be sad. But I mean, that's not what the draft says, I don't think.
Well, look, Ryan, nobody forbids you to hack your QUIC implementation to do that. That's not terribly hard.
Right.
But I mean, don't make it mandatory or expected.
Actually, I might go slightly farther than that. Is don't do something surprising because the application's probably already doing something at a different layer that then you conflict with. Like I'd probably say that it'd be not good to do this.
Okay.
I'll just give the context for why you might want to do this. Is if you have something like Twitter Spaces or something, and one person has really low latency and has a delivery timeout of 100 milliseconds, and they don't want retransmits, and then the viewers have a delivery timeout of like 2 seconds or 3 seconds or whatever. Yes, you sent the datagram because some people want no retransmits, some viewers, but other ones have the jitter buffer to accept it. And that's why like the original publisher's intent is more for the minimum viewer, like the minimum latency viewer. But some people have higher latency and it might be worth retransmitting.
But I mean, if the publisher's link was okay, if he's got a good link, it got cached, right? So the guys that didn't receive it.
This is from the
could fetch
edge
it if they want.
to the person who has like a 5-second jitter buffer. It's going to be a datagram. It's never going to be retransmitted, even though they have a 5-second jitter buffer.
No, but I'm saying that in subscriber, if he didn't get something and he really wants it, he can fetch it if he wants it, right? If it's critical, he can fetch it.
But that's like really slow compared to like retransmitting something when it's like right there.
No, it's actually about the same. It's actually about the same because if you retransmit, if you're doing an application level retransmit, you have to make all kinds of assumptions about delays and stuff like that. It ends up not that much slower, that much faster than doing it with a fetch.
Okay, then can we talk about delivery timeout? Because this is what we currently say, and I don't think we mean this. And neither people specify delivery timeout. Objects on the track watching the subscription filter are delivered as indicated by their group order of priority. I don't think we mean that for datagram based on this conversation.
I think delivered is the wrong word here.
Or transmitted.
Yeah.
Forwarded.
Forwarded. Yeah.
Forwarded.
Processed.
I mean, my point is we have this one sentence that right now I think applies to both. It applies to delivery timeout in general, but it doesn't talk about how it's different for datagrams and not. And so I think you're saying I need to like write text that says for datagrams, this means sent, and for streams, it's delivered.
I don't like. So wait, how do we know if something needs to be retransmitted?
You get an up call.
Oh, what?
QUIC. I mean, were you talking about datagrams?
Yeah.
You just get an upcall that like it was lost.
That doesn't happen in web transmission.
Well, it doesn't happen.
Web transport doesn't expose it, but yeah, quick access.
Well, let's not forget that you can always reset a stream. So it's not because it's sent over stream that it will always be received.
I think that this intent was that it was attempted to be forwarded once, not that if there was a quick error, you're not gonna, the mock application is not required to go back and create a new quick stream to send it, right?
Okay, so I think this is not for quite a number of quick web transport stacks. I think this is not possible to do anyway. I'm very reluctant to have like roll your own retransmissions as a general rule
That's fine. But we need to change like what we say in the draft. It's like super unclear.
I never interpret this as being retransmission. I see how you're reading that now, but I mean, like, I agree. We need to fix some words here, but
I think the wording was supposed to be dispatched once to the quick layer. And if the quick layer does something to reliably get it there, great. If it doesn't,
this isn't the delivery timeout parameter section. So I mean, this is really a case where like the text is a long way away from like the forwarding preference stuff. And so I think it just wasn't written with like datagrams in mind. But I can, to verify something, if I specify a delivery timeout on datagrams, that does mean something, which is you won't queue it for longer than the delivery timeout. Is that correct?
I think that should be true.
I just want to make sure the delivery timeout has a meaning with
queue
datagrams.
before you hand it to the quick stack, or queue in the quick stack?
Quick
Which
before.
queue?
Well, they
in
should
the
be the
kernel
same, or at least lined.
No,
It's the best effort to not queue it for more than.
Because the quick stack has a queue for datagrams. Like every implementation has a queue.
A mock implementation is likely not going to be in control of its quick stack, right? So you don't know what parameters and timers it's maintaining. So all you can do to honor the delivery timeout is your own application level queue. Once you dispatch to quick, hands are off. So I think this, when it says delivered, it means delivered to the quick layer, delivered to your quick stack.
Okay. That makes sense. And that correlate. Okay.
But I would say like the draft probably shouldn't prevent you retransmitting datagrams. Like to your point, like you could do it if you had the quick stack to let you do it. Nobody would know.
I can.
Nobody would know, right?
I actually think that'd be a really bad idea. Like, I don't think we should do that without the applications being aware, because the problem isn't the size of your jitter buffer. The problem is bandwidth, right? And
if you have available congestion control space and you've detected that a datagram was lost and the delivery timeout is high, nothing's stopping the publisher from retransmitting. The subscriber won't know.
Nothing's stopping you, but if you try to do smart things, be aware that other layers may also be trying to do smart things. Wi-Fi is going to retransmit like 8 times, right? The quick stack may have FEC, and it will try to over FEC it if it wants. So there may be intelligence in other layers other than just the mock layer.
And then you're going to have
doing things.
You have a control loop that's trying to do bandwidth estimation at a higher level to sort of move the bandwidths around. Like, I just like the more things that are surprises happen in this space, the more it goes wrong.
I don't think we should say anything about it.
Yeah.
We shouldn't prohibit it. It should require it.
Yeah, can't prohibit it.
Christian?
Yeah, I'm fine with saying nothing. I mean, the idea of, I've tried this business of doing application level returns or end-to-end level of returns of datagram, and it's just ugly. I mean, you don't want to do that. So don't do it. I mean, and if media don't support it, I mean, media that do datagrams do that by having some kind of FEC inside the media in general. So they don't mind as long as you don't, I mean, clearly if you are losing all of them, you have an issue. But if you are using a data, losing like 10%, it's not an issue. I mean, it's designed to support that.
Cool.
So
I know what text I need to write for this portion of it, I believe.
I would want to know that we should probably explicitly forbid it because we are now in like TCP meltdown territory. Because if there are multiple layers that don't know who's transmitting, just explodes super fast if we allow it.
Well, you can't prevent it.
Yeah,
you can't prohibit it because it's not enforceable. Yeah. But this could be a should not. This should be a should not.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I'm not using congestion control can't be prohibited because it's not enforceable. I mean, You're
could be a
sort of
should not.
right,
Yeah.
but at IETF, we do prohibit that.
We can say should not. That's why
We should discourage that.
we can say should not. I think that's sensible. Excellent. I can now update the text to say what I think the working group all probably meant.
Ian, are you relying on the minutes to remember what the conclusion on these are? Are they all on your brain computer, or do you have notes that I don't see?
I was taking notes for some of them. I didn't take notes for this one.
Okay.
I can want to get through the rest of the issue and then I'll take notes. On
Okay. I mean, you've got a good brain. I trust you.
No, some of them I need to go back to the minutes.
And it is on tape, so you can spend an hour watching it some other time.
An hour. This is
good luck.
transcript. How long have we been sitting here? This afternoon.
But since Alan left, you've been this. It's just been you and Luke. So
A searchable transcript.
And my notes are pretty bad, by the way. So I've taken notes 3 times in my life, and they've all been IETF meetings.
We appreciate your attempt.
I did not take notes at school.
This is like asking someone to drive your kid to school who's never driven a car before.
Like everyone starts somewhere, and we appreciate you doing it. So thank you.
Yeah. So I said,
go ahead, Ian.
Hilarious. Okay. In this issue, it also came up as to why you can't mix datagrams with streams. And the one use case was enhancement layers could be in datagrams and streams might be the base layer. Would it really be that big of a deal if we just allowed both of them and allowed each object to indicate how it wanted to be sent and read instead of making it a drag thing?
Christian, is your hand still up on purpose, or did you want to talk about the last issue, or you want to talk about this issue?
It shows that I'm bad at dealing with the UI. I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries.
I thought this was already allowed. This is prohibited?
Yeah, right now it's all streams are all datagrams, never the twain shall meet, but there's kind of no reason to do that. I think it's mostly just it's a restriction in the text. Do you want to get rid of it? For separate
Does it help
subgroups,
anything?
right?
I think this started off when we had 4 preferences, things that were negotiated.
Yes.
And so it was because we were can subscribers have different preferences, and then can the publisher override them, or we were having trouble reconciling them. But now that there is no 4 preference negotiated anywhere, it's just whatever the publisher does. I don't know that there's a problem if the publisher does something.
I think this would be a valuable
Random.
feature for different subgroups.
I think it actually would be a feature.
for different subgroups. But if you send one subgroup on the stream and then send datagrams in that same subgroup, I can.
You can.
Yeah, that's my only concern.
You totally can't do that because that breaks fetch.
So would you make this a hop by hop decision, or is still original publisher decision?
No, it's still original publisher.
So the original publisher sends some datagrams and some.
That's the.
And everyone has to honor that.
Can we make the boundary at which you can switch be the subgroup? So within
Yes.
the subgroup.
Certainly no lower.
Yes. That would have to be the boundary.
I could see it useful if your B frames fit in an NTU, then you could do disposable, discardable, non-retransmitted B frames in your low subgroup.
I think that does solve the problem where.
It's one less way to make an invalid track.
Well, yes, but we have that so when we pitched Peeps, we had this object model, right? And then there was this dependency kind of thing, which is pretty nicely fits in 2 streams. But there was another one that was like this. And then
I now feel nostalgic now that you said the word.
What?
I feel nostalgic now.
Go ahead. And the bottom one is the dominant.
Okay, and so this is 5 streams, which is kind of annoying. And
Yeah.
it's a low priority thing, so 1 stream and 4 datagrams would be kind of nice.
Yeah, and as Mo said, that's the bottom one is the the thing that people do.
And in practice, we would encode that bottom one as the top one in current. If this real restriction was real, we would just have this one other subgroup,
right,
and ignore the dependency between them.
Or the lack of dependency. You pretend they were dependent when they're not.
Pretend they're dependent, and we're forcing the ordering for no reason.
Then if no one objects, then we will move forward to remove this restriction.
I can delete some tests.
And just say, we'll write the text to make sure, obviously you can't have the same subgroup, twice, or the implicit subgroup implied by the datagram object ID. Okay. Let me go to break that.
Okay, so actually, well, there's a hidden trap here though, which I talked about yesterday already, but like for arbitrary reasons, we decided that the subgroup ID is the object ID for datagrams.
Yes.
That may not work anymore.
Yeah, it won't work anymore.
It won't
Yeah,
work anymore.
It won't work anymore.
Yeah, definitely need to. fix
So
that.
we have to like do something different. And that was a completely arbitrary decision, and it was a little bad with some of the encoding stuff we were talking about yesterday, etc. But like, I mean, like the brute force ignorant solution just explicitly put the subgroup ID in the datagram. Another brute force thing is to like change it so when we have a datagram being delivered via fetch, like we have a no subgroup option. Yes.
Put subgroup ID in datagram and let one flag to say it's 0.
But then we're making subgroup ID 0, the datagram subgroup ID.
No. So we have in the list of bit flags, whatever we're calling them, you know, the weirdly encoded bit flags, so the type of the object, right? We allocate one of the bits that indicates whether it has a subgroup or not. So subgroup's optional in datagram, and if it's missing, it's 0.
Okay, this is all great, but like, all right. So I think we're driving towards this. This is where this came up before yesterday with the filtering stuff. I think we're driving towards like probably some sort of hierarchy where like subgroup 0 is the base layer, and subgroup 1 is the second layer, subgroup 2 is the third layer. And in this case, you want this to not be subgroup 0, right?
The thing, I think how I would describe it is in the audio case where you care about bandwidth, you're not using subgroups at all. So it doesn't even matter what subgroup. It's also just long as you don't have a subgroup.
Well, in the audio case, in an audio track, none of this like all this
and in
junk doesn't matter.
any case where actually subgroups were being used in any way whatsoever, you'd have to include the subgroup in the UDP packet.
All right.
But if you're doing like B frames for video codecs, that's going to be fine. It's no big deal.
Although you couldn't use datagrams for B frames. Too big.
So okay.
You should see some of our B frames.
You might not be able to do it. It
Just
depends.
look at the quality of Zoom sometime and ask yourself what their B frames
Okay.
look like.
All right. So everything everyone has said is fine. The current object datagram encoding has no way to encode the subgroup ID, and we have to add that. So there's an implicit thing in all this that changes.
Oh, the first part was.
Oh, there. I don't like retransmitting them for the record.
Actually, this may give us the opportunity to have the subgroup header and the datagram header symmetric, and then not define 100 values, just actually define bits. So instead of having a secret decoder ring about 100 values, there could be individual bits that mean this thing present, this thing not present. Anyway,
I love bits. I hate decoder rings, so I'm all for that. Yeah, that could be. I don't know. I'm too tired to think about the subgroup header versus the. I mean, subgroup header is weird because you have like the subgroup header and then the object specific header, right? And diagrams just have a single header, but it could be that like the subgroup header is the conflation of the stream group header and the first object ID header or something, which might be convenient. But I don't know, man. Okay. And the problem is there are different flags that are not. There's the end of group flag, which is weird. And
It's in both.
Well, it only the end of group case for datagrams is very solid. In the stream case, it's a little weird and like maybe bad and not it's written down anywhere. But Al and I were and sort of agreed that maybe we should just have the end of group flag for datagrams. But this is a fifth order problem. I think we've identified the requirement in this PR to fix the subgroup ID encoding. It's straightforward. If we want to merge the things later, we can look at that and see what the issues are. So on the last paragraph, you could add that we need to add the capability to explicitly express a subgroup ID in a datagram.
Can you change the default?
Change what?
Change the default to 0.
I don't. I think Colin convinced me that we don't have to mess with any of the defaults, but like you have to like everything. What we just said breaks everything if we don't like get away from the object ID equals subgroup ID.
Yeah, I think that seemed like one of those arbitrary decisions that now looks
We had to
like,
make it
oh
simple.
yeah,
We were just
that's
we
not
were,
quite
we were
right.
just trying to simplify the fetch encoding.
Yeah.
And we did that, and like yeah.
Yeah, I need more time to think about that particular detail before. I think my brain's not quite smart enough to like be sure which way to go on the subject. But okay. Here too. Okay. Elaborated the role of the original publisher. Guess I don't know. Oh, is this the whole like? Is the original publisher unique? Sorry, I need to go to the issue.
It's editorial, so let the editor's discretion run wild.
Victor.
Oh, yes, that's fine.
Apparently decided
And isn't it original publishers as well?
So I would suggest that we park this until Mo's track filtering thing is landed. Because if we can murder like multi-publisher, which is I think what you were one of the things you're trying to do with that, then like this becomes way easier.
We're in the parking lot.
We should add a comment why we're parked.
Okay.
Does anyone like want to preserve Colin just left, but does anyone preserve multi-publisher even if we get object filtering or track filtering?
Depends on how it will.
All the cases,
Will?
Yeah, I mean, for the case of a highly reliable sports broadcast, right? I want the capability that two independent encoders producing bit identical content can both publish into a network, and we'll have this hot failover for those streams.
Yes.
If we can
But
keep
that's
that
not-
from what Mo's proposing, then that's good. Otherwise, in my mind, that's multi-publisher.
So like in my view, like if your original if there's a little circle on the diagram we call original publisher, there's actually two hosts that are like going to coordinate so that they never like screw up the synchronization. Like that's an implementation detail of your original publisher. But if original publisher A is in Toronto and B is in Munich, and they're like somehow magically like avoiding each other's group IDs, that's a different thing.
you're talking about redundant publisher, and Martin is scared of independent, uncoordinated original publishers.
Which we've been trying to accommodate up to now.
Yeah.
And because we didn't have what Mo's proposing.
Yeah, I'm all for banning that, but I do want redundancy and multiple.
No high shirts. Have like one laptop broadcast, the Super Bowl that goes down, everyone's screwed.
Just to clarify, we can never ban it, but we can make it where it doesn't make any sense to do something stupid when you have protocol tools.
I mean, it's
what you
hard.
want.
So you can have any number of nodes as your original publisher. You draw a circle around those nodes, and what has to come out has to meet some requirements, which is actually one thing that's in Victor's issue that I think we should do.
I mean, I'm gonna play devil's advocate. How can you tell if they're coordinated or not? Like, how can you tell
If there are object ID collisions and other malformed things happening, then they're not coordinated.
So you can.
what I'm saying is, like, you can't
look,
tell.
I mean,
it doesn't change the draft, right?
Look, the protocol might break. Like if you do stupid stuff that we tell you not to do, like God knows what's gonna happen. Like, I mean, that's the deal.
I think more sharp edges is good. I totally agree.
But we've been trying to like, well, what if we're doing multi-publisher? I'm like, I don't. I'm not 100% sure, but I think the non-increasing group ID thing is a residue of multi-publisher, right?
Yes.
And that's a huge pain.
And like 80%.
Oh, I know.
60% of the group hates that. So like maybe
The people that use it hate it, but it's required because we don't have a way to do subscribe namespace.
But in Will's case, for example, a redundant publisher might be late or slow, and the group ID actually might go backwards as the second one comes up. Like you can't prevent it if you allow redundancy.
So I do think, as Victor's issue says, I think we need to define what a original publisher has to be able to do, and like you draw a circle around your nodes, and as long as they obey those conditions, we're fine. Right. Will.
Yeah, just a question for Mo. If we go with the filter solution, can we revisit the notion of group IDs not monotonically increasing? In other words, can we
know of an app
force them
that would
to
require that.
monotonically increase?
I don't know of an app that would require the flexibility of random group IDs anymore if you have the support for. Basically, the only reason you have the random group IDs is because you're sticking identity bits in your group ID.
Yeah,
You
I
can stick
get
the
it.
identity
So
bits in your name instead and do things with filters on your namespace that kind of removes the need to steal bits from the group ID.
So the most forceful proponents for that are not in the room right now. I don't want to go down too much down this road, but like that's in my head as like a potential nice outcome of most things. But I think it's too early to open that topic because we haven't even seen what most
I
proposal
just
is.
want to raise it as a desirable adjacent benefit of Mo's solution.
Oh no, your chairs hear you.
I will say, Will, though, you put the Unix epoch in there, and clock sync will cause that to go backwards.
Yeah. If we're labeling down to them, if you've got groups that are millisecond level duration or groups whose duration is within the tolerance of your clock sync, then yes, you'll have a problem. But
I had a server in Australia that was a minute behind.
Look,
you know?
if groups come out, groups
go speak to Cloudflare.
With a single host, groups can come out of a device out of order.
Yes.
Right. So like that's not a problem. There's nothing.
Yeah.
It's just when they sync with the NTP server, it might like.
Well, like the problem is like if your clocks are out of sync, and so the same image of the football player is a different group ID, then you're screwed. Like that's a problem, and like I don't know how he's solving it, but I don't have to solve it for him.
Exactly. 668. Should sending go away also block you from sending a subscribe? The current recommendation or from the editors is that it should not, and that instead you should wait until the peer sends go away. So this is kind of like a.
What does it currently block?
You sending a go away prevents them from sending you subscribes, but it
does it prevent you from blocking publishers?
I can't remember. I didn't.
I mean, presumably.
And how does that interact with subscribe namespace?
Upon receiving go away endpoint should not initiate new requests.
Yeah. So right now it says should not initiate new requests of any sort, right? Or this is okay. Sorry. Should not initiate new requests to the peer, including so basically any sort. Subscribe, publish, fetch. Basically, you don't do anything new. Like okay, should not. Yep. And so there's this issue about like, but maybe you might want to be able to subscribe to something. I'm not actually sure like what.
Can I send go away then publish? Doesn't that seem? But like I won't accept your subscribes, but I'll send you a publish. That seems weird.
I mean, it does. I'm not gonna lie; it seems kind of dumb, but I
like. So you get in the business of like saying these requests are allowed and these other ones aren't. I don't know. I mean, it's a should not, so there's nothing forceful here. Like we are in fact allowing it.
But I mean, it's all go away. Is it applying to everything that's related to actual media streams? Or actually creating tracks?
The go away is telling the peer not to initiate stuff. Technically speaking, it is not telling you not to initiate stuff.
Technically, it's telling you to connect to another endpoint, right? And you could be in the process of connecting.
Right.
And in the meantime, you could do things until it connects on that other endpoint. Nothing's.
But the thing we're talking
once they connect, then it should be a
It's a different client, right? This is a different client coming in.
This is the different side. This is I send go away. After sending go away, can
on the
I
server
subscribe?
Go away.
Well, clients can send go away too, which are
Doesn't matter.
very hard to read.
So the server says, client, please reconnect somewhere else. And in the meantime, it could take seconds, right? Like, is the server allowed to publish stuff? I would say, yeah. Once the new connection comes in, then it should stop publishing to that old connection. But it go away takes a while. Is kind of the reason, like the thing. You shouldn't just like stop doing things.
So why can't I subscribe as a client? Can I subscribe because I haven't connected to the other guy yet? And
That was
I
my
really want to
initial
subscribe?
take, yeah.
Well, we forbidden that, haven't we?
We say you should not do that.
Should not.
But that's also racy. You
Oh,
don't you don't know.
It's also racy because you don't know when the go away was received.
Yeah.
I mean, in HTTP, what's the go away thing? Like, you can send HTTP requests while go away is active, right?
You can, but you're not supposed to send one. Anything higher than the max request ID or something is reset. It gets nuked.
That's from, so you send a go away to indicate what the last thing you processed was.
Okay, so that does prohibit you from using the connection, basically.
Yeah. Technically, you could send a higher number. I mean, usually people do like a warning go away and then, or sometimes they do one just to say like, I'm going to shut down and I will sell.
Wait, does HTTP have client go away?
No, not really.
That's what's hard. That's what's hard about this.
Yeah, that's what's hard.
So
Conservative
web
shit.
transport does let you do
It
both,
exists.
right? And Alan and I and the rest of working group went back and forth on it like 5 times.
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, to the extent we have HTTP semantics, we should be like it's much easier. Go away means the same thing because that's what everyone's trained to think, but it doesn't. It's not helpful in this case. And like, it sounds like web transport's struggling with the same thing.
Yeah. So I mean, the semantic of go away, I think, is like telling the peer not to initiate new stuff. It's not telling yourself not to initiate new stuff, even though it's a little odd.
So the reason to do that is because I'm kind of stuck serving you for a while. I can't shut down until all my stuff is closed, right?
It's usually graceful shutdown. Yes.
But in this specific example, it doesn't make any sense because if you told the first client to go away, then you don't even know if you're getting their media anymore, right? So if somebody else comes and tries to subscribe to them, how could you serve that subscription if you don't even know that you're going to get client one's data anymore because you told them to go away, right?
Well,
they explicitly send a message saying like, unsubscribe or unpublish or whatever when they're done. Like they don't just close a quick connection and just go AWOL.
So there's 4 distinct cases here that we're just about to conflate. So there's like server, there's server publish, server subscribe, client publish, client subscribe, with like the go aways going in the opposite direction of the request.
Yep.
So like server.
Start with this example.
Client subscribe is the easiest example, right? That's like basically an HTTP GET.
Yep.
Okay. And we think that's a should not because racy, but like, or actually not racy. Because that's request ID. So we could
don't have request ID in MOQ. It's only HTTP.
We have request ID.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, in the go away there's request ID?
I don't think we're that smart.
There would have to be one in go away. There'd have to be a max request ID.
No, there isn't. It's just a URL.
Okay, well, there should be. Never mind. File an issue for that.
But I can't wait to tell Alan that our HTTP was negative this afternoon.
I still think if we want to support make before break, that we cannot like forward anything after.
All right, I need to stop the board. Sorry, online people.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I think we stay in the corners of the room.
Yeah, I
It's
guess the
easier
camera
for
sort of
camera
works.
to pick it
Yeah,
up.
they are smart and keep on talking.
Wait a minute. A client server. Subscribe. This is the sender. Publish. Okay. So the client has received a go away from the server. Okay. Subscribe is the closest. So this quadrant here is the closest thing we have to the HTTP GET situation where a go away has come. And like, should we open another subscription to this?
I mean, if you receive a go away, it's absolutely clear. Yeah, like you're not supposed to.
So right now it should
It's
not.
it's only the send situation that's weird.
It is right now. It should not. We want it to be must not. Because
No.
you're going to add this.
We're not, because you
Okay.
can't really. It's an unenforceable must. Right? 'Cause,
Well,
like,
it
we're
isn't
very
if you add the max request ID.
No, it's so racy, right?
Yeah, okay. Should not.
And
Right.
and my intention was for MOQ, you have a lot of small objects, and like a gap is very noticeable. Like when you're reconnecting, like I wanted to have two connections that active at one time.
Okay. So can a client send a publish to a server that sent go away? I think we're saying should not.
Yeah, that's all those things are should not. So every operation is a should not from the
Okay.
perspective.
So the client send a go away to the server, which is not an HTTP case at all. So the server be able to subscribe to that client?
That's really the question is like,
well, there's two questions.
The server sends a go away. Can the server
The
subscribe?
client sends a go away.
No, the server sent, the case we're talking about right now that's of interest is
Oh.
the server sends the go away,
Okay.
and then can it subscribe to the client?
All right. There's actually 8 of these then.
It's the subscribe publish doesn't matter because they're both just like requests from the context of this conversation. Or can so I mean, I'm not saying the use cases are super compelling, but like you can imagine like a publisher wanting to get the final like quality of experience video playback information from a session, like when the rebuffers happened or something as it's shutting down because it didn't want to get the QE data when it was streaming video because it consumed bytes. I don't know. I mean, I'm making these up.
I don't have any opinion about this. I'm just trying to record this in a systematic way.
Unless we have a reason
Okay.
to like disallow it.
So what's your proposal here?
We just allow, we basically like
No
go away
prohibition?
only means something to the person who receives it. The
Okay.
person who sends it can continue doing whatever the heck they want.
May. Anyone have a problem with that?
I think it should be a should not, but like may is fine too.
It should be made everywhere, and like we just should change that go away. It's like try to migrate as fast as possible, but
well, that's a should not, isn't it?
No, but
because that may take like seconds, and for real time use cases.
Well, that's why you ignore the should not and do it anyway.
You want to start draining.
The should not means there are conditions you would do this.
Yeah, go away means you start draining, so you really shouldn't start new things.
So we're arguing about may versus should not, right?
Yeah.
Would anyone lie down on the road over this? Okay. Who wants may? Who wants to like be unprohibitive about this?
Is there reasons why those cases should be different?
I mean, one is, well, let's say if we added ID, which we probably should add, I also know that, then the person who sent the go away has told the peer, like, I'm not going to process anything like above this number, but it doesn't know what things the peer won't process until the peer sends it a go away. So until it sends the peer,
like we don't even know if it is saying I won't process things.
Right. Yeah. So what, I mean, but we also don't have the request ID and the go away right now. So like, I guess we would have to add that, and then, but there is an asymmetry, a knowledge asymmetry, I guess, in some sense.
I think the danger in the may is that once you tell someone go away, you don't know what they're going to do back, what they stop doing towards you, right? You told them to stop doing some things towards you. You don't know when they're going to stop doing those things. And so for you to continue on doing other processing, expecting that they keep doing the same thing seems like a problem, right? They're not going to forward you data anymore because you told them to go away. So how could you serve their own subscriptions to somebody else if you think they're going to stop sending you stuff because you told them to go away? That seems like it's likely to be wrong.
I think it seems like a bad idea, and it seems like a weird thing to do. But but actually forbidding it is actually like a pretty.
Well, we're not bust stopping anything. I think we've already stopped.
Yeah.
For every one of these, everything in this matrix, it should not or may.
Okay.
What's the argument against when you send a go away, you put in the last request ID that you processed, and you indicate that you will not process any other further requests. The client can send them, but you're not going to process them. Is that what we have, or can we make it?
There's a sub point of adding the request ID, yes, so that it does exactly that. But right now we're trying to figure out if I send a go away, can I then initiate a new request of some sort to the peer?
No. No.
Should the peer send its own go away to action?
It should, yes. Yes, I think there's
And then with the request ID, now that's your limit.
yes, and then yes.
Yeah.
I think that's what the text sheet says is like, if you get a go away, you
Okay.
probably should send what you kind of thing.
We have 6 minutes.
I'm
left.
gonna leave early so I don't miss the train.
Okay, Luke, thank you. All right, so,
See you guys.
if you think this should be a may, raise your hand. You think this is a may, raise your hand after that conversation?
I think it's just like easy.
One, if you think it should be should not, raise your hand.
I think it should be like same across the board.
All right. So I'm gonna declare you in the rough, Ian, if you can live with this.
I don't care. I mean, I don't have a strong, I mean, I was partially representing Alan's
All right.
viewpoint, who's thought about this more.
Do we
than
need
I
to have a discussion about all the other 5 things in the matrix, or are we just gonna go should not across the board?
So whether you get or whether you send or receive a go away, you should stop doing stuff.
Stop sending requests. Yeah.
Just stop.
I think it's best.
Stop doing stuff.
But should not. If you have some compelling reason to keep doing it, keep doing it. But like, we really discourage you from doing that. Is that where we're at?
Yep.
That's
Like
like
you said, no, you won't.
Okay. Great.
Thank you. But yeah, we need to add request ID to go away.
We have 5 minutes, so unless you have a tasty little bonbon, I think we should cook.
If we had the request ID to be on some acknowledgement.
No,
no,
we're not that kind of request ID. It's the request ID of processing. Go away is a fire and forget sort of message. I know.
Do you have any 5 minutes?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Thank you all for coming. Colin, thank you for hosting.
Thank you.
Once again, you've done a great job. Please send our thanks to Emily, who I know did all the actual
Emily, who
work.
has done a good job.
Well, I mean,
You hired her. Or maybe not. I don't know.
I didn't do that. All right, and I guess we're done. We will. So after talking to Mike, it looks like we're going to do this on Wednesday, the whatever day that is, 8th. Which I guess you're going to miss Colin, but that first. But all subsequent meetings will be on Mondays until further notice. And,
But that's great. And I
Additional feedback.
care about
yeah,
that.
okay, yeah, I understand. We're trying to accommodate you, but just didn't.
Thanks.
Okay. So that's already in data tracker. You should have got me an email about it. And we will see you in Montreal.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
I'm gonna turn off recording.
Oh.